Hello, very good afternoon to you. Welcome to Riyadh here in Saudi Arabia. We are bringing you live action, of course, from this Friday on a beautifully warm day as well here today. Temperatures as warm as they've been for a good couple of weeks, around about 25, perhaps nudging 26 degrees Celsius. And temperatures won't fall too much as well when the lights come on and we move into darkness for the second part of the programme. 10 races to bring you today, including 3 races on the turf, and at the end of that we've got a little bonus of 2 pony races, quality-wise, 2 cup races towards the back end of the card. Yes, a very good afternoon and welcome to Riyadh here on the English-speaking service on YouTube here from Saudi Arabia. We're bringing you the live action here on the Jcsa service, and Tom Collins is back in the studio with me. We'll catch up with Hannah shortly. We've got a new voice in the commentary box to introduce you to very shortly as well. Let's say good afternoon to Tom first of all. Hey, it was tough yesterday, wasn't it? In terms of winner finding, but we're pretty hopeful it's going to be a lot easier today. Yeah, to be fair, we found a fair few winners considering the prices in the international market of those victors yesterday. But today, smaller fields, some clear standouts throughout the course of the day. I think Red Stable have 2 really good chances of winning in Grosser Jack and Rustem Basha on turf. And then on dirt, we have plenty of short prices, including Rebellious Stage, one of the highest rated horses in the country. So it's not only a day where hopefully we'll find plenty of winners, but it's a day where we're going to see lots of top quality equine specimens on the track, and hopefully we see some clues towards the Saudi Cup too. Yeah, we'll keep you in touch, of course, with the international market through the afternoon, but yeah, one or two very short price favourites, and 3 races on the turf. They come up as races 1, 3 and 6. Of course, it's the 3rd week on the turf, and we were getting a bit of information about the turf track earlier on. It's officially good to firm, and the reading was 10.2 on the penetrometer, but more on that, of course, ahead of race number 1, which comes up shortly. Now, let's say a very good afternoon to Hannah Baycroft, who, of course, is, as ever, out and about for us. Good afternoon, Hannah.
Good afternoon to you in the studio and at home, of course, wherever you're watching from. How gorgeous is it out here? Look at this. So yes, I'm on the turf track and it's looking absolutely fantastic. We've got gorgeous weather and the grass is looking great. 3 races on the turf today. I'm really looking forward to today's racing. In particular, I'm looking forward to seeing, I've got to check the name now because I've got a few, but I'm not going to tell you all of them. I'm going to keep a few of them. Let me tell you one. Alphasia Leia, who we saw last week. I was very much looking forward to her performance. Absolutely blew the field apart. Today, we will see how she does on this surface. Very exciting. And that is in race 1. So note that one down. Now, I can see the horses heading to the parade ring, so we better get cracking. Today, as Daryl says, we've got a new voice in the commentary box. Please let me introduce to you all Gary Capewell. Gary, it's over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Tom, Daryl. And a very good afternoon to everybody. Runners and riders for our opening race. Horse number 1, Amici, ridden by Ahmed Al-Shrar. Stretch number 2, Bal. Number 2, Muqtahem, ridden by Mohammed Al-Daham. 4 is Alpha Saydar, ridden by Adel Al-Faredi. 5, Foz Al-Wagar, ridden by Asil Al-Shirani. 6 is Prince Bill, ridden by Victor Gutierrez. Scratch number 7, Third Kingdom. Number 8, As It Was, ridden by Ayed Al-Truisi. Number 9 is Shanko, ridden by Alexis Moreno. Number 10, Satirical, Ricardo Ferreira. And number 11, Indemnify, ridden by Tharb Al-Tamayat. We can go back to the studio and rejoin Daryl and Tom.
Gary, thank you very much, and good to have you with us today. Gary will be describing the action, of course, from the commentary box during the 10 races today. And we spoke right at the top of the programme, Tom, about a lot more stronger favourites in a lot of races that perhaps have only a handful of obvious contenders. It doesn't mean, of course, the others can't win, but this is probably a prime example of that, because on the international market, number 3, Muqtahem, and number 4, Al-Fazasay. I'll try that again.
Al-Fasalaya.
That's the one.
Yep.
Once you start and you go wrong, it's hard to get back. So I appreciate you stepping in there. I'll be fine when I have to say that again in a moment. Even money about the 3, 13-8 about the 4, and it is double, or no, not quite double figures. It's 7-1, number 1. Amici, the 3rd favourite. Bigger prices the remainder. Have you got it down to the big 2 though, Tom?
Yeah, I think I do. Well, I mean, they're in the top 3 of my selections anyway.
Okay.
I do think they've got the right favourite in Muqtahem, even money on the international market. I think it's a very fair price, really. He has £3 in hand on official figures over Al-Fasalaya. But then if you look to the remainder of the field, he's got maybe
Would have been a late scratch, George's Rascal, so that is out as well. It was a reserve, it doesn't get a run, so we are without 2, 7 and the 3 reserves as well. Love to hear from you, by the way, on the YouTube channel. You can use the comment part on the page to get in touch. Tell us who you like today, of course. Tell us where you're watching from, and whether you're a first-time viewer, whether you've been watching for a little while now. Love to hear from you. Particularly keen to know where everybody's watching the programme today on this English-speaking service. So do please get in touch. Yeah, the benefit, I suppose, of having run on the turf could be advantageous, but of course what we don't know is whether any of these first-timers are going to suddenly pop up and be much better on the grass than they were on the dirt.
Well, exactly. That's definitely a big, question mark about the majority of these. Just to confirm yet again, the 12 is definitely not one of George's Rascal. Was a reserve, was offered the chance to run with the earlier scratches, but is a scratch in this race. Decided not to take part. So, yes, as you were saying, plenty of these are dirt horses, switching surface, and we'll see that later on in the other couple of turf races as well. Some of these trainers want to provide opportunities for their horse to maybe improve, and maybe there isn't a dirt race for them that's suitable, so they are moving on to the grass. But I always like to see grass form. Of course, I understand that Alpha Soleil is a really nice type. I think we all actually put her up as our selection last week when she won. And I do like her, but just not on grass. It's too big a question mark, especially at 13 to 8 in the international market. She's not big enough to warrant support. I think Muqtahem is definitely the horse to beat.
Well, we're going to have a look at Muqtahem. We're going to show you some form. This is form on the dirt track, and it was back at the end of November. A bit of a duel going on, and just gets touched off on this occasion.
Yeah, he does, but the horse that beats him is Nonsense, a really good animal who racked up a sequence of victories. And maybe you're saying, well, Tom, you were just talking about Muqtahem being a turf horse. This is on dirt. Yeah, he's been kept to dirt locally, but if you go back to 2023 when he raced in England, he was actually a turf winner, so we know that he handles the grass. On the dirt, he's proven that he's able to transfer his ability. He's versatile on surfaces, and it only just goes down on the post by a short head there to Nonsense. If he runs like that on the turf today, I think he'll win. Yeah,
we can have a look at Alpha Soleil as well, who is the market rival. Again, this is dirt form. This is from the middle part. It was just last week, actually, wasn't it? Last Thursday, and this is a really easy win.
Yeah, she hacked up, but she was a very short price. I think she was 11 to 8 in the international market this day. She was very impressive, but as predicted, she was dominant on official figures, and she kind of proved it on the track. As we've already talked about, the dangerous turf. We don't know whether she handles it or not. She looks like a dirt horse. She's got a high knee action for a horse that may be transitioning to turf, and I don't think the good to firm ground will suit.
So we're getting a first look at the runners. There's Amici, who's got plenty of turf experience, used to be trained in the UK with Ed Walker, now with Jimmy Jerkin. 2 wins from 4 on the grass, good third over the course and distance last time as well. That is the third choice in the market at 7 to 1. But let's have a closer look at all the runners, or as many as have caught the eye of Hannah.
Well, let's begin at the top. Number 1, Amici for the Red Stable, Jimmy Jerkin's runner. Very calm individual. Of course, this horse was handed the task of the turf last week and came third. Very calm, and I really like the attitude of this horse. Very, very gentle, having a gentle look around, but nothing too crazy. In terms of body-wise, looks very good, I'd say. I always say it's quite hard to see with the greys, particularly on the hind end with the muscle, but this horse is looking good. You can see there's a lot of muscle, particularly on the neck, but the attitude is what stands out for me. Very calm, very nice. Would like to see it walk out just a little bit faster, but all in all, looking very good. Let's have a look now at horse number 3, Muqtahem. Mohammed Eldaham takes the ride for the Thalma Al Dahani trained gelding. Looking very good. I said this yesterday, his horses always look phenomenal. And again, we can see another spectacular looking horse. Got a grackle noseband on as well, just to stop him from opening his mouth and maybe getting his tongue over the bit. It's got a loose ring snaffle on too. Again, it's a snaffle like they all wear, but it just moves around a bit more in the mouth. Lovely muscle, but again, his horses look great, and this is another standout. Dropping back now to number 4, Alfazalea, the one that I was really looking forward to seeing. Now, if you remember last week, I noted that she was getting a little bit sweaty and worked up. She's not so bad this week, but when I first saw her in the parade ring, she was having a bit of a look around and a very slight jig jog. So nothing to worry about, because now we know that is just her. Looking great in the body, as she did last week. Obviously, first time on the turf, we will see how she gets on. Now we're going to have a look at number 10. Number 10 is Satirical. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira takes the ride for the Red Stable. Just having a bit of a chomp on the bit, getting a little bit, well, I wouldn't say a full jig jog, but starting to. But there's 2 handlers either side keeping this horse up together. Of course, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira has just got on board, so immediately got control of the horse. She's been walking quite well, apart from the little jig jog. Looks very good, got the earplugs in. She is having a look around, and you can see she's got the cross nose band on, but this is a rubber one, which you just twist and pull over the nose. Body-wise, looking lovely and tucked up underneath, showing a good sign of fitness, as well as the muscle on the hind end. All in all, another good-looking horse. Looks very well. Excited to see how this race plays out. Guys, it's back to you in the studio.
Hannah, thank you very much indeed. Now, we talked about strong favourites, and we've got our first odds-on favourite of the day, because the favourite, Mukhthem, has gone from evens to 10 to 11, so just a shade of odds-on. Astafailat is the second choice, 13 to 8 remains that price. Amici at 7's bigger prices, the remainder. An interesting number 1, Amici, has got obviously turf form, ran off a mark of 91 in the UK, now is on a mark of 88, and I compare that with, for example, the favourite, who was last seen in the UK running off a 90 and now back on the turf off a 101. So
Yes.
obviously the favourite has improved for its time out here, but it's got to prove that it's up to that mark on the grass, whereas Amici, if able to hit the form it was in the UK, is potentially well in.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense. I would counteract that by saying Mukhthem is a 1200 metre specialist, where Amici, I believe, needs further.
Okay.
Mukhthem has a lot of early speed, and this track suits speed, whereas Amici doesn't, and he's probably going to be in behind horses early. And also, as you've already talked about, Mukthem's improved, and Amici hasn't necessarily shown that so far. However, Amici is trained by Jimmy Jerkins, a master of these types of horses, so he's only 4, he could easily improve. We can see him in the shot right now, going down to posts beautifully. He was a very promising horse early in his career, Amici. He won a sales race, I think, for Tom Dascombe at, or Ed Walker, at Newmarket for Lawrence Bellman, and it was a good display. But those sales races can come up pretty weak. There's no real strength and depth in them, and the runs recently just haven't been as good. That's not to say Amici can't play a role. Of course he can. He's, what is he, third favourite?
Yeah, third choice, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he ran even second in this race. I wouldn't be surprised if he beat Alfazalea, but I think he does need to improve to beat Mukhthem, who has shown this year that he's more than capable of winning an Open on the turf.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, and you can understand why the 3, Mukhthem, is the price that he is at the moment. Are there any, I mean, we're going to get this a lot during the course of the afternoon, a lot of horses, big prices. I mean, I think when we're going through the prices earlier, there's horses in triple-digit figures later on, but there's plenty of big prices here. Is there anything that you think might be able to outrun the odds?
Not overly, to be honest. I think the 3 beats the 1 beats the 4, but of the remainder, maybe Faz Al-Waga, horse number 5, is the one to look at, purely just because he won last time up. He's only a 3-year-old, he's going to be improving. He's not got a nice draw right in 10, and he won last time on dirt, so has to prove his capabilities on turf, but at least he's in good form. The likes of Princeville, as it was, they're struggling at the moment. So is Shanko and Indemnify, who really just would not be for me. Indemnify, he's regressed massively since he's come over here. Satirical is interesting, I suppose, for the Red Stable, Sami Al-Harabi and Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, purely because he's by Kingman. She's by Kingman, and obviously Kingman and progeny are much better on turf. We do see quite a few of them actually race on the dirt here, which always makes me laugh. It's the one sire that I would never want to see any of his progeny on dirt, but some trainers keep him on the dirt over here. The turf is perfectly suitable for Satirical, but do I think she's a horse that I want to put money on in the international market? No. I don't think she has the quality of some of those towards the top of the race card, and also she doesn't fire much off the bridle, which is a concern because they get racing relatively early on the turf track here, coming around the turn, and in the home straight she's likely to find little. So I do prefer those towards the top of the market. I think Muktahem is by far the most logical winner. I would have him odds on as well. Alfasalea has the talent, but I don't love the surface. And Amici could go close, but needs to be ridden a little bit more aggressively in the early stages, otherwise it can get too far back.
We mentioned the going is good to firm. It is 10.2 on the scale. We talked last week, I remember you talking about the row and where it was, and it's been moved, hasn't it, quite a bit today. So now it's 1 metre off the inside.
Yeah, basically 0 is what Keith Austin is telling us, because they can't move it into scratch. Which means the inside, I believe, will ride a little bit quicker. Now, that doesn't necessarily suit any particular style of racing. As long as you're on the rail, it's a positive. Whether that's a front runner, it could be a stalker, but as long as you get to the inside. Even a closer, if you can get that lovely trip. We have seen that in the home straight on the turf here, they do tend to spread across the track. So if you stick to the fence, I think you're on the golden highway, albeit they haven't had too many meetings, so it's not going to be too chewed up out wide. Hopefully Muktahem can get across from stall 9, and Mohamed Al-Daham can make all. He's going to be my pick.
He is going to be my pick as well. He does seem the logical one, doesn't he? So we're both on the now 4-5 favourite in the studio, Hannah. And are you going to play the favourite, or are you looking for something at a bigger price?
Well, I'm not going with you guys, that's for sure. I'm going different. We're starting the day with a different choice. I am going with number 4, Alfasalea. Of course, I spoke about this horse this morning, and I did last week. I was excited to see her run. It was between her and number 1, Amici. Specifically, Amici's run last week. But just by what I've seen in the parade ring, I mean, they all look tremendous, I have to say. But I would really like to see, of course, Alfasalea do well, and I'm hoping that she can bring that performance onto the turf. It would be interesting to see a close-up, actually, of horses' face when they first hit a different surface, and actually how they kind of absorb that in their brain of what they're doing. So, yeah, we're locking that in. I'm hoping she'll go well, and we see a good performance from her. Number 4, Alfasalea for me. Gary, for the first time today, it is over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, I agree with Tom. I found it difficult to get away from Muktahem. Obviously, that previous course and distance form in the book, which could prove crucial. It's an interesting conundrum, isn't it? Because obviously we've got lots of dirt form coming back onto the turf, and obviously a few of these have ran on the turf here, but also in the UK previously. I suppose the most interesting one, purely from a lesser exposed point of view, would be Satirical, who's just coming into shot there with the black cap. She's only had the 5 starts, so there could well be a bit more improvement to come. And like Tom says as well, coming back onto turf is obviously, I think, going to be a big plus for her. 3 races on the turf today. And the runners down at the start for the opening race. The loading up process will shortly begin. Hopefully, to see one of the team down there on a walkie-talkie, so hopefully everything is okay. I did see that horse number 9, Shankar, had been dismounted a little bit earlier, but the rider did get back on fairly quickly, so yeah, Shankar is in shot in the noseband, a dual previous winner, as it was in the maroon with the grey sleeves with Ayat Al-Truisi on board. Alfasalea in shot there, obviously, as Alice pointed out, was an impressive winner last week. It's obviously the surface switch, and that's to prove as effective on this surface, but I suppose at least we do know that she comes into the race in good form with Adele Al-Faradi on board. So we are already coming up towards a minute past the scheduled off time, so hopefully the runners will be going in shortly. Muktahem been very well supported on the international markets, and yeah, not too many at the international market gives much of a chance to here. Alfasalea, obviously one that was popular, and likewise Amici, and then Arzal, Wagar and Satirical were the only other 2 that given much of a chance. Looks as though the loading up process is about to begin. Princeville with Victor Gutierrez wearing a sheepskin noseband. A couple of these have got nosebands on. Alfasalea and Shankar also wearing nosebands, and you'll see Satirical and Amici in very similar colours. It's a black cap for horse number 10, Satirical, and obviously horse number 1, Amici, is also a grey. As it was moving in, I think we've got roughly half of the field in now, so racing back on the turf. Comes Fars Al Wagar into stall 10, Alpha Saleyar and Alpha Radi into stall 4. Just waiting for 2 more, Indemnify and Muqtahem, the short price international market favourite. Muqtahem goes in, so that will just leave Indemnify. 1200 metres for the opening race. We're just about set for a start. All in. And away they go, 1,200 metres in front of them. Indemnify, one of the greys in the black cap, not the best into stride. Good pace shown by Alpha Saleyar, one off the rail and closest to the rail, Princeville in the black cap. Out wide of those, Shanko also in a nose band, and wider still, Muqtahem, the green sleeves and cap, also showing good early pace. And it's Muqtahem, Alpha Saleyar and down on the rail, Princeville, who lead them out of the back straight. 2 lengths back to Satirical, black cap on the rail in 4th, racing in company with Shanko, and out wide of those, trying to make an effort, Fars Al Waghar. Amici just tapped for a bit of toe with only a couple behind. As it was, is one of those, Indemnify, the back marker. Princeville drops away on the rail, and here comes Muqtahem travelling strongly around the outside of Alpha Saleyar as they turn for home. Just over 200 metres left to go. Muqtahem strikes the front on the outside of Alpha Saleyar with Satirical, Amici, and down the wide outside. As it was, scrapping it out for the places. Muqtahem in front inside the final 100 metres, edging away now from Alpha Saleyar. Switch to the outside as the leader, maybe just idling a touch out in front. Muqtahem having to be driven right out, but will land the odds. Alpha Saleyar was second, Amici in third, and as it was, finished in 4th. Muqtahem, second course and distance victory. The hands of Mohammed Aldaham, who's always fairly prominent, showed good pace, managed to get into a good position from stall 9, and as the front runners dropped away on the inside, it was left for he and Alpha Saleyar, last week's winner, to fight it out, but Muqtahem never really looked in too much danger. The international market got it spot on. Muqtahem by a length and a half from Alpha Saleyar in second, for 3 lengths back to Amici in third, as it was in 4th, and then Shanko and Satirical. Muqtahem for career win number 5 and a second victory over this course and distance to take our opening race by a length and a half. The winner's time 1:09.47 seconds. Alpha Saleyar and Amici filling the frame.
Dehaney joins me now. I mean, that was absolutely fantastic. First time on turf, did it brilliantly.
Yeah, he's a good. He ran before 1 year in the grass and he won too far, but the main problem, I'm afraid about him this day because his box is outside. And I tell Muhammad, don't kill him, easy run.
Yeah.
And he do it very easy, you know. He didn't push him, he do it very easy.
Yeah.
Because I'm afraid about the sheen. Last time when he ran, he bring a sheen in the grass. He don't like the hard ground, you know. I want to do it easy. I don't want to kill the horse.
Yeah.
But he do it perfect. He ran a good race. You know, his weight is 62 kilo. I'm happy with his run, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, he's only a 3-year-old, so where's next?
Yeah. He will go each 6 furlong with a good form. I will run him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good in 6 furlong.
Yeah. He's a great horse, absolutely tremendous, and also looked fabulous in the parade ring as well.
Yeah. I hope he progress more to go, you know, for the fast sprint race in Saudi Arabia. I hope. It depends about the rating, you know, but he will progress more, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you very much. I'll let you go and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is another winner for the leading trainer, of course, this season, Thamer Aldahan. I think that's 48, so hopefully he gets to 50 before the weekend, which would be very nice, cementing his position at the top of the table. And Mohammed Aldahan, another winner for him. He was in good form yesterday, and he's very much in the battle, isn't he? Bubbling under in the championship as well.
Correct. I think it's actually 49.
49?
So I think it's one off.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. Who knows? It's
okay.
close.
We can doubly check that. But
and I believe that puts Aldahan second over Ospina as well, which is interesting, or at least tied second. So, yes, good race, full connections. He was dominant, wasn't he, Muqtahem? Just looking over my shoulder, it looks like Princeville bled during the race. The vets just had a look. He's A-OK, just got blood coming from his mouth. But yes, dominant win for Muqtahem and very enjoyable.
And we can get more on the race with Hannah.
We can indeed. We're just waiting for Mohammed Aldahan to weigh in and hand his saddle back, and then we can have a chat with him. Interesting that they were worried about the hard ground, but really it wasn't a worry at all. Handled it very, very well. It's always good to see these behind-the-scenes moments, isn't it? The moment after, when trainer and jockey come together and speak about a fantastic performance. Honestly, that horse looked great in the parade ring, as I'm sure you saw when we were going around, and it performed. Mohammed, congratulations. Very good run. Interestingly, when we were speaking to him, said he was worried about the hard ground. How did it feel out there?
First, thanks to God and the owner and the trainer. Same when you say the trainer, nice horse. And I see before last season I ride one time with the grass, very nice. And today he come back again, and mashallah, he do it very well.
He did. He handled it very well. It's a very great performance. We're looking forward to seeing him again.
Yeah, inshallah, I hope so. Come back again for the grass, 1,300, I think. Maybe he come back again. I don't know. The trainer, he know.
We were going to say, I mean, do you think he'll stick to the grass? He's obviously shown that he can perform on it, so I suppose really it's obvious. But what do you think?
This horse, I think the grass better than the dirt. And mashallah today, very, very good with the grass. Better. Some horse not like dirt too much.
And another winner for you, importantly, as well. So congratulations. Thank you so much.
Welcome. I hope. See you.
Yeah, it's gone the way of the market, hasn't it? And the 1, 2, 3 have finished as the international prices suggested they would.
Yeah, Muqtahem was always dominant actually, never really looked in danger throughout the whole race. Travelled lovely, was 3 wide, but powered past Al Fasalaya. Did get a little bit tired late on and Al Fasalaya rallied, but yeah, she was never getting back on terms. She ran a good race considering she's a dirt horse. Maybe they will continue to try on turf with her and hope not to bump into a Muqtahem in the future, but yeah, she ran great. Amici just got way too far back as anticipated. Not the fastest of breakers, as you can see here. Red Silks with the red cap middle grey horse ends up in the second half of the field from the outset, and from here Ahmed Al-Shra can never get into the position that he would have wanted, which is prominent. You can see he's pushed up into 5th here on the big grey horse in the middle, but in a minute he gets situated wide on the turn and Amici just doesn't have any chance from there. The question is, are they going to go back up and trip with Amici? But then you're going to go to 13.51, and even that trip I don't think will suit him. So it's a difficult conundrum for Jimmy Jerkins. He ran okay in 3rd, but was just never involved. At this point, you can see Muqtahem and Al Fasalaya already kind of dominating the race. Al Fasalaya under Adel Al-Fredi angles towards the defence. Mohammed Aldahan's happy to cover more ground on Muqtahem, who's really striding out lovely on the outside. And yeah, from here it was game over. Mohammed knew he had the race won. Shake up the horse, try and get to the rail to make it difficult for Al Fasalaya to rally. and she was never going to get by.
Yeah, offer marker 101 was elevated £10 after a runaway win on the dirt in November. So, as I was saying earlier, you know, this is a much higher mark than this horse was running off and winning with George Bowie in the UK back in 2023.
Correct, but these tracks are so favourable to speed. Over in the UK, you're often running over straight tracks over this kind of distance, or you're running on your weather. Whereas over here, you're running around a tight oval, going 6 furlongs, and he has loads of pace, so it's clearly suitable. If this was on a straight track, I would fancy Amici to beat him, much like he would have done probably in the UK, but that's not going to happen over here. He's well suited by Riyadh, and he will continue to provide winners for Tharma Al-Dahani, whose team is red hot right now.
So we got ourselves a winning favourite then in the first race. If you're watching yesterday, you'll know how difficult it was for those horses that went off market leader in the international races and the international markets. But the first favourite has gone in here, much to the delight of, amongst others, Egg, who has been on, who quite simply has just gone whoosh, which I think is pretty much sums up the performance of the winner there. And more to come, you would think, from Muqtayyem in the coming week. So that's our first turf race. 2 more turf races to come this afternoon, and of course our usual mix of action. We've got a local bred fillies main, and we go on the dirt for the first time with the 2-year-olds, and Gary can tell us all about the runners and the riders.
Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, 20 of them for race number 2. Number 1 is Akrat Al Maidan, ridden by Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 2 is an on-runner. Number 3, Bosla, ridden by Abdulaziz Al Faredi. Number 4, Dermana, ridden by Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 5, Dalman, ridden by Abdullah Al Kridis. Horse number 6, Dozan, an on-runner. Number 7, Atimida, ridden by Camilo Ospina. Number 8 is Haleh Hala, ridden by Yasser Al Bakawi. Number 9 is Halayla, ridden by Osama Al Sharani. 10 is Malak Al Hossan, ridden by Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 11 is Misaya, ridden by Thab Al Timyat. 12 is Modira, ridden by Iyad Al Truisi. 13 is Mumtara, ridden by Ricardo Ferreira. Number 14, Rahik Al Jarizar, ridden by Salman Al Rashid. Number 15 is Shaka Al Maida, ridden by Faid Al Faredi. Number 16 is Shakra Shuwaik, ridden by Abdullah Al Deeb. Number 17 is Shifa Al Gaham, ridden by Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 18 is Shoa Al Mudhidia, ridden by Adal Al Faredi. Number 19 is Saroon, ridden by Mohammed Al Nassar. Number 20 is Tiajeb, ridden by Mohammed Al Daham. 2 more. 21, Zakat Al Matar, ridden by Fawas Wanas. And number 22 is Rafah, ridden by Tariq Al Mansour. 20 of them. We can go and join Hannah in the parade.
Okay, we're going to start a little bit further down the string here in the paddock. We're going to start with number 5, Dalman. Just a moment ago, this horse actually wasn't walking properly. It was starting to jig-jog, so we couldn't get a very good look. But now it's walking a lot better. It is playing with its bit, and that bit right there is called a Dexter ring bit. I mean, you probably know it as a ring bit, but that's just sometimes used for keener horses. And what that does is it's held in the middle, so where the snaffle joins, it basically stops the bit from leaving the mouth if a jockey's pulled hard on one side, and also it just puts a little bit of pressure on the outside of the mouth should the horse get away, and just gives the jockey a little bit more extra control. So that tells you a little bit more about a horse. So you've got to just look at its head really to see what it's got in its mouth. Body wise, looking very good, tucked up underneath. I like the alertness of this horse. He's not messing around. You can see his flared nostrils. It's red inside, so he's having a look, but he's not misbehaving or anything like that. And we have a misbehaviour in the parade ring, so considering that, she's behaving very, very well. We're going to move on now to number 7, a very alert filly here. This is Etimidat. She's looking very, very nice. Alert in the face. She's got the noseband on as well, just to make sure she's looking over we want to look down and over. Perhaps she's got quite a high head carriage, but actually you can see that in the way she walks. She carries her head quite high, so that's to encourage her to race with her head a little bit lower. Body-wise, lovely tucked up underneath. I can see those obliques as well, a lovely sign of fitness. And on the hind end, where that engine is, it's looking nice and refined. Number 13 is the next horse we're going to look at. Well, actually, no, let's have a look at number 8, and I'll tell you why. This horse has been clipped. This is like, it's a bit like a blanket clip / an Irish clip, this is called, kind of a mix of both. So that just goes to show that it is a little bit cooler here. So that is horse number 8. We're going to drop back down to horse number 13. Now, this is Mumtara. Lovely looking individual here, just very gently playing with the mouth, has the grackle noseband on. You see the cross noseband? That's just to stop it getting its tongue over the bit. And as you can see, it's playing with its tongue as well. So that's probably why. It's also got a tongue tie on. Body-wise, looking very good. Nice looking shiny coat as well. Great looking horse, this one. This is a debutant. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira takes the ride for the Red Stable. So hopefully this one will have a good race. Number 18 is the final horse we're going to look at. This is Shoa Al Muhammadia. We've got a bit of a standstill now in the parade ring. That's because a couple have stopped, but they're all behaving very well considering. Another lovely looking filly, Adele El Faradi, takes the ride on this one. She is actually looking quite calm. There's been, like I said before, there's been a couple messing around, but they're behaving very, very well, these young girlies. She's got the noseband on as well. Again, probably has a high head carriage when she runs, so to encourage her to bring that down. She's got a standard snaffle in as well. What else can we see? Underneath, you can see she's looking quite fluffy and fuzzy, so I wouldn't be surprised next time we see her, she might end up being clipped. The belly is dropped slightly, but as she runs a bit more, that will all tuck up underneath and she will get stronger in her core. Walking quite nicely as well. This is one that I would like to see walk out a little bit more because she's very alert in the face and I reckon she's got quite a nice walk on her. But as I said, the jockeys are about to mount. Adele Alfredi about to miss his ride. You see how well they held her there. That's just as the jockey was about to go on. She got a little bit fresh and thought, okay, here we go. This is why it's so important that these handlers know what they're doing and to not let these horses go. You see that? She's very calm now. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, of course, Adele Al Faradi finished yesterday off in fine form. He won 2 of the last 3 races yesterday after what's been a fairly quiet spell by his standards up until that. So he'll be much more confident coming into the racing today. The market is interesting though, Tom, on the international prices because 2 of the newcomers dominate here. Number 7, Etimadat at 15-8 and also 13 Mumtara at 9-4. Are you seeing a potential newcomer win?
Yes, I am. I've actually got both of those 2 horses in my top 3 picks, along with the 5 Dowmen. I have 7, 5, 13 in that order. Etimadat on top. It's kind of against my best judgment, but this horse is the best bred horse in the race, White Stable. If you go back to last season, the White Stable debutants just weren't losing. They must have had a 50-60% strike rate.
Right.
This year, not the same. So maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree. I kind of did this yesterday as well with the first-time starter for the White Stable who didn't perform. That being said, Etimadat is bred to be the best of these. She's by Premium Tap out of a mare who's relatively useful in terms of her progeny. I like her draw. If a White Stable horse is drawn inside, they tend to be ridden too aggressively. If they're drawn outside, they're not ridden aggressively enough. I love a middle draw. Camilo's going to try and get to the front, I'm sure, on Etimadat. I'm going to take her on top. I think 15-8 is probably too short, but it is what it is. You're never going to get a price for these types of horses. She's a tentative pick in a race that's basically more of a guessing game than this is what we know. I had the 5 in second, Dowman. She is the proven quantity. She's the standard setter, rated 65. Her form has been okay. She closed out nicely for second in a conditions race 2 back, and if she repeats that, then it will take a decent or half decent newcomer to beat her. So I had her in as second, and then the 13 Mumtara, the other debutant who you're talking about, second favourite in the international market. Leading connections: Sami Al Harabi, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. By Frozen Power, we see lots of Red Stable juveniles by Frozen Power. Again, she has the right team if she's got any talent. Unfortunately, we don't get workouts or times like that we do in the US, which would be very handy. But she's drawn further out wide in stall 15, so I did narrowly prefer the White Stable horse over her, which is why I put the White Stable horse on top, her in third, and the Form Setter in second.
Yeah, market is pretty quiet in terms of the prices, pretty much how we gave you a few moments ago. Number 21, Zakat Almatar, is a rider change, by the way, and it is Hansi Saad who will take over on board the 21 horse. Yeah, I mean, the standard setter for those that have run, I think, is the 5, isn't it? Dowman is off a mark of 65 here, so there's certainly a mark that, you know, a reasonably decent newcomer could be able to leapfrog over first time up.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't set the bar too high. It had 5 outings, so Dowman probably is a 65 rated horse right now. The conditions race where she was second was probably a mid-60s performance. If you look at all the others with previous form, I mean, the majority of them are very, very, very limited, highlighted by horse 12, Madeira, who is 100 to 1, but it's only rated 20, one of the lowest rated horses in Saudi Arabia so far. So, you know, of those with experience, you'd say Dowman and maybe even the 4, Damana. Those two could be there or thereabouts. I would be disappointed if a first-time starter didn't beat either of them, or both of them. It's just whether I'm barking up the right tree with the White Stable horse, or whether it's the Red Stable horse that is the one to follow today. As I say, no workout time, so we are kind of guessing. But I like the draw, I like the pedigree of the White Stable horse, the Timidat, a little bit more than horse number 13, Montera. Yeah,
as I say, I'm going to go with Dowie Man, who's had those runs. I mean, it is the run 2 starts ago that particularly catches the eye. That was second in a race for non-winners of 2, I'd call it, a 0-1 winners race. Didn't run quite so well last time, but there was enough in that run to see the mark move from 58 to 65. So that does set the standard. It's not impossible to be beaten, however, on this occasion. And just trying to keep an eye on the market as regards other horses, whether there's any of the other lightly raced or new types being supported. But it's actually quite quiet at the prices. 13 to 8 the favourite, now from 15 to 8. A Timidat, and 9 to 4, 13 Mumtara. So the money's come for the Ospina right here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Look, she's the one that's the complete unknown, and she seems to have plenty going her way. I do think we should mention the 18, because we haven't talked about the 18 yet. Showa Al Muhammadiyah. Adel Alfredi rides. These connections had a winner yesterday with a reserve, horse 24 in that race, who was very, very good, won by a street. And it had a similar profile, had one start, finished 6th on the debut, and then came back to win. And they also had another horse yesterday who also had a similar profile, one start, finished 5th or 6th on debut and finished 2nd. So second time up for Gaith Al Gaith seems the way forward, especially for these connections. The booking of Adele is a positive, the draw is good. I wouldn't be surprised if the 18 ran a really good race here. And if you're looking each way, or you're looking for an alternative that aren't the two debutants that are at the top of the market, then I think Showa Al Muhammadiyah is the one, the 18. I would not be surprised if she made the frame.
Draws 5, and Al Gaith had 2 winners yesterday, so
yeah.
was top trainer yesterday, and obviously Adele ended up with 2 winners in the plate late on, so it's a combination of both informed trainer and riders, so they're getting set to go behind. So I think we're locking in picks here?
Yeah, we're locking in picks. Horse number 7 for me, a Timidat. I am scared of the 18, but I'll stick with the White Stable horse.
Yeah, I'm going to go, as I say, with the 5, Dowman here, with a little bit of experience. Let's cross back to Hannah, and we wait with bated breath to find out your selection, Hannah.
Well, wait no longer. The answer is now. I just got a note on number 18, Shoaz Al Muhammadiyah, the horse you've just been talking about. Obviously, you saw before she went out to track, she was bouncing around all over the place, and actually when Adele got onto track, she did do a couple of little broncs, so she looks keen and ready to go. So I'm looking on the screen, and I'm sure she's settled down now, but that's just something to note. So the horse that I'm going with, I'm actually agreeing with you guys, number 7, Itimadat. Obviously there was a premium tap that I liked yesterday that didn't quite make it into the stalls and got withdrawn. Obviously that's always something to look out with breeding, and you know, having Camille on board and the breeding, 2 massive positives there. So that horse for me is a no-brainer, especially as it looked so great in the paddock. Number 13, Mumtara, looked also very good. So that's 2 debutants that really caught my eye, looking fantastic first time out in the parade ring. But just to confirm my selection and get that locked in, same as you guys, number 7, Entimadat. For me, hopefully that horse will go well. Gary, who are you going with?
Yeah, thanks, Hannah. I mean, with these type of races, you can probably try and overcomplicate them, can't you? There's not a huge amount of form to go on. The two newcomers dominate the international market, Momtera and Etimidat, and I would just prefer Etimidat over Momtera, but it's that age-old conundrum, isn't it, of horses making their debuts against horses with experience, albeit only a couple of them have shown a huge amount of promise thus far, but I mean, they're very likely to race the vast majority of this field, so many of them open to improvement. Shuar Al-Muhammadiyah, particularly one of those, having only had the one career start thus far, and again the draw could also have a big impact as well. Those newcomers drawn towards the outside, which probably on their debuts isn't actually that much of a bad thing, really. Just take a little bit extra time to get across to the inside. Just don't probably want to be massively wide, I suppose, at the bends. 4 more to load. This is Tjeb coming forward. She's due into stall 10. Mohammed Aldaham going for a double on the card. We're waiting for Modhira and Misaya to move forward as well. In comes Modhira now. She's due in right on the inside in stall 1. There she comes in. Shoar Al-Muhammadiyah coming forward now into stall 5 with Adele Al-Faradi on board, and we're just waiting for Misaya, one of the 5 debutantes in the lineup, of Al-Timiyat on board. Due into stall 3, 1600 metres the trip for race 2, and I think all 20 are now in. Ready for a start. Just holding them slightly. Going to get the all clear. They've jumped away quite slowly into stride. One of the horses towards the inside, not the best away. Sala is not too far away in the early stages, with Malak Al Hosn and Noseband towards the inside as they settle down, and Malak Al Hosn the leader at the end of the first 200 metres. Etimidat has shown good pace on debut, settled just in behind with far towards the wide outside in the white cap, also racing across to be in a prominent position, with Shakra Al-Miad in the green and white just in behind, and out wider on the course Momtera in the red jacket with the white epaulets, also racing well to the fore as they run towards the far end of the back straight. It is Rafar out in front, with against the inside running Grail Malak Al Hosn. This pair disputing the lead. They're 2 lengths clear ahead of Etimidat, who's racing back in 3rd. Then towards the inside is Shakra Al-Miad as they begin to make the turn out of the back straight. Terra is racing back in 5th, still quite wide on the course though. Boslar towards the inside, one of the greys beginning to weave a passage through as they make the turn for home inside the final 400 metres. Frafa and Malak Al Hosn against the rail. Here with a sweeping move comes Momtera down the centre of the track, beginning to deliver a strong looking challenge as they come down to the final 200 metres, and it is Momtera and Ricardo Ferreira who swept to the front. Goes on by 2 lengths from Shorak Al-Miad in 2nd. Towards the inside, Etimidat is trying to box on as they race inside the final 100 metres. It's Momtera though out in front and beginning to draw away in the closing stages to make a winning race course debut, with Shoar Al-Muhammadiyah racing back in 2nd place as they crossed over the line, and I think it was Shakra Tuwaik who finishes back in 3rd. But it is Momtera and Ricardo Ferreira who has made a winning race course debut, and it's quite wide in the early stages, sort of 4 or 5 wide, but never too far off the pace. And crucially, when 1 or 2 came under pressure towards the inside part of the course, Malak Al Hosn and Shakra Al-Miad, who'd tried to make most of the running. Terra swept around the outside on the home bend, has won in a time of 1 minute 45.14 seconds in the end. It's been eased down, hasn't she? And she's won fairly cosily. Shoar Al-Muhammadiyah making a promising run in 2nd place. Just her 2nd start, with horse number 16, Shakra Tuwaik, back in 3rd. 5 lengths and a length and a half the winning distances. Momtera makes a winning race course debut.
Well, it came down to one of the debutants, didn't it? And what a good run this was. What a way to introduce yourself to Riyadh. Welcome, Mumtara, who's won absolutely as she liked in the end.
Yeah, really good performance first time up. Look, we were guessing about which was the best of the first time starters. Of course, it was Mumtara. We can say that with authority after the race. The white stable horse, the Timidat, ran very disappointingly, like several of their first timers this year. But Mumtara was very strong. Cruised up on the home turn, went 4 or 5 wide, and once Ricardo Sousa Ferreira pressed the button, it really was game over. He's had a great 3 weeks, Ricardo.
Yeah.
We saw him rocking up to the track today. He looked in great form, and on the track, he's proving why he's one of the best.
Yeah, he's flying, isn't he? The 6 winners the other week, and he just keeps notching up the winners. Second one of the week here, of course, and made it look very, very easy. And the feeling was, the market certainly felt that it would go to one of the newcomers, as it was. This is a big display.
It was a good display, yeah. I don't know what the form was in behind. I don't know too much about some of the others. The second place finisher was the Gaithal Gaith horse that I was scared of.
Yeah, which you mentioned, didn't you? Yeah.
So she ran well. I think she's probably a 60 to 70 rated horse, which suggests maybe the winner could be mid-70s. But we're going to hear from Ricardo to see just how good he thought that performance was.
We are indeed. What a run that was from one of the newcomers. It's always tricky, isn't it, when they don't have previous form. But let's hear from Ricardo Sousa Ferreira now, who rode the winner, Mumtara. That was a fantastic ride. But when you asked, she really responded, didn't she?
Yes, I travel outside because first time I ran. And this scared a little bit the horses. I come step by step. But yes, 400 when change leg, I used to whip and go to the line. He's very good. I think this filly is ready, but he improves, sure.
Yeah. Okay, so you think she'll definitely improve for next time? I mean, she looks fantastic.
Yes, she looks very good. And my feeling today, not just about win, but my feeling with Philly, the very good speed in the last 400. He like that track, and I hope she improve.
Have you ridden her before at home, perhaps before you came with her racing?
Yes. Now Sammy look where go this filly, but I hope he doing very good race. And thank you for Sammy, because this win is special for me, because Sammy not trainer for me, is a friend. He support me. Now is my four here, and help me every time when he can, and I'm very grateful.
Well, you can see how much it means to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Pleased to ride the horse for, as he says, his friend, as well as the trainer, of course, and they're in the red colours, storming through the middle, Tom, and about to go beyond recall.
Yeah, she switched leads lovely at the top of the turn. It took her 2 strides to do so, but once Ricardo kind of made it happen, she switched immediately, and from there she picked up well. I love her action. I love how she devours the ground, and she could have a bright future, you know. It sounded like Ricardo thought she was pretty strong and pretty good. He asked, well, kind of hinted that he would like the horse to be running in a nice race next time, and I'm quite impressed. Everything about her looks like she could be relatively useful. She didn't break the best, as you see here. She's probably in the, well, she only actually beats 3 away from the stalls on the outside of the red silks. Yeah. But she does immediately show some early speed, and Ricardo could put her into a nice spot, just in behind the leaders, but wide on the track. Halfway, I wouldn't have said that she was the most likely winner, but turning for home, she was cruising, travelling with real good kind of enthusiasm, and once Ricardo switched leads, it was game over.
Yeah, he's moving up, as you see, into about 4th, 5th position at this stage, so travelling sweetly enough here. I suppose, I just got on my notes, if backed, which in theory she was, but they obviously backed the other runner, the white stable runner, against it, didn't they? What are you making of the run of the favourite's performance?
Well, she was disappointing. She was always there. Look, she's in a prominent position. She's in 3rd right now. Camilo's hard under the pump on her, and she's not really finding. And then the home straight, I think she only beats 4 or 5 homes. So she was very disappointing. Look, I'm the biggest advocate for the white stable horses. They're a great ownership team. They know exactly what they're doing. They win so many big races. And we saw a really nice filly of theirs last week. But their first time starters this year haven't been performing to the same level as they were last year. Obviously, we've only been doing the broadcast for 2 years now, so I don't necessarily know what was happening prior to the broadcast existing. However, I do know they were champion owners for a long period of time, so I presume the 2-year-olds were firing. consequently, I'm not sure what's going on with the 2-year-olds, whether they're all just needing a run or what really, whether they just don't have the best of crops. But from now on, I would be playing a little bit cautiously with them first time up. They do tend to do better second time. That being said, she would have had to be very good to match the eventual winner because she's done it really well today. She's won by a wide margin, and the way she's hit the line suggests that nothing would have caught her.
No, she really has got away, hasn't she? Left them trailing in her wake here. Showers Al Muhammadi, as you say, was second, and it was Shakras Tawek who got third in the end, the 16 with a green cap. Obviously trying to weigh up that only having a second run, so was the runner-up as well. It's hard to sort of quantify the form, isn't it? I mean, the horse I fancied was well down the field, never factored top-rated Dahlman. But look, I think what you're saying is if you take this in isolation, she's delivered a really big effort and exciting going forward.
Yeah, this is a one-horse race, in my opinion. Mumtara is the one to take out of it, and she's going to be probably in an open next time, I imagine. That would be the logical way of kind of campaigning her. The runner-up, if the winner wasn't in the race, the runner-up would have done it nicely between horses and come through for a relatively authoritative victory. Obviously finished second. We're talking without the runner-up, without the winner here. And then we would have been saying, well, she's probably a 70 rated horse. It was a good effort. Another for Gaith Al Gaith, and second time up, you know. But I think they're all much of a muchness in behind, and I think the winner's a standalone horse who's going to be seen in better company soon.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? So we're going to go from the dirt back to the turf in a moment. This is a 13:51 metre open race coming up. Gary's going to give us the runners and riders, and as he does so, I can tell you that the red stable are well represented with strong chances. Let's get the full list though with Gary.
Thank you, Darryl. Riders for race number 3, number 1, Ancestral Land, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 2, My Dubawi, Camillo Ospina. 3, Hapipi Go Lucky, Naif Al-Anazi. 4, Marianne, Ricardo Ferreira. 5, Varden, Farhed Al-Faredi. 6, Al-Mughadam, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 7, Ebn Shahad, ridden by Wiggy Ramos. Stretch number 8, Princess Alex. 9, Flusterlandia, Iyad Al-Trawisi. 10, Guillavant, ridden by Abdullah Al-Hussein. And number 11, Bashawat, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Let's go to Hannah in the parade ring.
All right then, let's start with horse number 1, Ancestral Land, trained by Jimmy Jerkins. Nawaf Al-Mudani takes the ride. This horse has got a cross nose band, grackle there, got the earplugs in, and also the headgear. Having a little gentle look around, very nice temperament. First timer on the turf today, looking very well, nice and shiny in that coat, and a nice walk too. I can actually see those hips having a very healthy swing there, and that's what we like to see, because sometimes some of the horses' pelvises can get very stiff from all the muscle. So this is nice, this one. Dropping back now to horse number 2, My Dubawi. Camilo Ospina takes the ride on this 5-year-old gelding. Ran on the turf last week, so coursing distance winner, a mighty improvement. Looking quite dull in the coat actually compared to some of the others. This is a good example to show you the difference. Muscly on the back, you can see those fitness lines, a very lovely indentation on the back there. A nice active walk as well, which is what we like to see in the parade ring. Dropping back again, number 3, Hapipi Go Lucky. Naif Al-Anazi takes the ride on this horse, chomping at the bit, not to get going, just as it's walking around. It has got some saliva there, but not too much. Nothing to worry about, and it doesn't look anxious at all, taking everything in. Its temperament's very nice. Walk-wise, in its back, it is looking very slightly a little bit stiff, but that's why we like to give them a good walk in the parade ring. Muscly on the hind end, and looking rather nice. Number 4 is the horse we're going to look at next. Malyan, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira takes the ride. Thalma Al-Dahaney as well trains, hopefully can get a double on the card already. Of course, this horse looks fantastic. All of his horses look great, and he's on form too. This horse is chomping a little bit more, and you can see that by the saliva in its mouth. There's no teeth grinding or anything like that, but looking rather good. And the final horse we're going to look at is number 7, Aben Shaddad. Wigberto Ramos takes the ride. Very rangy type, quite big, muscly hind end and a deep girth. Got the earplugs in. So that's it from the parade ring. The jockeys are about to mount. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. So yeah, very exciting race, isn't it, here with regards to the top end of the market, with Ibn Shaddad about to make a local debut, having run so well, of course, in the UK. Let's have a look at a few form clues for you, and we're going to start with Ancestral Land. This run back in the middle of November, Tom.
Yeah, dominant in this race. Over the 13.51 today on turf is completely different to what we saw on dirt here. However, he was dominant from the outset. This was a third straight victory. He's an informed 4-year-old for Jimmy Jerkins and has loads of speed, which is a clear advantage over the course and distance he's going to be running on this afternoon. He's drawn in 7, but it's highly likely he's going to clear all the horses inside of him and try to make the running.
Shall we show a bit of turf form then for Mike Tabawi? This is at the beginning of the month.
This was a good display. Now, he does get a lovely trip through on the fence in the blue cap and white silks. Passes 3 rivals there just on the turn, but due to the fact that they're spinning wide and he was covering less ground. But he comes through with a nice finishing kick. I don't think it was much of a contest. We covered this race. I think that's Major in 3rd, and I can't remember the horse in 2nd, but yeah, it wasn't much of a race. That might be Amici actually running home down the outside for 3rd, who we saw in the first race today. So the form's okay, but he had a very good trip.
Can't show you Malian on the turf because up until now he's not contested it, but here he is on the dirt track at the beginning of the month.
He bolted up as well this day. You can see Mohamed Aldaham looking under his shoulder, looking for any dangers, and there weren't any. Kicked clear. He's got high cruising speed. He's drawn inside. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira takes over today, and it'll be interesting to see if he tries to vie for the early advantage with Ancestral Land, or whether he sits in 2nd on the shoulder and looks to pounce late. But he's another informed horse who's got a high rating and seems to be improving.
So there's a few clues, and we're going to say good afternoon, or it might be good evening or good morning where Brandon is watching today. And Roberto has been on as well, so thank you for getting in touch, and we'd love to hear from you as well. Let us know where you are, and maybe if you fancy 1 or 2 horses to run well today, please do get in touch as well. So I started by talking about this race with Eden Shaddad, Tom, who obviously was a very useful sort for John and Thady Gosden in the UK at the beginning of last season. Actually ran in the French Guineas, ran 2nd in the Craven Stakes at Newmarket, and was last seen in the Jersey Stakes. All that happened quite a long time ago. So the question is, do you fancy he might be ready to go or not?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? If Ibn Shaddad is ready to go, he'll win. That's not outlandish to say. He's the best horse in the race, and as you say, he contested some really nice events in England, including the Jersey, which is a Group 1 at Royal Ascot. He has been off for a long period of time. I did see him in the paddock. He looked like he was carrying some condition. But even an 85% Ibn Shaddad, I would fancy over the majority of these. The question is, do you want to take a short price about this horse? Probably not. I probably wouldn't have a bet in the international market. That being said, he's going to be my selection just because he's got the most talent. He was bred by Charles Fipke, who has horses worldwide. Now trained by Sami Al-Harabi, who won the last race with that first-time starter. Best form, draws inside, so should get a nice ground-saving trip on the Golden Highway. And the 13.51 metre distance is no issue, considering he's a 6 to 7 furlong horse in the UK. 13.51 metres, if you're wondering, is 6 3/4 furlongs, but the reason for that is because that's when Saudi Arabia was founded in Arabic years. They use that as the distance here. Well, kind of the medium, intermediate distance here. You've got the 1200, the 13.51 and the 2100.
We're currently near year 1445, if you're trying to get a bearing on how long Saudi Arabia has been since it was founded. Yeah, I mean, I think what you say makes a lot of sense regarding the fact it's just gone even money, by the way, from 11 to 10, so there is some support. 108 rated, obviously some terrific turf forms we were highlighting back in the UK. Look, in fairness, Ancestral Land's got some good solid turf forms, been sort of climbing up through the rankings, going up in class today. Rated 100, that's what we're dealing with in terms of the difference between the two, and having to give away some weight as well, Ancestral Land.
Yeah, exactly. 3 kilograms. It's not like he's giving away a pound or 2. It's
2 starts on the dirt, back on the turf today. And we've got a nice toe into the race. Ibn Shaddad racing a little bit with the choke out. Obviously, first run since June, so a bit gassy, a bit fizzy out in front. Completely handled the bends particularly well either. And My Dubawi was left to give chase to Malian down the home straight. Double on the card for Ricardo Ferreira. The winner's time 1:18.94. Wins by 2 lengths, beating My Dubawi into second place. Evan Shaddad kept on again, I suppose, a little bit, trying to not sort of race it in the end, in the closing stages, finishing in third, and Alm down from the rear of the field, and never near a fall. 2 lengths and 3.5 lengths the winning distances. The winner's time 1:18.94. Malian, My Dubawi, and Evan Shaddad, the 1, 2, 3 in race 3.
Tamer Al-Tahani joins me now. My goodness. First time on the turf, another one. I mean, absolutely fantastic. Talk to me about this horse.
I love him, this horse. Since he came from England, he was having a little problem with his shin. I make all the year, medicine with him, treatment too good. The last form for him is going up. I told before the race, someone talked to me, my horse is going up. I hope he's progress more. Today he ran with a good horses, all horses maybe unbeaten, but my horse also the same. I'm happy to win this race because I'm going more up for this horse for the big races,
So this horse previously was in training with Roger Varian, correct? How did you come about getting the horse?
Yeah, he was with Roger Varian, but the main problem for this horse, he have a shin problem when he was a 2-year-old. We take him and we give our time with him, maybe 3-month medicine, and we go step by step last year with him. We didn't kill him. This year he progressed more and more and more. In Taif he don't like the weather, but here I know him very well. He progressed more and more, and he's happy with his jockey also, because Ricardo, he loves him, and he progressed good with us. The last 3 races unbeaten. I'm happy with this horse.
Yeah, it's important, isn't it, to keep it steady, and they do come right in the end. Talk to me about Ricardo. He's doing absolutely fantastic. Double for the pair of you on the card now.
Yeah, I'm happy about both my jockey, Ricardo and Mohamed Ham. I'm happy if they're riding my horse. They're doing perfect, and they have their form, The jockeys like the horses, If they got the form, they will go with the horses, I'm happy for all the stuff in the stable also. I'm happy for the prince. Everything's okay.
Yeah, we're so happy for you. It's great partnership you've got there. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. And say hi for everybody in the studio. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
He's in great form, isn't he? Same this afternoon, 2 winners. I was trying to count up his runners today, Tom. I lost count, having got to about 12, so he's got plenty of opportunities to add to the tally later.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because last year I still am, the biggest advocate for Tamer Al-Tahani, but last year he didn't have that many horses. He had a fair amount, but not at the amount that we're seeing this season. He's picked up plenty more. Obviously, the owner, Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al Sabah, has plenty of runners in the UK. It seems like he's moved quite a few over here to be with Tamer and just strengthen up his stable. Al-Tahani looks like he's en route to winning a Trainers' Championship, which is the first for him.
It does look that way, doesn't it? He's in a great position. We think, hovering around the 50 mark. He's got 10 or more to spare over his nearest pursuer. I love the fact that the grooms there are decked out in the same silks. That it just looks good, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, and they obviously enjoy looking after these horses. They get to take the photos with them as well. All the team's always in the photo. It's never just the man and his dog like you sometimes get in England. Everyone enjoys these successes and they're here to watch their horses run. So, yeah, it will mean a lot. Tamer said he's happy for everyone in the stable, the jockeys, etc. And why wouldn't you be? It's a great time to be with Tamer Al-Tahani right now.
It most definitely is. And this horse is in brilliant form. The 2 wins back-to-back on the dirt. And now, a 3rd win in the space of about 3 weeks. So let's get a little more reaction as we rejoin Hannah.
Oh, it's a fantastic atmosphere down here. And you mentioned, Daryl, it's so nice that the stable handlers, of course, have the same stilts. Well, let's grab Ricardo Ferreira. Hello again. Congratulations, another fantastic run. Another horse well suited for the turf.
Yes, this horse, is very good. Now, 3 winners. First time on the grass. My feeling is good because win. But I think this horse is like more dirt. But first time. You don't know the track, first time on the grass. But I hope he keep going, Thank you, Tamer, because the work every morning with this horse is fantastic because he keeping in good form all the race.
Interesting. So you think he'll be better suited to the dirt. What kind of feeling did you get from him when riding?
Yes, today my feeling is better dirt, but maybe next time I tell all different, you know, because first time on the grass. I won't see again on the grass, but today my feeling is better in the dirt.
So we'll see what the plan is next time.
Yes, I don't know, Tamer, you know, Tamer knows about this horse, but maybe he can go another race on the grass.
Yeah. Well, you look like you enjoy riding this horse anyway. Well, I'm sure you do now. You've had another winner.
Yeah, this horse 1 second, 2 seconds, then now 3 winners. I love this horse. He gives all 1000% all race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just so consistent, Malian. Watch them turning in there in the green sleeves, of course, down on the outside. And what about Ibn Shaddad, who lost the pitch, was trying to get back involved to some degree late on?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I thought he was carrying some condition, as we talked about in the preview. Still, he should have been good enough to win this race. He wasn't beaten far. I didn't love the ride, I have to admit. I know everyone's a big fan of Wiggy. He's the face of Saudi racing for a long period of time, but I feel like you need to put a stronger jockey on him because he's very headstrong early. He didn't handle the bend very well. Just watch him from the start here. We're looking at the horse in the red silks, white cap inside, orange saddlecloth, horse number 7, Ibn Shaddad. Breaks beautifully. Now he's in a good spot. You can see he's a little bit keen, and Wiggy's got a fair hold of him, but he's starting to hang already. He's got his head to one side, and he's on the wrong lead. Now, I've never ridden a horse, but I know you've got to switch leads before the bend, not on the bend, otherwise your horse is going to hang. Going into this turn, he's already looking to veer out to his right, and he doesn't switch onto his right lead going into the bend. That means that he leaves the inside completely open just about now. Wiggy's trying to steer him. He's doing all he can, but I think you need a jockey to really put him against that fence and keep him there. He wastes too much energy, he hangs out on the turn, and then once he comes in, because he's 2 off the rail, Camilo sneaks up the inside in the white and blue silks. Ricardo on the outside in the green and white moves up on Malian, and he's part of a sandwich. Wiggy then takes back and he kind of backs out of trouble. Like
You can
here.
see the gaping gap there on the inside.
Right here, he just backs out. There's room there, but he backs out. And then once he asks for something, Ibn Shaddad picked up again. So I just don't think the ride was great personally. I'm not saying he would have won. I don't think he would have. But I think next time with a different jockey, a bit more fitness on his side, he'll go close.
Yeah, so we don't give up on him, certainly. First run back, you did suggest beforehand, he may well need it regardless of what's actually happened in the race. But look, this horse is in flying form. This winner, as you heard from Ricardo there, a couple of wins on the back of a couple of placed efforts, are now switching to the turf. So.
Yeah, he's done very well. I mean, he's very much like the horse in the first race, Muqtahem. They're in flying form right now, same connections, and it's hard to kind of select against them. Interesting, Ricardo said better on dirt. That's not normally what jockeys say when they've ridden a winner. They usually say, well, everything went well. So maybe the dirt will be the way forward for Malian, but yeah, he can quite clearly handle both surfaces. I do also want to mention the turf today is in better condition than last week, in my opinion, as always. They're not kicking up anywhere near as much. We did speak to Keith prior to racing, as you say, and yeah, the condition of the turf track seems to be in great condition this week.
Yeah, that was noticeable, wasn't it, last
Yeah.
week? You could just see the divots coming up a little bit there, or the turf coming up.
Definitely not happening out there today.
No, very different. So that's good to see. And we've got one more turf race, of course, to come, which will be race number 6 on the card. That's over a longer distance of 2,100 metres. Andre Pereira, I think it is, who's been in touch this afternoon watching the programme, which is good to hear. Thank you very much for getting in touch. And if you want to be a part of the programme, tell us where you are and what brings you to this programme today. Do use the comments page on the YouTube channel, and we would so much love to hear from you over the course of the next few hours. Right, we'll be on race number 4.
Yep.
Tom, we're back on the main track. It's fillies, it's maiden company, local bred 2-year-olds, and here's Gary.
Thank you, Daryl. Riders for race number 4. Number 1 is Al Dana, ridden by Alexis Moreno. Number 2, Amirat Al Zaman. 14, Arub, Selman Al Rashid. 15, Sahar Desert, Fahed Al Faredi. 16 is Shabanaya, Feras Al Stunayan. 17, Tataris, Camilo Ospina, and 18, Ward Al Harda, ridden by Osama Al Sharani. And we can go and join Hannah in the parade ring.
Can indeed. Let's start with number 1, Aldana. Alex Moreno takes the ride on this filly. Of course, huge improvements on her second start, so we'll see how she gets on today. She looks very well today in the paddock. Just having a little look there at the cameraman. She's got the noseband on and the earplugs as well. She's having a good look around. It's getting a bit busier today on course. There's plenty more people to look at today. Body-wise, looking very nice. I've just had actually a look at her chest. Pectoral muscles looking lovely and strong. Very nice horse. Looks great. And actually, a very big eye catcher in the parade ring. That's a horse that I immediately turned my eye to. Now let's go towards the back of the pack now. Horse number 12, Muhalil. Higher head carriage, this horse. Got the earplugs in as well, and fluffy noseband. Just keep that head down and keep the concentration on. Bigger boned looking horse. Another one with a quite big chest, actually, plenty of space, but that's what we like to see. Lots of room for that beating heart. She is shaking her head a little bit, and she does have the tongue tie on as well, and some nice quarter marks. Looking lovely. Number 17 now, the last horse we're going to look at, Tariz. Camilo Ospino takes the ride on this horse. We're heading now towards the back of the string in the parade ring. Another one looking a nice temperament. She's just having a little play with her head, but it's nothing too exciting, not doing anything terrible at all. She is pulling the handers a little bit, so I hope she's going to behave. And I say that as she hops into a bit of a jig jog, but it's nothing to worry about. We've seen worse today. But as she is in her jig jog, I can see those hind end muscles, a really nice indentation fitness line on the hind end, and looking muscled underneath as well, those obliques on show. And as she does have her head round, that's when you can see more of that top line muscle. So that's the 3 I'm looking at in the parade ring. It's over to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. So, yeah, we've got a chunky field, haven't we, for race number 4. These are 2-year-old maidens on the main track, on the dirt track here, and not a huge amount of form to go on, but we can show you clues for the form we have got. We're going to start with one of the fancies here, Tariz, Tom, and this is a good run to finish second last time out.
Yeah, it was a solid effort. Finishing second, the white stable horse on the outside. Comes with a late run. You can see he's on the wrong lead, so he's hanging into the left, which is just not ideal. But yeah, I imagine today that won't be the case. It finishes a good second to a horse of Athbar Racing Stables for Lucas Gaitan. Finishes with great aplomb, just can't get there on the line. Whether she can get close enough today is the main question you're asking yourself. She's drawn out in 17.
Yeah, let's take a look at Liha, who is 11-2 in the international market at the moment. They're flagged back in third, but will run on this occasion.
Yeah, it's been placed on 5 of her 6 starts so far, so she's very consistent, but she has been beaten a long way. You can see she just plugs on past tired rivals. I don't think she's a win contender today, but she could definitely run another place.
So we've seen a couple of clues. Let's have a closer look at the runners. Back with Hannah.
Alex Moreno joins me now. Just a quick word on your ride. You've ridden this horse twice before. Obviously a huge improvement last time out. What's the plan today?
Well, like last time, I think I have to break well. We will see the pace, and I think she will do it.
She looks very good in the parade ring. Listen, I know you've got to go, so that is a quick one, but best of luck. You got a good one there. She looks great.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there we are. That's good, isn't it? A little bit of instantaneous comment from Alex Moreno. He was on a 10-1 chance here, the top horse, Al Down. Has had a couple of runs so far. Jockey expecting a big performance, Tom?
Yeah, well, Alex always expects big performances of his horses, but
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, she improved dramatically from first to second start. She's run up to a nice one last time with the White Stables, and she's probably better, well, definitely better than her official rating suggests. However, that rating is just 44, so it doesn't really say much. She has an each-way chance in the race, but I think there are 1 or 2 stronger.
Yeah, I think finished second behind a 62 rated rival over the trip and track last time, so I would have, I'd have her rated about 60, I guess, on that sort of run, which puts her very much in the ballpark here. The market is headed by Amarat Al-Zaman, who is the 2 on the card, and it's Ricardo Ferreira and the Red Stable, of course, looking for what will be 3 winners each this afternoon. I mean, can we can we see we can certainly see a world where Ferreira's back in the winner's circle, can't we?
We could. I didn't have her in my top 4 picks, but maybe I'm wrong here. I thought the pedigree just screamed turf, but obviously they're starting on the dirt with her. So I thought this was maybe a prep run to future conquests. She's by Gaiath, who was a turf horse for the Godolphin and a middle distance horse at that, out of a dam called Influent, who puts in a lot of turf influence. Maybe she'll win. Look, the Red Stable have been in good form. Sami Al-Harabi's already had a winner. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira's had 2 winners. Red Stable have had a winner. So, I mean, all the connections are flying right now, and I can understand why she's high up in the market. I don't like her to win necessarily. And at 7-4, I think I'm definitely ready to oppose her.
Yeah, 7-4. It is about 2 on the card then. Tata is 11-4 on the international odds and 12. Malila 11-2. They are dominating. We're looking at double figures bar the remainder. So who are you sweeping towards?
I'm with Tartaris, the white stable horse that we saw the footage of. I loved how she finished that race over the 1400. She really closed up on the line behind one of Lucas's, and the extra distance today, up to 1600, is the clear positive. She just needs to get closer to the speed in the early part of the race because she finishes off extremely well. The fact that she's 0 from 5 doesn't concern me. We've already seen the white stable horse in the previous race probably needed the run. So with the experience on her side, I would be expecting 100% fitness and a good performance. Camilo just needs to break well from 17, try sit in that first flight, maybe in 4th or 5th in the early part of the race, and from there she'll be tough. Of course, the Red Stable runner, who is favourite, could be absolutely anything. It would be no surprise if she won, but I do believe that the pedigree screams turf, and today may not be the day.
Yeah, we saw obviously a Red Stable debutant win going away in the earlier race, so maybe the market is just making sure they keep that one on side. I am going to be with you, Tom, because I like the fact that Tartaris is improving. 3 places in 5 so far. Spina for Mahmoud is a 30+% strike rate as well, and the money is coming in the market as well now. 11-4, 5-2, 9-4. So not quite favoured at the moment, but certainly heading in a position to be disputing that shortly.
Yeah, I think she should be favourite actually, because it's a guessing game, the Red Stable horse, isn't it? Like, Tatara has set a bar relatively high. She's rated 62, but she's better than that. She's probably a high 60 horse, and it would take a good one to beat her. Now, we have seen one good Red Stable first time already today, so it's not a foregone conclusion. But you shouldn't price up a race in an international market based on potential necessarily. It should be based on proven form, and Tartare sets the bar high enough to warrant favouritism in here. One other that I would like to mention, if that's okay.
Of course.
We've talked about Tartares, we've talked about Amira Al-Zaman, we've talked about Aldana, and we've talked about Mulil. I thought horse number 9, Medagesh, was interesting at a huge price, just for a place in here. She finished behind Aldana on the penultimate outing, so she does have the 1 to beat. However, the recent spin was solid enough, went 4th, and I don't know, with further improvement, I wouldn't be surprised if she played a role. She's only rated 45, but again, she's better than that. That rating is slightly inaccurate in my opinion. Yeah,
that's obviously, as you say, with the form behind Al Danar, and Al Danar obviously has gone on to run behind a much better sort. So yeah, I think those numbers all need re-evaluating. You mentioned Malila, who's been very consistent in terms of hitting the frame. 5 out of 6 efforts have been in the frame. Mm-hmm. I suppose that is a positive for those who want to play exotic bets, but maybe difficult to necessarily put her at the top.
Yeah, she seems to be improving, but very slowly and constantly bumps into one. Now, there's a strong likelihood she bumps into another one today. But look, if you like playing each way horses, then she's got the right profile for it. And at 11-2, then I suppose she's an okay each way price. I'd be surprised if she won, to be honest. But I would not be surprised if she ran 3rd or 2nd in here.
Now, Andre Pereira's been back in touch, and he tells us he is Ricardo's best friend.
Oh, lovely.
Helps him with his contacts in Saudi. He's in Newmarket in the UK.
Nice.
And he's bought horses for clients out here as well. And he rides out for Roger Varin. So it all comes together, doesn't it? That's fantastic. So thank you for getting back in touch. Ahmed says good morning, so we know what time of day it is where Ahmed is watching at the moment. Yeah, so do get in touch. And selection-wise, we're on the same bandwagon here, aren't we, Tom?
Yeah.
With the 17 Therese and Hannah. Have you got an alternative, or how are you seeing it?
I really like number 17, Tartaris. Thinking, well, I was originally then swaying my options to number 1, Aldana, but I'm sticking with number 17. I love the way Camillo Ospino, of course, rides, being, you know, at the top. He's fantastic, and I like the way this horse looked in the parade ring. Now, remember, see, I can see it on the big screen. She was behaving similar in the parade ring, on her toes, but it wasn't in a way of, oh goodness, she's going to lose all her energy. It was almost like kind of keeping it in, and I think she could explode, not in a bad way, but in a good way, and actually give a very good performance. I'll be honest, I don't know what the international market favourite is, but I'm sure you've already been told. But I'm just putting my parade ring, what I've seen, my parade ring notes with the notes that I made last night. I love the way she creeped up during the bend from outside and then opened up. So yes, that is the option that I'm going with to lock that in, my selection for race number 4, number 17, Tartaris. So I'm going to go back to you guys in the studio. What do you make of that selection, eh?
Well, I think the only answer to that, Hannah, is that are you with us? Yes, you are. So we're all on the same here. We're all rooting for
It worked well
Tartaris.
yesterday. We were 3 from 3 when all of us were on the same horse.
That's right. So. Yes, of course. Mark Francis was trying to take us on, trying to, you know, get all the glory on his own, but didn't happen. But he was, you know, he was good about it. He was accepted. He was, you know, not as good as us on the day.
If you see him in person, he's not so good about it.
Still 9-4, second favourite Tartaris, so I don't think it's going to usurp Amara Al-Zaman anytime shortly here as the runners circle down at the post. Look, we said at the top of the day, Tom, it's one of those days where this card, if you were sat at home thinking, I want to have an interest in the international market, you would have felt it could be a day you could back winners. We've had, what, a 4-1 winner, we had a 4-5 chance going in the Open, we had a 9-4 second favourite. They've all been findable.
It's not been impossible, for sure. We have had a couple of turnovers, let's say, but yeah, the remainder of the card has a similar kind of picture to it.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Shortish price favourite. These maidens are perennially difficult, though. The market may tell you one thing, but it's very, very tough. When it gets to the open races and the conditions events, that's a lot simpler to find a winner. You can usually write off half the field. So this race, tough, but then we'll find more winners as we go through the card. Yeah,
2 cup races to come later. Of course, one more visit to the turf track, and make sure you're sticking around at the end of the day after the 10th and final race, because we have something very special here with the pony races, which is all about engaging the local schools. So that's something a little bit different, and we'll get lots from Hannah on the pony races over 400 metres at the back end of the card a little bit later on. But they're just circling, waiting to go behind. So let's go to Gary then, who's doing a fantastic job calling them home for us this afternoon. And back with you, Gary, for race 4.
Thank you, Daryl. Horse number 5, Duyar, is a bit away from the others at the moment. He's just been dismounted. All with Tartaris. I'll have to follow my fellow commentator from yesterday, Mark, and take you on, though. Amirat Al-Zaman for me on her, although I should say, race course debut. She's just getting a little edgy, actually, in stall 9. She was the first one to load. They are getting the others in fairly quickly. And horse number 5, Duyar, is a late non-runner. So scratch horse number 5, Duyar, in this 4th race on the card. In comes Arub, and they're off. They race away a little bit, and they're off. They race away. A little bit awkward coming out of the stalls was Bidea right towards the inside, but is in mid-division in the early stages. Amir Al-Zaman showing good pace on debut, out wide in company with Aldana. They're both edging across, trying to hold the rail is Bidea as they run towards the end of the first 200 metres or so. Muhalil, the grey and white checks, is just in behind with what Al-Hadar in a red jacket with a white cap wider out, wider still to find Shabanaya, and very deep on the course. Momshar is also pushing forward in the green sheepskin noseband. At the end of the first 600 metres or so, Aldana against the rail shows in front, Amira Al-Zaham in second. As they race to the bend, Tartar is one of the more fancy runners, quite wide on the course, going to be 5 or 6 wide on the bend out of the back straight, but he's making a little bit of headway, now goes into 6th place. Aldana's in front as they make the turn back towards home. Amira Al-Zaman in second place, every chance from there, no excuses. Mobshara racing third with, towards the outside in fourth position, Mega Dash. Tartar just had to do this the hard way, but she's staying on right down the centre of the track. As Amira Al-Zaman stripes the front, Aldana gives way as they make the turn for home. Mobshara has now gone off in pursuit in second place. Tartar is in fourth from the back of the field. Nasmat Al-Wadi, the grade running on down the centre, but it's Amira Al-Zaman who leads with 200 metres left to go. Mobshara is giving chase in second. No more from Aldana back in third. Amirat Al-Zaman out in front, racing up towards the line. Going to be a treble on the card for Ricardo Ferreira at a very impressive winning racecourse debut. Amirat Al-Zaman by a big margin. Mobshara just about holding on for second with Aldana and Nasmat Al-Wadi either side. And they were a little way on from Arub next home. Amirat Al-Zaman makes a winning racecourse debut, found on the international market. And Ricardo Ferreira is having a fantastic day. There's 3 on the card for him. Got a good start. In the end, that's proved crucial. His time 1:43.81. It was drawn in stall 9, but that just meant we should get 2-3 off the rail towards the far end of the back straight. It was travelled really well, and she was asked to put the race to bed. She's won by 11 1/4 lengths. And it could have been more if the rider had wanted to. And Shara over the line in second place. Quite close for third, didn't it, with Aldana on the inside of the running on. Nasmat Al-Wadi. Aldana has been confirmed as third, Nasmat Al-Wadi in 4. 2 beats 11, beats 1 in race number 4. 1:43.81 the winner's time, and 11 1/4 lengths the winning distance. The winner coming back in. She's won as she likes on a racecourse debut. Amira Al-Zaman, Mobshara and Aldana, the 1, 2, 3, 11 1/4 lengths. That winning distance, a treble on the card for Ricardo Ferreira.
Jcsa Ferreira, 4 races down. He's had 3 winners. Sami Al-Harabi, another winner, double for the Red Stable as well. And both their winners have been newcomers, first time up.
Yeah, this one was really impressive as well. It seems like they're producing some of their best 2-year-olds today. I don't know which one was more impressive, to be honest. Amira Al-Zaman always travelled in the right place, just in behind the speed, on the shoulder. Once Ricardo pressed the button, she exploded. She obviously will get further, there's no doubt about that, but she has so much natural speed and professionalism in the early part of the race to sit in such a good spot that the world is her oyster right now. She's by Gayat, bred for turf, handles dirt. She's got loads of options.
She's got multiple options, as you say, and it's just all coming good, isn't it, really, at the moment for the red colours here, the Red Stable in Riyadh today. And what about this rider? Look, we talked about him. He had 6 the other week, a couple of weeks ago. He's had 3 this afternoon, and we're only not even halfway through today's card. Yeah,
he's in flying form. He's the hot rider at the moment, while Adele and Camilo do struggle for those winners compared to what they were used to getting. Ricardo's picking up where they have left off, really. He's tough to beat. He seems to be getting his horses in the right spot, and he gives some good interviews to Hannah too.
He certainly does, and here is Hannah once again.
Well, what a day Ricardo Sousa Ferreira is having. Congratulations. That was fantastic. On debut, a winner. How did that horse feel?
Yes, I want to say thank you. Tamer, Sheikh Abdullah, Sami, Prince Faisal, Abdullah Mishrif, all week give me good horses. I try do my best riders, and you know I work hard for this. You know, I come Saudi Arabia for win, and good. I'm very happy and very grateful. This filly, Sami tell me the breeze good on the morning. He think on one pace, jump well to the gate, just travel easy, where go, comfortable. This filly, yes, same pace go to the line. I hope improve. These two fillies, I think good fillies. I hope improve.
This filly, had you ridden her before the race?
No, never. Two fillies, never riding. But I like no understand too much the horse for race.
Well, that's impressive to not know much, but still come back with a winner. Now, we've had a friend of yours, Andre Pereira, in the chat who said hello, that works for Roger Varian.
Yes, also, this is my best friend. Good sport for me. He helped me here. My manager in Saudi Arabia. He come next week, I think, 28, come here 1 week with horses Roger and Varian. And I say hello for him because he support all the race, watch all the race and help me a lot.
Well, thank you so much for that. And he said to say hello. So you can say hello to him down the camera.
Hello.
A nice shout out. Thank you so much and well done.
Thank you so much.
Oh, that's fantastic, isn't it? And make sure you tell your friends watching in Newmarket as well. But this is another good performance. And look, two huge runs on first time on the racecourse for these red stable runners here. Both as good as one another, or are we able to sort of put one above the other?
I prefer the filly in race
Mumtara,
yeah. Look, that's nothing to take away from this filly, but she's more stamina and grinding out successes. Mumtara showed a good turn of foot and looks extremely smart. I loved how she went wide on the turn and really powered clear in the closing stages quick and nicely. Whereas this filly, you see she jumps like a seasoned veteran in the middle in the red, takes a little knock from the horse on the inside in the pink silks, that's Aldana. But then just manages to get into a great early spot onto the shoulder of the leader. And it was never really in doubt. I mean, there was no part of the race where I thought, Amira Alzaman may not win this. She was always in the right spot, on the shoulder, always travelling in hand. As soon as Ricardo pressed the button, she quickened and, it was game over from a long way out. Eventually won by 11 1/4 lengths. Now,
Goodness.
I don't know what she beat, Daryl. The 11 was second. That was Mobshara, who
was also a newcomer. Yeah.
And the third home was Aldana, who's rated 44, but it's probably a 60 rated horse. So maybe the winner's a 70, 75 rated animal right now. Ricardo said that she's very one-paced, or that's what trainer Sami Al-Harabi thinks anyway, and therefore I anticipate her future to be over further, 1,800, 2,000 maybe. But she's a good filly, and she'll probably win an Open or two towards the end of the year, because the longer the trip for 2-year-olds, the weaker the pool of horses against her. So she'll be able to dominate this division this year, and then hopefully grow into a really nice 3-year-old next campaign.
Yeah, Tartaris was some way out the back early on, has sort of made some progress. I mean, the race is all over by the time that move comes. What are we taking away from that performance?
She was disappointing, again. That's 2 for the White Stable today that haven't been great. Look, I can excuse the first one because she was a first-time starter, but this one, Tartaris, that's her 6th attempt now. It was nowhere near as good as last time up, where she actually closed really well over the 1,400. And maybe it's just a case of, obviously the draw wasn't ideal today, and she did have to cover more ground out wide on the track, but maybe it's a case of dropping back and trying to find a weak maiden because she hasn't managed to feature in this.
No, absolutely not here, making some headway, but the race is all open to the green cap on the outside. We focus on the winner turning in, and you can see Al Danar on the inside in the pink colours, who's eventually going to get 3rd place down on the rail, and Mubshara, who wasn't expected first time, 25 to 1. So I'm sure Connections will go away, pretty happy with that run.
Yeah, of course they will. Connections are relatively strong, and this filly's a daughter of Munnings, so the pedigree's okay. Obviously unthought of in the international market purely because of Connections and the fact she's never run before. But she ran nicely in second. As you see Ricardo and his partner there celebrating after their winner today. It's been a very, very good day for Ricardo. He's got a couple more chances to come as well. It's not all over for him.
No.
Obviously a shorter card, so 2 less races for him to get winners in. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he had another to his tally.
Well, it may just happen, mightn't it? Let's go back to Gary, though, in the meantime, because we're building up to race number 5.
Yeah, thank you, Darrell. Race number 5 for the Purebred Arabians over 1,600 metres. Number 1, Al Amber, ridden by Ahmed Al Hazari. Scratch number 2, 3, Aujar Al Khaladia, Abdulaziz Al Faraidi. 4, Ibat Al Shahib, ridden by Jimmy Carrion. 5, Jamriya Ayad Al Truisi. 6, RB Lady Di, Asama Al Sharani. 7, Sadea D Castagnoli, Sultan Al Mimoni. Number 8, Sariyat Al Khaladia, Mohammed Al Buhail. 9 is Talar Al Khaladia, Adel Al Faridi. 10, Jade the Carrere, Tariq Al Mansour. 11, Razina Ahmed Al Rashid. 12, Reem Al Adliya, Khalid Al Mimoni. 13, Smokestar Alex Moreno. Number 14, ZF Tofa, ridden by Mohammed Al Nassar. Let's go to Hannah in the parade ring.
Right then, here we go for the Purebred Arabian. Let's start with number 3. This is Auja Al Khaladia. Abdulaziz Al Faraidi takes the ride on this 5-year-old mare. Very deep girth there, looking deep underneath. You can see the depth in her, but very muscular as well. Not so tucked up, but you can still see the definition. Temperament-wise, she is looking a little bit anxious, but not too upset. In fact, you wouldn't really say, I wouldn't say this is negative. With the Purebred Arabians, you can see a little spice in them, and this horse in particular is showing that for sure. She just wants to crack on with the job, blowing out of her nostrils there, but nevertheless looks great. I like this horse. Let's have a look now at number 8. Let's have a look at number 6 actually. Lady Di, 11 runs and 1 win, has the cross noseband on and the cheek pieces. Look at that for calmness, just taking it all in, gentle bob of the head and looking around, but doesn't look asleep, still with us and looking nice and pleasant, but you know, not messing around. I like that kind of horse, very chilled out. Could do with a bit more muscle on the hind end, perhaps on the top of the quarters. Underneath, I can see the muscles, but I wouldn't say this is super race ready, this horse. 8 is the next horse I'm going to look at now. Sarihat Al Khaladir, Mohammed Al Hubail takes the ride on this 4-year-old filly who is seriously on her toes. This is taking on toes to a next level in this parade ring. You can see she's got the earplugs in as well, so she's obviously a little bit sensitive to noise, but I'm going to make sure I keep a good distance away from her actually. In between her back legs, you can see some sweat, so she is working up a bit. You can see the darkness underneath, so that too is sweat as well under her tummy, but she's looking nice and muscled, ready to rock and roll. This one, I like this one. Her muscle on the neck as well is quite defined. She does have the noseband on as well. Her muscle on the neck as well is quite defined. She does have the noseband on as well, but it's not a big fluffy sheepskin noseband, it's quite flat to the face. And last but not least, we're going to have a look at horse number 14. That's Tofa at the back of the field. Now, the reason why I wanted to show you this horse is because, wow, this horse is, if you were to draw a purebred Arabian, I'd draw this kind of horse. Have a look at this one. The quarter marks on the hind end are really showing off this horse's shape. A beautiful dish in the nose as well, typical for these Arabian horses. Got the earplugs in, as looks to be sensitive with the sound, but has been having a jig jog, but looks a very flashy horse, this one. So we'll see how this one performs. And I can see as well, she also has a ring bit in. So yeah, I can imagine this one's a keen bean to ride. That's my thoughts of those in the parade ring. So I'm going to give it back to you guys in the studio. Yeah, they look good in here. I like this one.
Yeah, Tofa 14 on the card, has had 3 runs, just the 1 win so far, but certainly a lot less exposed than most of these, albeit big gaps between the races. I think went missing for the best part of a couple of years, I think, at one stage, but rated 80. 130 in behind Ajwa Al Khaladir at 6-5. He's shortened up a little bit, and Tala Al Qadir is on 9-4. So those 3 are miles clear of the rest in the betting, Tom.
They are, probably rightly so, judged by handicap ratings. I'm quite surprised Orja Al Khalidi is favourite, actually. I thought it would be the other way around. I thought Talat Al Khalidi would be favourite for Adele rather than Abdulaziz Al Faredi. We'll talk about those two in a second. But talking about Tofa, who you just mentioned there, yeah, she almost had 3 years off the track, which isn't weird, really, for an Arabian. For a thoroughbred, that would be very odd. But for an Arabian, it's not that strange. Her first 2 runs were very solid. She came back with a 4th last month, and it all depends on whether she bounces or not off the back of that. If she doesn't, then she's a major player, Tofa, but I wouldn't want to bet her at 130 in the international market. Talking about the 2 Al Khalidiyah horses then, Orja Al Khalidiyah, I didn't even have in my first 4, and that's not to say she can't win. Obviously, our ratings suggest she's got the best opportunity by far out of these, but she's just won from 13 so far in her career. Her recent displays have been disappointing, and she's 16 months since her last victory. That's not for me at a short price.
I've got the trainer here, Umar, for horse number 6, Lady Di. She's looking wonderful in the parade ring. Tell me a bit more about this horse.
Yes, welcome. She's RB Lady D. I like Diana, I think. She come by USA. She's a good filly, but distance not for she. She love 1,002 meter, just the best result in 1,002 meter, 200 meter. Today I go to 1,006, 1,600. Just I see what she can do in this distance.
So it's a bit of an experiment then to see how she gets on today.
Horse in the race. I think Al-Mbara is good, yes, and Al-Khalidi team's good fillies, yes.
Thank you very much. Your horse looks beautiful.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, RB Lady Di is a big price, 33 to 1 in the market. 1 win from 11 starts so far. The difficulty here, Tom, is that, I mean, you mentioned, I think, the 3 here, Al Khalidiyah, I think is regressing, was rated in the high 90s and now is in the 80s, and it's hard for me to get any enthusiasm about the runner therefore, but equally I can put lines through quite a few of these for a variety of reasons. I think I'm going to come down on the unexposed Tofa 14 horses. Only had the 3 runs, and look, I take on board the long absence and the possibility of a bounce factor, second run inside 3 weeks, but I think I'd rather be with a horse we don't know too much about.
Yeah, that could be the right angle. Orja Al Khalidi is definitely regressing. That mark of 86 is not accurate to where she's at. Look, she could definitely win. I thought she was actually the second string, so as I say, I'm surprised she was favourite. And those recent displays just don't really warrant this kind of price, but on her back form, she's more than capable. I'm going to be with the 9, Talat Al Khalidiyah. Again, this is speculative. I do prefer the remaining thoroughbred races in terms of having a play in the international market. But Adele Al Faredi gets on. This filly's a 4-year-old, so she's open to more improvement than Orja Al Khalidiyah. She didn't get home over 2,000 metres last week, and now that she drops down in trip, I think that's a big positive. Draws inside, and hopefully today will be the day for Talat Al Khalidiyah. But these 2 Al Khalidiyah horses are very much the lower lights from their ownership and their stable. They usually deal in open races and cup races for their Arabians, but they've had to stick these 2 into conditions events just to try and get that second win next to their name, as it's been very tough to come by so far.
Yeah, it certainly has. Look, the 2 market leaders, the ones that the market is coming for, 6 to 5, 3 and 2 to 1, 9 on the international betting. Andre's been back on, by the way, to say thank you very much for the mention. And he says, watch every week here, just enjoying the programme. So very good to hear, and I hope you like the little acknowledgement there from Ricardo in that chat with Hannah a few minutes ago as well. So yes, heading down to the post for race number 5. This takes us to halfway, won't it? With 10 races today, but couple of cup races to come later.
Indeed, yeah, it gets better as well. The thoroughbred racing is really good. Is it from the next race? It is from the next race. We get to see Grosser Jack on turf against Boltaway and Flying Visit. So yeah, the races remaining are exceptionally good. So I'm looking forward to those. But this race here, obviously, is interesting in terms of the Arabians. We've got a whole different kind of level of horse in here with an 86 rated horse, but also down in the 50s and 60s. I'll mention a couple at the top of the race card quickly, because they're like on that second tier of betting in the international market. Alhambra, horse number 1, is 12 to 1 right now. got off the mark at the 13th attempt. It took 13 attempts to win. That came over 1,800 metres, and she made all the running that day, so she could be part of the speed in this contest. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Whether she holds on, that's to be seen, but I wouldn't be surprised if she ran third or fourth. And then horse number 2, Al Doha Wa Al Sham, was a wide margin winner at Taif when last seen, but the break is the problem. She's been off since Taif, hasn't run in Riyadh yet so far. Her form is relatively solid from last year, but yeah, that layoff is the one problem for me. So it's probably going to contest the 3 at the top of the market, be contested by the 3 at the top of the market, sorry, and I'm going to be with horse number 9, Talat Al Khaladia, and hope that Adel Al-Faradi's the difference.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the unexposed one in Tofa 14 on the card. So we got a 9 and a 14, and which number is Hannah going to add to that list?
Well, I actually like both of the horses you've selected in terms of parade ring too. I was torn between them. I have to say, the number 14, Darryl Tofa, I mean, it looked an absolute picture going round the parade ring. Very, I say, a show-offy kind of type. So that's what I was actually drawn to. I am going to select, I think I'm going to select number 8, Sarihat Al Khaladir. Now, the reason for this, on her toes in the parade ring. Now I matched that up with my notes, which I thought that she ran her race a bit too early last time, third in a smaller field of 5. So that does leave me question marks. But I was drawn to her in the parade ring. I find the purebred Arabian races quite tricky actually. But putting that all together, I did like her in the parade ring, and I kept going back to her, and that was by me looking at her. So I'm kind of hoping that perhaps the energy that she has in the parade ring, she isn't going to repeat the performance she did last time and might just hold it together. So that is my selection, but I do like the both of yours. So let's lock that in. Number 8 for me, Sarihat Al Khaladir, a Latha Al Khaladir horse. Gary, it's now time to head to you.
Thank you, Hannah. I'm with Topher as well. I know that she has had a bit of an absence between most of the runs. One thing I would say with the Arabians, that doesn't always mean that they've not been kept busy. They can often be involved in endurance races, quite a lot of these horses. They are bred for stamina, and that can mean that we might not have seen them on the track, but that doesn't mean that they've not been doing endurance racing in between runs, which happens quite a bit. So, right, last couple coming in for this the mares winners of one purebred Arabian contest, going 1,600 metres again, and we're just waiting for Sarihat Al Khaladir into stall 12, and we'll be set to go for race number 5. They're off, racing away, pretty awkward coming out of the stalls with Sarihat Al Khaladir. It's towards the back of the field early on. Good early pace is being shown by Orja Al Khaladir, and will lead them onto the track proper. Leads up by a length and a half. Jade the Carrere in the red noseband is giving chase in second. Lady Di to the outside in the red and blue, racing in a dispute of third with Tofar towards the outside, the black cap and noseband. Towards the inside, the grey Talat Al Khaladir is next in the field, being followed by Said Ardi Castagnoli towards the outside. Wider still to find Sarihat Al Khaladir, and even wider on the course is Smoke Star as they work their way down the back straight. It is Lady Di on the outside of Orja Al Khaladir, with Tofar taking up a prominent position just in behind the front pair in third, albeit for the first time now having to be nudged along. Sarihat Al Khaladir in the black and red towards the outside is back in fourth, followed by Jade the Carrere on the inside. Talala Al Khaladir, he's got a bit of work on from there. She's only got about 4 or 5 behind her as they make the turn for home, and Lady Di and Orja Al Khaladir the front pair, but a sweeping move 3 wide from Topher has taken her to the front as they make the turn for home. So Topher striking on, goes on by a couple of lengths ahead of Lady Di in second. So Sarihat Al Khaladir is back in third down the centre of the course. Smoke Star with the yellow noseband is running on. Talala Al Khaladir has got off the rail, is running on down the centre of the course as they come down to the final 200 metres. Topher got first run. She's still 4 lengths to the good over Smoke Star in second, with Talala Al Khaladir back in third. We're also running on right down the outside, Jamriyar to press for a place, but it is Topher out in front, racing up towards the line, and Topher win for the second time. Beats Smoke Star into second, Talala Al Khaladir in third, and Jamria over the line in 4th. Tofar wins for the second time. Got into a fairly handy position from that wide stall. Was asked to quicken by Muhammad Al Nassar on the bend back for home. Darren Williams new in the studio. His selection so far probably getting a little bit idle close home, but she's been in front of fair way at that stage, and ultimately she's come out on top in a time of 1 minute 54 and 33 seconds. In the end, it was pretty comfortable for Darrell's selection. Smokestar, probably a first or best almost in second, remains as a maiden though after 17 goes. Talala Al-Khalidiyya looked to be travelling that well on the inside. It was only when she was switched towards the outside that she's begun to run on, which she did in the end. Jamria has finished back in 4th. 4 3/4 lengths, the winning margin. And horse number 14 beats 13 and 9, Tofar, Smokestar, and Talala Al-Khalidiyya in race number 5. And it's another winner for Darrell Williams.
For 2 kilogram apprentice Mohammed Al Nassar, who doesn't have too many opportunities, but he's made full use of this one right now. And Tofa's only had the 4 starts, 2 wins, a second and a fourth, been very consistent.
Absolutely so. It's been a couple of long shots, as you say. The 2 more fancied rivals have both disappointed, and it's meant that Schmock Shah and also Jamria have finished in the frame at big odds. But let's focus on the winner then, because making up for lost time, I suppose, Tofar here, and claims victory at the 4th time of asking for a mark of 80. So it wasn't far behind Ajwa Al-Khalidiyya, who was the top rated off of 86.
Yeah, but Ajwa Al-Khalidiyya is not an 86 rated.
Absolutely not an 86.
No, she's
no.
max 70, to be honest. She ran disappointingly. I don't even think she finished 5th in the end, but she was beating the best part of 10 lengths. And she was done on the home turn. So, yeah, they're going to struggle to find a victory for her. She's on the inside in the white and black silks, already passed by Tofar at this point of the race. The other Al-Khalidiyya, Mutlaq horse, not Al-Khalidiyya, obviously owned by Prince Khalid bin Sultan, down the outside with the inverted V. That was Talala Al-Khalidiyya. She ran home at the 1 speed, but she literally just has 1 pace. There was no quickening whatsoever, and she was off the bridle early. So either the trip's wrong, which feels unlikely, or she just lacks much ability. So they're going to struggle to find her a contest, and Ajwa Al-Khalidiyya. But that played into the hands of Tofar, who was the unexposed horse in the race, was the potential improver, and after a relatively solid jump from the gate, she found herself in a nice spot on the outside here.
Yeah, she's always hand, isn't she, as they go through the early stages of the race. Our Al-Khalidiyya was close up amongst others as well. Let's just watch this play out then here, and again, 3rd favourite, so look, it's been a day where there have been no big shocks at all so far. All the winners have been, I don't think we had a winner bigger than 4-1.
Yeah, but not very many favourites.
No, that's the other side of it.
One favourite, I think so
I think
far?
it is just the one odds-on favourite, isn't it?
Yeah, so horses that are logical, but horses that haven't necessarily been favoured to win, albeit the market was definitely skewed in that race. The actual favourite, Orgeron Cardier, shouldn't have been favourite. Yeah, look, she was easy to find, I suppose, and you found her, so very well done to you. That puts you in front in our competition. However, the second place horse wasn't easy to find. That was Jcsa, who is rated just 60 and was 0 from 16 coming into today. She's a strong finisher generally, Jcsa, but in handicap company, in like 0 to 65s and 0 to 60s. So the fact that she managed to finish second suggests that she's probably run to around a mark of 60 or 65, and therefore it really just isn't a good contest in terms of depth. But you can't take anything away from the winner. You can only beat what's put in front of you.
Yeah, the runner-up's just moving up now to dispute second place. Jcsa will eventually get third. Again, a big price, less exposed, only having a fifth start here, having won once previously, and will take the minor spoils. But saw a big smile on the face of Mohammed Al Nassar. He'd be delighted with his work there on board Tofar, who has won going away in the Arabian race, the fifth on the card this afternoon. We've got one more Arabian race to come. Not too long to wait for that. That'll be race number 7, of course.
Yeah, that's a really good race as well. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the next race on turf, where we get to see probably the best of all horses today.
We do. Yes, you were talking about Grosjean earlier, and obviously, yeah, the quality of the racing kicks up a notch, doesn't it? From here on in, we've got a couple of cup races to come, but yeah, this is a good effort. I mean, as you say, it's perhaps not so unusual to see an Arabian horse off for this kind of time, 2.5 years, second run back. You never quite know which way it's going to go, do you?
Yeah, exactly. That was the one little caveat I had. I put this horse in third personally. Obviously, you put her on top, so you made the right decision there. I was just a little bit worried about the quick turnaround after the long absence prior to the previous run, but that obviously proved to be no issue whatsoever, and the rest of the season is there for Tofar to win again. Look,
it's been a great day, hasn't it, so far for the Red Stable. I wonder if Jimmy Jerkins is about to join the winner's enclosure. He trains, of course, Grosjean Jack that Tom's just mentioned, who will be favourite here, but here's the full list of the runners with Gary Capewell.
Thank you, Darryl. Yeah, good race upcoming this, isn't it? Number 1 is Emirates Currency, ridden by Ali Al-Mimoni. 2, Flying Cat, Adel Al-Faradi. 3, Bolt Away, Wiggy Ramos. 4, Grosser Jack, Noeth Al-Mudiani. 5, Flying Visit, Alexis Moreno. 6, Gloucester, Osama Al-Sharani. Number 7, Ajiad, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 8, Step by Step, Muhammad Al-Nassar. 9, Castle in the Sand, full-timer seeking Ricardo Ferreira on board. And 10, Momtenar Ali Al-Mutib. A field of 10 for Hannah to look at in the parade ring.
Here we are in the pre-parade ring, the place that I love the most. It's lovely and quiet. I'm going to show you 3 horses to start with because we've got about 2.5 minutes before they go into the parade ring. So let's start with this horse that I liked the look of last week. This is horse number 1, Emirates Currency. I really liked the look of this horse last week. As I said, look at its body. It looks phenomenal, and it did really well on the turf last week, making its debut. Ran a good third. So I'm hoping this one will go quite well again today. I love the look of its coat, got a beautiful healthy shine, and also the muscle around that engine. Look at that, perfect light now. Can you see that movement behind? It looks great. His walk looks fabulous as well, but he's a really nice stocky type. Not overly stocky in terms of too much condition or anything like that. I think this horse looks great. I really like it. Let's look back at the horse behind, number 2, Flying Spirit, Adel Al-Faradi, takes the ride. You can see a bit of a winter coat on this horse, looking a little bit fluffier. We've been discussing this over the last few meetings, that there is actually some horses with winter coats here, and you know, if you want to avoid that winter coat, you rug them up a bit more or clip them. This horse is looking, apart from the winter coat, I would say a little bit of condition underneath. It's quite hard when you've got a winter coat because obviously that does take a few centimetres away from their body, but you still can see some nice muscle behind, and in this light you can actually see a really lovely indent of that fitness muscle. Got the cross nose band as well. just to stop him from getting the tongue over the bit, and also has the cheek pieces. Right behind now, hey, look at this one. This is Boltaway. Jimmy Jerkins trains this, and Wigberto Ramos takes the reins on this horse. A very stocky type. Look at that muscle on its neck. Real cresty type horse. It has got the earplugs in, so you can tell that this one does get a bit sensitive to sound, and it matches up with the way he's chewing on the bit. His walk is a little bit short. I would like to see a bit of a more of an active walk from this horse. He's sort of, to me, he looks quite tense and like he's containing his energy. But hey, listen, that can't be a bad thing at times. Now that action behind, you see what I mean? It's quite short. If you just watch the hind end, you'll see exactly what I mean. Nevertheless, it's got a great shine on its coat and the muscle behind. But the building of the muscle behind could what be causing it to be walking short. All things like physios and osteopaths can sort that out, so it's not a problem. They're athletes at the end of the day. Now that's the three we're going to look at in the pre-parade ring. I'll show you a bit more when we get to the parade ring as they're heading out very soon. Back to you guys in the studio.
Hannah, thank you. So, yes, this is a very good race coming up, isn't it? This on the turf, a third and last of our turf races today, 2,100 metres. There has already been, I'm not going to describe it as a plunge in the market, but Grosser Jack has gone from 6 to 4 through 5 to 4 to 11 to 10, hardening up.
Yeah, I put this horse up actually on a podcast that I do as a horse to watch for those people who don't necessarily watch Riyadh racing generally. For two reasons. One, I think he'll win, and two, because if you're living in England right now, you'd have seen him run before. He used to be with William Haggis. You didn't see him much actually on the track because he has his conditions, and if he doesn't get the conditions, he doesn't run very well. So William Haggis was very keen to stick to the right conditions. We see him on turf here in the red stable silks. The graphic will come up about now, and he can kick off the front and win this race. So I'm looking for similar tactics today. I think if they employ these tactics, he'll win. I believe that's Flying Visit back in the field in the orange and blue silks, fading back through, and that's the main market rival today. So give me Grosser Jack. I think he's way the horse to beat, and he's one of the two most exciting horses on the card today. The other we'll see later on.
Yeah, he's 103. He's got a brilliant record on the turf. Let's have a look at Flying Spirit in action here. This was a win at the beginning of the month, and Boltaway's in the race as well.
Yeah, Boltaway was too far back, and that is his general problem. He is also an ex-Brit horse. Used to be trained by Roger Charlton. He does get too far back. He's not the quickest early, and that can be his issue. Flying Spirit was in a great spot from the outset this day over the course and distance, but he was given a great ride by Adel Al-Faredi. I actually prefer Boltaway out of those two today. I think Boltaway will reverse the form. The international market doesn't suggest that. Boltaway's at 10s and Flying Spirit was at 8s, but I prefer Boltaway. I don't think either will win the race. I think Grosser Jack will, but if you offered me, say, a match play between those two, I'd take Boltaway. You take
Boltaway for Jimmy Jerkins.
Yep.
I think there's a weight advantage on the turnaround in his favour today. So the lights are on here. We've sunset time, I think, was just after 5 o'clock. So what are we now? 5:20 here, local time. But it's going to stay pleasantly warmer this evening, which will be great for Hannah and everybody else outside. So that's a big positive. Yeah, look, this is a really good race, isn't it? And I totally agree with you. It's going to be very hard to get away from Grosser Jack. Look, one of the standout horses. I mean, go back and look at what this horse was doing in the UK back in 2022. Get a gauge as to how good he was then, sort of in the low 100s, and remains so now, and just remains very consistent. I mean, needs to win today. It's not a horse you can play each way, but 15 out of 23 in the frame, 5 wins.
I would make Grosser Jack 4 to 6.
Really, as short as that?
I would.
Yeah,
He's beaten Flying Visit before. He's coming off a prep where he didn't have his ideal conditions, now switches back to turf and is going to get a lovely sit through the race. Flying Visit, meanwhile, comes off a long layoff. We haven't seen him since February. And in that February run, he was very disappointing. So I don't really see why they were so close originally. They were 6 to 4 and 7 to 4 originally in the market. Grosser Jack should be the overwhelming favourite to me. Flying Visit maybe second in, and then Boltaway. That's how I'd have had it anyway.
I think, again, it's just an example where the market has probably been framed around the handicap marks, and definitely Flying Visit, as you say, has been off for a long time, wasn't running well beforehand, slid down the weights. And yeah, I agree, it's probably not 100 at the moment, which is the figure that horse has got. But those two are dominating the market, and it will be interesting to see how the betting evolves further in the next few minutes. But for the moment, more with Hannah.
Yep, indeed. Well, we can continue looking at the horses. We're back in the parade ring now. This is number 4, Grocer's Jack, Jimmy Jerkins, trained 7-year-old horse. Obviously going to be back to preferred surfaces, so should go well. Looks an absolute picture in the parade ring. Got the cross noseband on, the grackle, and in his ears he has got the earplugs in as well. Lovely shine on the coat, and the hind end is looking very muscled. Walk-wise, he walks really, really nice. I've actually noted that I can see this pendulum motion, which is really good to see in a horse's body. He looks great. Dropping back now, horse number 5. We have Flying Visit, got the cheek pieces on and the nosebands, hopefully keeping the concentration heading forwards. Body-wise, lovely and muscled on the hind end. Underneath, does look as though he has got a bit of a belly on. But he is a big chap, a big sort, quite stocky, and actually stands quite tall as well. So yes, that is your horse number 5. Dropping back now to horse number 6, Gloucester, 3-year-old colt. Got the noseband on and also the tongue tie. Let's have a look at that coat, shall we? Little tiny bits of winter coat underneath, and on the hind end you can see muscle on top, very shiny. He's also kind of sloped downwards actually. Of course he is breaking into a very gentle jig jog, so those muscles are warming up and they're starting to come out even more, but it's quite difficult to see the walk when he's jig jogging. Nevertheless, looking very on it, let's say, and ready to rock and roll. So that's the horses in the parade ring. This one in particular is really going for, isn't he? But I'm sure, well, I'm hoping he would contain his energy. Let's see if we can have a chat to Jimmy Jerkins about Grocer's Jack, as I know this will be popular in the yes, he's just over there. Let's have a look and see if we can grab him. We might need to head back to you guys in the studio because he is still with connections, but I will try and grab him for you.
Thank you, Hannah. I'm a bit surprised by this because all of a sudden Grocer Jack is now out to 11-8 in the market and Flying Visit is shortening into 15-8.
Oh, we will indeed. He's right here. This is Jimmy Jerkins. Talk to me about Grocer Jack. I know in the studio Tom would like to know where he's going to sit in the beginning of the race.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if he's anything like he was last year, I'm sure he'll be up close. You know, and then looking at all his races in Europe or in the racing post, he can get pretty headstrong. So, but he tries his hardest doing that. So it doesn't make this stage of his life. I don't think we're gonna take a hold of him and try something different. But hopefully, he's getting up there in age. He's going to be 8, but he hasn't been over raced, and the turf's getting harder and harder. So maybe that'll help him along. He seems to be doing good. Just it's up to him now.
Well, back to preferred services. Well, tell me about Boltaway, your other horse in the race.
Yeah, I thought he ran really well last time. He kind of, Nawaf might have misjudged a little bit, having him a little too far back, I thought. At the same time, he's a tricky horse to ride. He's got a short run to him, so, timing is important. But I thought he left him a little too much to do unnecessarily. I thought he could have improved his position without taking anything out of him down the backstretch, I thought, last time. And I thought that got him beat. But this might be a little tougher bunch here, too. So and he's coming back kind of a little quicker than he seems to run. He seems to run a little his best races when he's a little bit on the fresh side. And but we thought maybe if Grocer Jack, if he causes a pace to be a little quicker than it would be otherwise, he might be there to pick up the pieces. So that's why he's in there.
I see. Thank you very much for that, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Boltaway has been nibbled out in the international market as well, 12-1 into 9-1. You were saying, weren't you, earlier on, you thought that horse would turn around the form as Flying Spirit?
Yeah, I think he's the logical third pick in here, not only from the run style that Jimmy's just said there, he could be the one to pick up the pieces, but also just because of that ride last time. I agree with Jimmy, he was given too much to do. Flying Spirit got a great ride, Boltaway maybe got a C grade ride, if A+ was the best. And if Wiggy's any better than Nawaf was that day, then Boltaway should be beating Flying Spirit and then maybe causing trouble in the latter stage of the race in terms of actually winning. But I do think Grocer Jack will will take all the beating. Jimmy's never super confident pre-race, ever, no matter what horse he's talking about.
Okay,
So
yeah,
anyone
yeah.
watching and maybe listening for the first time, don't expect him to be raving about a horse pre-race. That's not Jimmy's style. But hopefully Grocer Jack does put it all together today, doesn't race too keen, gets on the front, and from there I think he'll be super tough. He has the most ability in the race. So he's going to be my pick.
Any thoughts on Gloucester, the ex-Donegal O'Brien horse who went missing for a little while, has been missing again after a disappointing run at the turn of the year?
Well, he was campaigned as a sprinter by Donegal. And
Yes, this is a big jump up in distance.
There's no reason to believe he'll stay this trip. Look, the pedigree by 10 Sovereigns kind of suggests sprinting, maybe even a mile, but there's no reason, in my opinion, that he'll stay to 2100. So he was an instant chuck out for me.
Okay, so putting a line through him. Well, look, we know where we're going, don't we, with this one? You're not going to change your mind later in the day.
No.
So.
Sticking with Grocer Jack, I do quickly want to mention Castle in the Sand, just because it's Sam Al-Dahani, Sheikh Abdullah, Amalek Al-Sabah and Ricardo Ferreira, the team that it would be foolish to overlook considering what they've done so far today. This horse capitulated late when he finished 4th behind Flying Spirit and Boltway last time. So on that piece of collateral form, it's impossible to like him to win this race. But Ricardo, everything he touches at the moment is turning to gold, so it's worth a mention just in case he does win. But he's not for me. I am with Grocer Jack.
Yeah, Castle and the Sand were he to win. Of course, will make it 4 on the day for Ricardo Ferreira and 3 for Sheikh Abdullah, Hamoud Al-Malek Al-Sabah. They are at the start then. The favourite is back to 5-4 Grocer Jack, 15-8 on the international prices, Flying Visit, and 15-2 Flying Spirit. 9's Bar. We are going to be Grocer Jack United, I think, here, aren't we? So, yeah, Tom and myself both were the favourite. Looks a really strong one. I'd say probably one of the strongest of the day. So, Hannah, are you going to be on board with Grocer Jack or an alternative?
Oh, I'm disappointed in you, Daryl. You should have said, are you with us or are you without us? You know that's the saying, don't you? Well, I am actually with you. He looks phenomenal in the parade ring, and I've mentioned it before. I love the sunlight in here, but I tell you what, when the lights come on, you can really see the shine and the beautifulness that comes out in these horses, and he's definitely one of them. So yes, he's got everything going for him, and it's very hard to look elsewhere. But tying in with what I said in the parade ring, his movement in his body when he walks is really, really nice, and that pendulum motion in horses is so important, particularly in these athletes when they are gaining so much muscle. So yes, I am with you on that one. It's all on his side, and I think getting back on this surface, he's gonna fly. So yes, we're all together in this. So I guess the question is, Gary, are you with us or are you without us?
With you, Hannah, always. Yeah. When Tom and Darryl were talking about how the international markets have moved here, a little bit strange to see Grocer Jack perhaps quite as big as he was. I agree with Tom. You look at the conditions of the race and the form that these horses have been in, and it would be easy to see that Grocer Jack should even be shorter than he currently is on the international market. Flying Visit has been dismounted, just having some saddle adjustments made down at the start, and so some saddle adjustments being made for Emirates Currency as well. Horse number 1. So they are down at the start of the field. 10 here for is a fascinating open race here on the turf. Grocer Jack obviously got decent form in the UK, but he's got good form here as well. And I know that this course and distance is not going to be any issues at all for him. And I mean, obviously, as it gets a kilo from Grocer Jack, but even withstanding that, Grocer Jack is rated 3 pounds higher, so would really be good enough to beat Flying Visit here. That pair dominating the market. Now, these may be some of the riders that we're going to be seeing later on, perhaps, is it? Might be, anyway. Race number 12. They were the riders who will be riding in the pony races with the ponies 120 to 130 centimetres, and this is obviously a thing which is, I think, relatively new out here, but it is something that it happens, these pony races all over Europe in particular, obviously the UK. Quite a few of the more prevalent jockeys, so Tom Arcond and Holly Doyle, have come through the pony racing ranks, and I think Christophe Soumillon is now having a similar sort of scheme in France as well. That is again relatively new, but a chance for the hopefully jockeys of the future to showcase their talents and get that bit of experience. But they are races 11 and 12. Right now we're concentrating on race number 6, and the loading up process is now beginning. They're going 2,100 metres here this time. Jcsa, the only filly in the lineup, is going forward. Emirates Currency and the grey Montana going in as well. There's Boltaway going in along with Grocer Jack. Flying Spirit into stall number 2. I think we're just about ready to go now. 2,100 metres in front of them. It's only at the top of the home straight, and they're sent on their way. From the starting stall towards the inside, Flying Visit, the yellow cheek pieces and noseband is prominent in the early stages, will be Castle in the Sand, showing the better early pace to edge across to lead them up past the winning post with a circuit to go. And now Grocer Jack in the white cap coming to take him on for the lead, and Castle in the Sand having to be restrained going into that bend as Grocer Jack will lead away towards the back straight. So Grocer Jack in front, clear by a couple of lengths ahead of Castle in the Sand in second place. Flying Visit 3 deep on the course, racing back in third. Jcsa in a dispute of 4th position without wider out on the course, Gloucester. Then on the inside is Flying Spirit as they make the run towards the back straight. Boltaway is held up towards the rear of the field. Montana and Emirates Currency are also towards the rear. Grocer Jack grabbing the race by the scruff of the neck as they head down the back straight and approach the halfway stage. Leads by just over a length ahead of Flying Visit in second, the main market rival on the international markets. Castle in the Sand in third on the inside of Gloucester. They're being followed next in the field by Step, and then on the inside Flying Spirit. Emirates Currency is next in the field with Boltaway just preceding that one. Montana and Jcsa at the back pair as they head out of the back straight. Just over 700 metres left to go. Grocer Jack has had the run of the race. Flying Visit is the nearest pursuer, just over a length away. Pushed along on the inside in third, Castle in the Sand to try and get on terms with the front pair. 2 lengths back to Flying Spirit, who's racing back in fourth. Down the centre, Boltaway is next in the field, being followed by Step. Grocer Jack push comes to shove at the top of the home straight. Flying Visit within a neck, going through a gap against the rear. Castle in the Sand. Flying Spirit wider out on the course, wider still to find Boltaway inside the final 200. And Grocer Jack has been headed. It's Flying Spirit who's quickened up the best in the hands of Adele Alfaredi down the centre of the course. From the back of the field, Boltaway's gone through into second ahead of Step. Grocer Jack fourth at best. Up to the line, it's Flying Spirit in front. Flying Spirit has won. It's Boltaway into second, Step in third, and Grocer Jack this time only fourth. Flying Spirit in the hands of Adele Alfaredi. Had a nice toe through the race, wasn't that close to the early pace, which was perhaps quite strong, certainly stronger than maybe it looked. Just bounced down the centre of the course in the home straight. Ultimately, wasn't that quite convincingly by 2.5 lengths. Boltaway and Wiggy Ramos taking second place. The winner's time 2:08.63. 2.5 lengths the winning margin as they go over the line. Step third, Grocer Jack. We heard from the trainer early on, he can just be that little bit buzzy in his races, and unfortunately I suppose that's probably been his downfall in the end today. Fourth at best. Career win number 4 for Flying Spirit, the son of Harry Angel. Adele Alfaredi on board in the time of 2:08.63 seconds. Boltaway in second. Step third, and Grocer Jack only fourth. 2.5 lengths the winning margin. Flying Spirit takes race 6.
Well, Flying Spirit is on the improve, this horse, that's for sure. Course and distance win last time, goes in again off a marker 90, and Adel Al-Faradi is on the score sheet today.
Yeah, another winner for Adel. He had, what was it, two
yesterday, yeah.
one today. I didn't think this one would win, to be honest, but he's produced a great ride, just off the speed, powered through late, and held off Boltaway in the same 1-2 that we saw last time out, actually, for both of these horses. They've obviously been suited by the way the race has panned out. The likes of Flying Visit and Grosser Jack haven't, but those two have disappointed anyway. Well, I suppose Flying Visit kind of ran to what we expected. He was always going to tire because he hadn't run for so long, but Grosser Jack was very disappointing, and maybe the start was a main reason for that.
Well, we'll get to see that again shortly, of course. But yeah, Flying Spirit is now, I think, 3 from 8 on the grass, and was running off a mark of 68 just 3-4 runs ago, and now winning off a mark of 90.
Dramatic improvement, isn't it? Obviously, the addition of Adel on board has been key. He's given him perfect rides and not wasted ground, saved energy at crucial points, and allowed him to use his turn of foot in the latter stages. But last year, you'd never guess this horse could run to this level, and now he's really thriving on the turf.
Yeah, absolutely is, isn't he? And a big display then from Flying Spirit. Look, Grosser Jack, as we expected, was on the front end, of course. We'll look back and see exactly what happened to him shortly for those, and many of us would have been rooting, of course, for Grosser Jack, the strong favourite. It wasn't to be his day today, but it is a third winner of the week for Adel, who has taken one of the bigger prizes of the afternoon. Let's watch them turning in, Tom.
You could tell that Grosser Jack was cooked turning for home.
Yeah.
Now I've looked under his arm actually on the back straight, which must have in hindsight been where are you, because I think I've got no horse, rather than I'm actually confident at this point. Grosser Jack does actually fight on in the latter stages. He's not beaten too far, but he succumbs to the quicker turn of foot of Flying Spirit and Boltaway down the outside. As I say, I do think the start is the main reason for his defeat, which hopefully we're going to see in the next VT just here. You'll see in the red silks, still 7. He misses it, which is unlike Grosser Jack. And then now I was trying to get him up there, but he's in between 2 horses, and he has to be shuffled back again because the 9 cuts in front of him. And then eventually he gets rolling. But he has to use a lot of energy to get there, and that lights him up. Look, it's not major incident, is it? It's not like it's really put him on the back foot, but he's used too much petrol early. And Grosser Jack, we know, can't sustain runs like that for the whole 2100 metres. It's disappointing nevertheless. Look, he's in a good spot at this point. He's dominating the pace. They're 4 across the track in behind. The eventual winner, look, unbelievable ride. Just sat in 6th, saving ground, quiet as they come, Adel, just looking for that late passage. But as far as Grosser Jack goes, the start didn't help, but it was still disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that watching back again, to get where he is, he's had to do an awful lot of work. Look, that form is now good, isn't it? Flying Spirit, Boltaway coming out the same race, that is better form than we thought.
Potentially. I do think they were both flattered in this race,
okay.
Just because of the way it's panned out. Look, they've gone hard up front. There's a gap between 6th and 7th, so you can see how hard they've gone. Those at the back can't even keep up behind Boltaway. So Boltaway probably got the dream trip, and Flying Spirit couldn't have got much better trip in behind either. Saving ground on the rail, never had to be asked for any effort in the middle part of the race, still just stalking them, Adel just cruising. I mean, these 2 horses have been given really nice rides. Boltaway had to come wide to launch that late challenge, but Flying Spirit, that's 2 amazing rides in a row from Adel on this horse, and everyone pins Adel down as mainly a dirt rider because the majority of races here are on dirt, but he's every bit as good on turf, if not better.
I guess that the jockeys don't get that much time to experience it, do they? Or at least the closed season for the turf. Obviously, we've learned that the turf season is a little bit longer this time around, but you spend most of your time on your dirt, and then it's a case of can you get yourself ready immediately? 3rd week in on the turf, and they're now having a chance to sort of get a bit of match practice in, I suppose.
Yeah, Adel definitely doesn't need it though.
No.
He's an excellent rider. Definitely the best over here, in my opinion. Ricardo Sousa Freire is pushing him, of course, but Adel was proven, and he can ride any type of horse, and he'll give them the best possible chance of winning. He's the difference maker for Flying Spirit, and I think that's why he's progressed up the handicap so quickly.
You feel as though he was slightly flattered, the winner. Does that mean you believe that you know, this very good run may just be at its peak now, or potentially could there be more to come?
Well, it's interesting to see. I mean, look, we haven't seen what happens when he gets a bad trip in this kind of grade. You know, the last 2 runs, he let everything go his way and he's won. He's beaten Bolt away both times. If next time he doesn't get the rail, if next time he doesn't get the right speed set up, I don't think we'll see the same flying spirit, but it could happen again. He's got tactical speed and he's got the best rider on board. So he's flattered, but he could be flattered again, is what I'm trying to say. The only real takeaway here is that I'm disappointed with Grosser Jack's effort. Yeah,
I think we all were hoping for a little bit more. I'm sure Jimmy was hoping for an awful lot more. I'm not sure whether Egg is a bit too late now for me to ask this question, because he wants to know your best bet of the day. What was that, your best bet of the day? We've just seen.
It was one of them, along with Ruston Basher later on, who I think is around 74-2-1. They were the 2 standouts to me today. Obviously, that one doesn't bode well, but hopefully the horse later, Ruston Basher, will win. I think Adele's on that horse in race 8, maybe race 9, one of the 2, but hopefully that one wins.
We will dig out more details for you in due course. It's race number 8, horse number 9. I'm just being told, if you want to have a little look at that, wherever you're watching this programme from this afternoon. Right, we are moving on, aren't we? It's the second of the Arabian races coming up. It is already race number 7, and Gary has all the details.
Thank you, Darryl. Yeah, race number 7. The count for Arabians 0 to 60. Number 1 is Abbas, ridden by Ahmed Al-Zahari. 2, Al-Wazir, Jcsa Al-Bakawi. 3, Barzan Al-Rayli, Hamza Saad. 4, Nahan, Wiggy Ramos. 5, Joy the Montague, Mohammed Saeed. 6, Omran Al-Reef, Abdullah Al-Hussein. 7, Jalmod, Osama Al-Shirani. 8, Tara Al-Khamis. 9, Massina, Ricardo Ferreira. 10, Ez Al-Shaydam, Abdullah Al-Farouz. 11, Sadiq Adel Al-Faradi. 12, Shibal Nema, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 13 is Najasi, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 14, Asawan, Ahmed Al-Qradis. 15, Kayed Al-Dam, Asil Al-Shirani. 16, Umbab S. Al-Rashid. 17, Anis, Mohammed Al-Gharid. 18, Al-Hassas, Abdullah Al-Saidi. One more. 19, Turak Al-Naif, Mohammed Al-Nasser. We can head back to the studio.
Adele could be the difference, but he's not going to. Adele could be the difference, but he's not going to manage to get this horse to suddenly leapfrog what he's previously achieved.
Of course.
He's drawn inside. He's drawn 1, which is okay, providing he shows some speed. He's rated 57, and the recent runs have been okay. He finished 5th over this course and distance last time. Generally pretty consistent at this level as well. I've got him in his 3rd pick, but I would be lying if I said I only put him in his 3rd pick because Adele's on, because that is the only reason. I didn't like him on form, to be honest.
Well, just to sort of put everything into perspective, this horse, Sadiq, has had 63 races. He's won 3 times. He's been in the frame another 8. So, you know, that is kind of what we're dealing with here in terms of wins to runs ratios. Actually, my figures don't seem to tally up with what I'm seeing on the race card, but I shall double check that because I got those from a different source. But anyway, strike rate is not great, but I think that will apply to many.
Yeah, he could have had that many races. He is a Qatari bred, so there's every chance that he was racing.
Yeah, I think that's probably international form, isn't it, as well? So,
racing away from Saudi. But 3 wins from 22 on around here, either Riyadh or Taif. So, look, he's got the best rider on. That's the main pro. I can't give you many others other than he's consistent at the level.
So which ones, Tom, are you putting ahead of him?
I mean, what a question. I've got... On my,
something's got to be there. Well, number 1.
Can the answer be none of them? I've got the 12, Shibal Nema, and is my 2nd pick. 7-1 in the international market. That's about right. The horse won last time up, which is probably why I put him in a 2nd. Came from off the speed to win that day. Likely to come from off the speed again today in a big field. Generally just passes late rivals, but if they do go too high up front, which is a possibility, he could be the one to run them all down. He also holds the 13. Najashi on form, and Najashi's a point shorter in the market, so I'll take Shibal Nema out of those 2. However, I put a long shot on top. That was horse number 2, Al Wazir. This is speculative. I'm really speculative at that. He finished a solid 6th in a 0 to 65 handicap last time. Obviously dropping down into 0 to 60, that could be the difference here. He was stopped in his run at a couple of points in the home straight, at the top of the home straight, when seemingly travelling into contention. We can see him on screen right now. There he is, the big grey horse number 2. If he gets a clear run, they go quick up front and he can produce one big late surge, then Al Wazir could run a place from a good draw. But look, I really don't like this race from a selection point of view.
It's very, very difficult, isn't it, to come up with something with a sort of authoritative feel to it here. 13 Najashi is pretty unexposed as well. It's got form, hasn't it, behind, what is it? Shibbolnema, which was probably a better run actually from Najashi last time. It's only had the 7 starts, well I've got 10 on my card, so maybe 3 of those have been somewhere else, but just the 1 win. But actually a 1 in 7 strike rate, percentage-wise, would be quite good for a horse in this race, to be fair.
Yeah, but it's 3 years since the victory, so it's tough.
Look, maybe we're going to find out more, get a little bit more in terms of clues from Hannah.
Indeed, right, let's have a look at horse number 2 then, Al Wazir, the horse you were just talking about. Got the blinkers on in terms of temperament, actually really nice and relaxed at the front of the string here in the paddock, so at least can have a good walk. Walks well actually, tracks up nicely, takes in all that is around. We've got more race goers now here at the track, so it is getting busier, so the horses are having a look around. But yes, nice horse and nice mover actually in the parade ring. Let's drop back to horse number 6. We've got a gap in the parade ring. So horse number 6, Omran Al Reef, 9-year-old, got the blinkers on as well. Just having a nice little look around, carrying its tail, carrying itself. Underneath, it's tucked up, not super tucked up, but like race ready fit. But nevertheless, there is muscle on the hind end. Wouldn't say it's completely ripped. But yes, it's walking nicely, which is what I like to see. We've got more of an active walk in this race, in this parade ring with these purebred Arabians. We're going to have a look now at horse number 11. So we're moving a bit more down the line in the parade ring. We've got some keen looking horses in here, but like I said, it is getting busier on track, so we have to be mindful of that. Right then, horse number 11, Sedic, 9-year-old, that Adel Al Faradi will be riding. Well, this one's being a little bit naughty. Essentially, this one is shaking the handler off of him. He has got the headgear on and he just has a normal snaffle in, so I assume riding-wise he's actually okay. He's not too keen, but he's not doing anything too offensive in here. He's just basically saying, get off me, I need to get going. The body now. There's not a massive amount of visibly toned muscle behind. I mean, of course, these are all racehorses, so they do have muscle, but I wouldn't say this is super fit. But again, these are purebred Arabians. They come in all shapes and sizes. Its belly is a bit dropped, so it could do with tucking up a bit more. I'd say this horse does need a little bit more. Behind this horse, we have number 12, Shibla Nimra, 5-year-old gelding, course and distance winner in November. Looking a bit more toned actually than some of the others in the pack. I'd say this is probably the paddock pick from going by what I've seen. This looks more of a race fit ready horse. A more similar shape to a thoroughbred than to a purebred Arabian. I like its temperament as well. It's just having a little look around but not messing around, considering Sadiq is in front messing around. So yes, this one's behaving very well. I like the definition behind on the hind end as well. Looking good, this horse. Can't quite see those oblique muscles, so that could do with tucking up a bit more, but nevertheless, attitude wise, looks raring to go. We're going to look now at horse number 13. This is Najashi, 6-year-old, got the cross noseband on now, a thinner noseband, but again, that's just to stop the tongue invading and getting in the way. Also wears a tongue tie. Attitude wise, looks happy, got his ears pricked, and in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. So
in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. So race 7 coming up here. Just can't see ahead to tomorrow. Actually, we've got a domestic Group 3 to come tomorrow. The Jcsa Cup. We've got another Cup race as well. 2,000-metre race. We've got an award race and some valuable handicaps along the way. So there's a real sort of turn up in terms of quality. We've got not a bad racing today. We just saw a very good race, didn't we? And we've still got 2 cups to come later on. This would figure in the too difficult category for many trying to play. But listen, the rewards are there if you can find the winner. It remains 9-2 the field. There's not much happening in the market. There's no. I'm waiting for something to happen, a horse to be back, but it's not going that way at the moment. Sitting 9-2. Jcsa 6-1 the 13. 7 Shibor Neymar. 7s is Asua number 14 and 8-1. Oh, a little bit of money for Al Wazir, who's gone 16 to 8s in one hit. Wasn't that the one you liked?
Shocking. Absolutely shocking.
Gosh, lots of people thinking the same as you, Tom. That's amazing.
Or the trader just trims the price, which is much more likely. Yeah, which is odd. I would never take 8-1 about the 2. Ever. That's stupid. But anyway. It's going to be my selection anyway. I'm going to claim the 16-1 because that's the only way. It's the only way I can put the horse up as a potential selection here.
Yeah.
But yeah, Al Wazir's my pick. There is no confidence, 0 confidence behind it. And to be honest, if I wasn't on the panel, I wouldn't have a pick for this race. It's so tough. And I don't say that more often than not.
Yeah.
I hate sitting on the fence, especially for everyone watching who wants more insight into these horses. But they're all much of a muchness in terms of abilities. And they're obviously Arabians, so you never know when they're actually going to turn up on the day. But Al Wazir's at least open to some improvement. There are a couple in here who have been potentially overlooked, judged by their recent efforts, but are at least prolific over time.
Okay.
So Jalmod, horse number 7, finished 10th in an Open last week, now drops into a 0-60. The issue is this horse only beat 1 home in a 0-65 8 days earlier, so the form just hasn't been there. But he's a 5-time winner. And like the majority of these, if you go down, it's wins 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 5.
Yeah, we get the idea.
Exactly. So he's way more prolific than the majority. The same can be said for Aswan, horse number 14. Finished 3rd in a 0-55 last time up, which was an okay effort, but in a weaker grade. However, that horse is a 4-time winner. So at least they know how to get their head in front if you're looking for that kind of angle. And another horse that I think is worthy of a mention is the 18, Al Hassas, just purely on the basis that I've tipped this 7-year-old before. He actually ran much better last time up, but he was outpointed by several of these earlier in the year. So there are pros and cons, Daryl. Pros and cons for every horse. All got roughly the similar kind of chance. I'll put my pin into Al Wazir, but with no confidence.
Yeah, it's that sort of race, is it? Well, I'm going to go with the 13, Jcsa, as I say, slightly less exposed. Didn't run badly last time out behind 12, Shibor Neymar. Thought it was a better run. So we have got 2, we have got 13. We're not feeling either of us particularly confident, Hannah, but you never know, and maybe you've got the winner for us.
Wouldn't that be good if I did? Well, I am siding with you, Daryl. I do like number 13, Jcsa. So I had in my notes that I thought he covered really good ground in his last run. And actually looking at the horse in the parade ring, you can see he's quite long in the body. So you can see how he could eat up the ground easy. He does have a higher head carriage. I'm looking again on the screen. Got quite a long neck, so the body isn't necessarily in proportion with itself. It's quite hard to see as well when he was walking a little bit like a giraffe. But nevertheless, that is still my fancy for this race. So yes, let's lock that in. Number 13, Jcsa. Second last time out. Let's hope we can have another winner and me a winner on the board, which would be great. So we will. Okay. Well, actually, guys, I'm going to hand it over to you in the studio. But we've locked in my horse for this race, which is good. And like I said, hopefully I can get a winner on the board. I was close earlier, especially in the first race. With Al Fazalea. So hopefully you've got to be cheering on, and obviously you and I, Daryl, are going for the same horse here, aren't we? So fingers crossed it's back to you guys in the studio.
Wow, what is the chance that, it's one of those, I don't know, how come sometimes different members of the same family have birth dates so close together? It's one of those weird things you never quite work out. But
I don't think it's like that at all, but okay.
it's nothing like that at all, as you say. But it is a case of 19 very open-looking race. And
yes.
Anyway, listen, we're on the same selection. There's the camera showing us the route they're going to take as the runners arrive at the start. And you've got a little bit more time, Tom, to delve deeper into this race.
Excellent. The one race that I wanted to delve deeper into. Let's talk about the 9 then.
Okay.
Massanissa, purely on jockey again. Ricardo Souza Ferreira had the 3 winners today so far. This horse Tunisian bred, 5-year-old, younger than the majority of the field here, yet to win so far. 11 wins, 11 races, 0 wins. Very one-paced, like extremely one-paced. Has a lot of stamina, but that's all well and good. If you can't get involved in the race, and it's completely irrelevant. You need to be up there early on Massanissa.
I need to know more about Tunisian breeding. I mean, is it?
I do too.
Yeah, is it an area we should be studying? Well, look, let's wait and see if Ferreira can get this one home, and then we'll maybe delve into the Tunisian sire stats.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that would be difficult. I did try. It's
You
not
never
easy.
did.
Well, yeah, it's on the website, but there's no stats for it.
No stats.
Unfortunately not. I did try to find any kind of angle here, and as you can tell, I struggled, as many people probably did.
Yeah, look, I feel as anybody listening is thinking, goodness me, how many more times are you going to tell us how, we're going to tell you how difficult it is. It is because just the strike rate and the lack of consistency of most of these horses, which is why perhaps, logic suggests you go for one that's had less races rather than one that's had 60 odd and not one too many, for example. But we're going to find out our fates very shortly. They are circling down at the start, and I suppose it's one of those races, isn't it? As a jockey here, you would go to the stalls thinking, well, do you know what? I could just win this because
any rider could win this.
Anything is possible, isn't it?
Any of the horses could win. What about Naham? ES Naham, horse number 4, gets Wigberto Ramos on board. It would be great to see Wiggy in the winner's circle again. Rated 59, so just scraped into the contest. Has been there or thereabouts at this level before, but the best efforts have come over further. So this is another one that is going to be staying on, plodding on at the 1 speed, but it's just going to show no early. Similar can be said for Joy de Montague, horse number 5, who's 20 to 1 in the international market. Actually won 5 starts back, which is remarkable because it's the only horse with a 1 next to the name recently, but apart from Shibonima. But his main victory came over 2,400 metres, so he's yet another that will be plodding away in the latter part of the race, but will just struggle to put a turn of foot in. The key to this race, if you're watching it in running, is it will be won by one of the leaders turning for home, because all of these just have the one pace. And if you can get into that prominence position in the early part of the race, or at least in the middle part of the race, then you've got a good chance. If you can't, you're probably going to be running on for minor money at best.
Okay, they're loading actually quite quickly, aren't they now? So not too long before those stalls are about to be opened. Probably a good time to rejoin Gary Catewell.
Thank you, Darryl. Runners loading in for this handicap, 0 to 60. All the purebred Arabians. 14 to try and solve, isn't it? You can see the angle with Jcsa. The sire Mungiz has had lots of success over various parts of the Gulf. He was a very speedy horse himself, and he's having a good time of things as a sire now as well. Al Wazir is one of the ones we're waiting for. Jcsa is another one. And when you do look at these races, you do more inclined to go towards one of the ones who hasn't had as many chances. And Jcsa definitely fits that bill. 19 of them locked and loaded. Race number 7. Ready? Set to go. 1,600 metres again. Stalls team getting in a little late. All in though, and they jump away, racing away, 1,600 metres in front of them. Umba, quite wide on the course, is one of the first ones to show. Jal Mod is also racing prominently, showing the best early pace, and we'll head over to the inside running rail towards the end of the first 300 metres in lead. Turek Al Naif is one of the ones who's giving chase, along with Ez Al Shadam, who's racing towards the inside running rail. They're being followed by Sedic towards the inside in the blue cap, one of the greys, out quite wide on the course at the moment, and just trying to make a little bit of headway as they race down the back straight is Kayas Al Dam. They've got well spaced out here already, and as they race towards the far end of the track, it is Jalmad who shows in front. Turek Al Naif is around the outside going through with Al Waja to dispute second. Al Waja now just nosing into that position. Between that pairing is Jelmot towards the inside, is beginning to lose his position now as they make the turn back towards the home straight, right against the rail. Ez Al Shadaim is next in the field as they make the turn for home, and towards the outside, coming with a sweeping move, it is Turak Al Naif, just the second start for this one. Leads turning into the home straight, with now beginning to give chase Jcsa down the centre of the course, and this pair have begun to draw readily clear from the others. Turak Al Naif on the right, with on the left Jcsa gradually beginning to close. The front pair have got about 6-7 lengths clear ahead of Anis, who's moving through into third. Turak Al Naif in front inside the final 200 metres. Jcsa still just over 2 lengths away and not really closing in time. Turak Al Naif in front inside the final 50 metres and going close home. Turak Al Naif is off the mark at the second attempt. Has beaten Jcsa into second. Anis has finished back in third. And Masinisa a never nearer fourth. Not many got involved there. And Turak Al Naif from stall 15. This horse's second start by a siren. I must admit, I don't know a huge amount about Nasir Al Naif, but hasn't done a huge amount down the home straight, but would really look to be holding Jcsa in second place. He's faring best of the rest in third, and Masinisa putting in some good late work in a race where very few horses have got involved. 1 minute 52.69 the winner's time. Turak Al Naif, and that is a double on the card for Muhannad Al Nasser. And Winning Connections thrilled. It's by a length and a half. Turak Al Naif beating Jcsa and Anis, and Masinisa in 4. 19, 13 and 17 the first three home in race number 7.
Just the second run, wasn't it, for Turak Al Naif, and both Arabian races have gone to the winning rider, so he's had a fantastic day, the £2 claiming jockey.
Yeah, really good day for Muhannad Al Nasser. Claims the weight off, as you say. Was already out of the handicap, actually, racing off a mark of 46, but was on bottom weight and, as I say, out of the handicap. It was very hard to find, but it was the exact same connections as my pick, which was Al Wazir. It's a very similar kind of profile as well. Limited runs to date, very unexposed. Could be absolutely anything. And Turak Al Naif was the one. It wasn't Al Wazir. Muhannad Al Nasser, a big day for him. I think this would probably be his first double, actually.
You guess it probably is, and I wonder in hindsight whether the market underestimated those two horses and a few others just because the fact they were so lightly raced.
Yeah, potentially. It was the way to go in this contest, but the winner was hard to find. Lightly raced sort who had early speed and got up there from an early stage, and that's kind of what happened with the eventual winner. Your selection was unlucky, Jcsa. He smashed the remainder, and actually he galloped all the way to the line despite the fact he looked like he stopped turning in. Doesn't have the nicest of actions.
No, he doesn't, does he?
No, but he moved into contention well, and look, there will be a race somewhere down the line for him.
Yeah, Hannah was on Jcsa, I think, as well. So we take a second place, but where's the winner come from? It's come from stall 15, hasn't it? So towards the outside.
Yeah, breaks well up into a good early spot, just off the lead, and that's kind of where you need to be. Any further back, and you were going to be in real trouble, just purely because over this distance with these types of horses, it's very difficult.
I mean,
to make up
Jcsa
ground.
is a fair way back, isn't it? In the sort of second rank there.
Was the only horse to make up any kind of ground in the middle part of the race, and therefore he was unlucky not to win. But you know, in races like this, you can run it 10 times and it would be a different story each time. So, you know, the jockeys found the right position on Jcsa, in his opinion, Mohammed Al-Hibail, who's one of the most experienced riders in the race, and he's given his horse every chance of winning. They just weren't able to reel in the eventual winner, who kept finding off the front end, and I suppose was relatively impressive to rake out Naif, 6-year-old, but only had the 2 starts, and I suppose he had some form in Qatar, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to get a rating of just 46.
Yeah, absolutely. Never. I could only find one run, actually, to be fair. So maybe he hasn't raced anywhere before. Maybe just that one run here, went 5th.
Can't get a mark after just one run, though, can
last month. Yeah, I don't know how you get a mark. That's true, isn't it? 46. Maybe we'll dig into that a little bit later on, but I couldn't find form elsewhere. But look, it's a great result, as you say, for the young rider. 2 winners. I mean, it'd be absolutely on top of the world on the back of that.
Yeah, he will be. Young rider, as you say. You know, these 2 Arabian races today haven't been the best Arabian races that we'll see all week, but at the same time, for him, they will be. Mohammed Al Nassar will not forget today. 2 big victories for him. 32,500 Saudi Riyal to the winner as well. It's not like the prize money was low because of the quality of race. The prize money was fair, and he's given this horse a really nice ride on the front end. He looked very similar to Adel Al-Faredi actually at this point of the race. I genuinely,
he'd like to hear that, wouldn't he?
I genuinely looked down. I genuinely
looked
at my race card just to check. I thought it was on Sadiq, but is he on the 19? Obviously it wasn't. It was Mohammed Al Nassar, and I love the switch of leads there. Quick, decisive move, and makes the horse pick up well in the closing stages.
Yeah, and I think at this position, those of us who were on the runner-up, Jcsa, were thinking, you know, maybe got a chance to run the leader down. I thought fairly quickly it became apparent that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, it was apparent, but he did keep running to the line. He stopped and then went again, rather than just completely stopping. So there is hope for the runner-up, even though today wasn't obviously his day.
So there we are. That is a double. Ferreira, of course, Ricardo Ferreira's had 3 today. So those 2 riders have taken the bulk of the 7 races we've had so far. We have got 3 more to come, and we are going to crank it up a notch, of course, with the Jockey of Education Cup on the way, and the Ministry of Educating Cup as well to come still this afternoon. In fact, the Jcsa Cup will be the next before we get to that. So 3 good races on the way very shortly. 1,200 metres for those dirt-breds, those local dirt-breds shortly, and looks like it's going to be another favourite, I think I'm right in saying, for the Red Stable in race number 8 in a few minutes. Let's confirm all those details though with Gary Catewell.
Thank you, Darryl. Runs riders for race number 8. You go with that horse number 1. Number 2 is Basul, ridden by Asil Al Shahani. 3, Fighter, Camilo Ospina. 4, Hoot Al Qurain, Alexis Moreno. 5, Marroute, Ricardo Ferreira. 6, Medbas, Wiggy Ramos. 7, Mostahish, Naif Al-Anazi. 8, Nema Al-Mutagra, ridden by Nawat Al-Mudiani. 9, Rustam Bashar, Adel Al-Faredi. 10, Takni, Salma Al-Rashani. 11, Wind Spree, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 12, Yoshka, Abdullah Al-Gridis, and 13 Tarabot, Muhannad Al-Nassar. Field of 12, and Daryl and Tom are going to try and dissect the winner for you.
Well, we will try our best. 1200 metre dirt open coming up, the Jockey Club Cup, and just glancing indeed at those international prices, it is Rustam Basha, the 9 who you put forward earlier as sort of one of your most likely of selections, hopefully to win today, Tom. And of course, it is another horse for the Red Stable. It's another ride for Adel Al-Faradi.
Yes, I like Rustam Basha in this race, as you said. I thought this horse just had a much stronger claim than Medbus, who is high rated off 103, but I prefer Rustam Basha's form. Last year, she was a really nice type. I remember watching her race when I was over here several times, and she was super prolific, especially when she was ridden aggressively. She's a 6-time winner, 4 times over this course and distance, with 2 massive ticks there. She ran a really nice comeback last month as well, and I like that she's now running in Prince Faisal's colours, because that normally indicates the trainer is gifting it to the Prince, and you know, that's a good sign. Happened with Weight to Excel, it's happened with plenty of others, Taj Bladi, all of whom have gone on to win and do better things. So I think Rustam Basha's the horse to beat. Adel Al-Faradi will need to be at his very best, just purely because she's drawn out in 12 over the 1200 metres, which is far from ideal. But if there's ever a man to get inside from stall 12, it's Adel.
Yep, Adele to deal with that little problem. I actually quite like one of the other Prince Faisal runners here, and that is Ricardo Ferreira's ride, who is Marut, who's not quite rated as highly as your selection, or indeed as the 6. So I'm not convinced Medbus is a 103 in my book at the moment. So I'm downgrading that horse. But I thought the 5 was quite interesting here. Winner off of the same mark in November, still remains in good form. I mean, I'm taking Ferreira as a bit of a bonus as well here, so I'm going to get 4 times the price, I think, on the 5 at 7 to 1. So I'm leaning towards that direction.
I don't hate that at all. My route was second in my list. The 5 horse, you've already talked about the connections being a positive. He's a very strong stayer over this trip, so he'll probably be outpaced early, but Ricardo will come with a late run, and we've seen that Ricardo's judged fractions perfectly so far today. He won a course and distance open in November. This is a little bit tougher, but at the same time, he doesn't need to step up too much on official ratings to suggest that he's got a good winning chance.
We're going to have a look at a few clues. We're going to start with Tom's selection here, which is Rustam Basha. And this is the run we're finishing second at the end of November. It's coming in a second.
Here we go. Yeah, ran a nice race. This was the comeback, first time for Prince Faisal bin Khalid in the red and white silks. Made a good run. Actually, no, this was in the old silks. Subsequently transferred to Prince Faisal bin Khalid. Sorry, that's my bad. She was on the front end, as is her wont, really. She needs to lead and try and hold them all off. She couldn't hold them all off this day, but she finished way clear of the remainder. And this was a comeback off a long layoff. So I expect she's going to improve for this. She's gritty in a battle. She's going to prove hard to beat. She just needs to get across from stall 12. That's the big issue for her. Yeah,
we'll show you Marut now, who's also is just going to get there, isn't it, in the closing stages. I think that's the 5th of December form, isn't it, here we're watching? Yes.
Yeah, it comes with a late run and strong stayer over the trip. You can see he's a smooth traveller as well, but the thing is, when he travels so smoothly, he doesn't finish as well. Whereas when he's under the pump early, then he tends to maintain that high cadence and speed in the latter part of the race. He does finish okay here, but it takes him a few strides to get into gear, as you can see. So he needs to be wound up and get going early to try and run them down. In one more stride, he'd have been very close to winning that race there. Ricardo would need to be a little bit more aggressive from an early stage today.
Mostahish, the last one we watch here, is going to finish 4th. This was in the middle of November, coming charging down the outside.
Another front-running colt. He won a couple of races early last year, winless of late, and he's very vulnerable in the latter part of a race. You can see he's in 4th and kind of just going on at the one speed. Generally, he does tend to weaken towards the end of his races, so if he's got a comfortable lead, turning for home, then I think he'll win, but that's highly unlikely with Rustam Basha in the field.
So there we are. We've evaluated one or two clips of VT. We'll check the international prices in a second, which tell us, I think there's been little change. 7-4 Ruston Basher, 2-1 Medbar. So I'm guessing you're going to say should be a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Basol at 7s, Marut at 7s, and then 10-1 brings in the fighter of the rest. So that's a bit of form. Few clips of VT, and now here are the live runners with Hannah.
Indeed, let's start with horse number 2. That is Basol. Lucas Gaitan trains this horse. Very alert individual, having a good look around. He sees his little lip moving there. Wears the noseband as well. Very nicely turned out. Well done to the handlers there. We've got lovely quarter mark patterns, which is what we like to see. I like the alertness of this horse, though. That's the thing that caught my eye. It's having a good look around. Very beautiful coat as well. Excellent, very shiny. Perhaps could do with a little bit more muscle. Would like to see it a little bit more tucked up underneath. Let's then go to horse number 5, Marut. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira takes the ride. Perhaps he could get another win on the card. Lower head carriage on this horse, nice looking, relaxed, just having a little chomp but not too much. Looking quite, well, it is carrying a bit more condition, it is sweating as well, just a little bit underneath. You can see the darker spots. It definitely needs a little bit more, as you cannot see very much definition, particularly on the hind end and also underneath. Number 7 is the next horse we're going to look at, looking way more race fit than the previous horse we've just looked at. Mostahish. Naif Alanazi takes the ride on this 4-year-old. Yes, as I said, looking much better fitness-wise. The hind end is looking particularly muscled, and I can see the obliques. Having a nice look around. Temperament-wise, nice and chilled out. Next, we can have a look at horse number 9, Rostom Basha. Adel El Faradi takes this ride on this horse. Has the ring bit and also has the sheepskin noseband, quite a thick noseband, that one, just to keep it from keeping its head up. He has got his ears back, but that's not flat back as if he was annoyed. He's just listening because we've got the loudspeakers on out here too. Underneath, the muscle on this horse, on his lower belly, you can really see it. More so actually than any others in the paddock. Hind end is looking rather muscled also, and he's very shiny, looking great in the coat. If I were to pick out one for the coat, it would be this horse, number 9. So that's a few here in the paddock that I like the look of. Back to you guys in the studio.
So then we're looking at the runners with Hannah, and they're about to continue their journey around the paddock. What I do like here, amongst many things, is they walk around the paddock in race card order. I mean, how many times have you been racing? We're referring to the UK because obviously that's where we're based. Yeah. And I like number 6. Where's number 6? Where's number 6?
Mm-hmm. That is helpful. I don't necessarily like they're so close to each other. I think it'd be better if they were spread out.
That's possibly. Yeah.
But I love that they're in the right order. I agree with that. Yeah.
And they're all in the paddock as well at the same time, as opposed to where is
Correct.
number 6? Oh, it's not come out yet.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
And that, to be honest, I'm sure it just is second nature here. But when you've got 24, for example, to me that takes a lot of organisation. Is he engaged in the pony race?
I think he may be
later on. I think he might be. Look at the colours. We've got the silk somewhere. I haven't got race 12, but I've got the silk somewhere.
Yes, race 12 actually.
Oh yes,
on Kataf.
Yeah. So there we are. Could be a champion of the future. I was trying to look at the names of some of the youngsters in the pony races and wonder whether there's, the son of, or there's a Wanos riding in one of the pony races, for example. But
yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
You're using up all of our fillers there early.
You can always repeat, Tom. There are always viewers tuning in. It's ever changing. And actually, thinking about the pony races, look, you may be watching because you know someone who's going to be in the pony race, or you've got some kind of connection. Maybe you follow the pony racing wherever you're watching around the world, and maybe that's something that
I hope they do.
Particularly looking forward to.
They can feed us some information about who the best are.
Exactly.
These are the finals of the school champs, so yeah, we'll find out plenty later.
Well, we're going to find out something else now from Hannah.
Lucas Gaitan joins me now, who trains Basol in the next. Is this quite a straightforward horse to train? I mean, he's got quite a head carriage, looking very alert, but is he easy to train?
Yeah, he's very easy, and he's jogging every morning. He's Ali. He's a guy that knows the horse like no one else, so so well. His last 2 races were not what we expected. We didn't took him to Taif. Probably he needed his last race, and today we will see if he's still the same horse he was in his best times, or probably he's going his level down. But today is a proof of fire, so we will see.
Okay, so have you tried any new tactics?
No. He's a horse that runs always 3-4 lengths from the leaders. In this race, there is this filly, Ruston Pasha, that she's very fast. She can keep that pace from start to finish. So we will see. Asil Astrahani, his jockey, also knows the horse very well. So total confidence in both.
Oh, that's interesting. So the way he's behaving, that is just him.
Yeah. Today is very calm. He's with the blacks. But well, we will see today. We expect a good race from him. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A dapper
Very
trainer
dapper.
there. You're particularly admiring his tie.
Oh,
his
absolutely.
suit
Yeah.
combination. Yeah.
And incredible wins are not there. He's obviously dressed up for an occasion. Maybe that's to enter the winners' enclosure after this race.
Okay, that's thinking ahead. You see, that's the kind of thing that if you are going racing, that's 1 inch you've got, I suppose, over being at home. Well, not here because we've just interviewed him, but yeah, you're trying to work out, is that a trainer? He looks a bit. Yeah, he's combed his hair a little bit, and he looks. He's put his best suit on. He must fancy him. Oh, I don't know, Tom. You can read so much into these things.
You could.
Most of it's nonsense. But
Here's a link for the broadcast as well. Basul, who we just spoke about there, Lucas's runner, is out of a dam called Will Hanna, who kind of works with Will Hanna pick Basul later.
Will Hanna pick. Oh, she's got to now.
She has to.
That is going to fall into place, isn't it? Will Hanna pick Basul?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Potentially.
fantastic.
Our producer's absolutely stumped.
Yeah. It's got the damn Will Hanna. But listen, if it's gone over your head, that's fair enough.
We try hard.
Others would have got it.
Darryl, we try hard, and
others would have got it.
Yeah, it's tough crowd.
5 wins, 10 places from 19. Hold on, light bulb moment. From 19 course and distance runs for Basul. So, you know, the figures are. When you bear in mind the previous race, when we were looking for any kind of place form.
This is way better in terms of the ability of these horses. Yes, lots of course and distance wins. Won a cup last year, so he's more than capable of winning a race of this nature. I think he'll improve for the comeback, but is he good enough to win? Maybe he'll fall a little short, but he doesn't have much to find on figures of any, actually. And obviously Lucas is a fantastic trainer, so he's got to come into the reckoning, Basul. But there are 1 or 2 that are have definitely got stronger claims. Let's talk about Medbus then, horse 6, because the price is just wrong on this 4-year-old. There is every chance that he can be very good, but there's equal chance that he's completely blown out and regressive. He's rated 103, but that is based on form figures from 2023 and early 2023, not just like last winter. We're talking 2 seasons back. He actually won a Group 1, a Grade 1, so he's very talented, but his last 2 efforts were very mediocre and he's not been seen since. So there are huge questions to be asked of Medbus. My personal opinion is I don't think he'll win. I know some people will probably think, well, he's super classy, why wouldn't he win today? But I've seen this type many times before in Saudi in the 2 years since we've been here, and it's very rare that these win first time up or actually run to the mark that they are currently.
So the bit I didn't get with Medbus when I was looking this up yesterday, the last time this horse ran was in January.
Yes.
Off a mark of 85, having dropped from 106.
Well, I think that was
2 runs prior to that, and now is back on 103. So I don't see how it's gone back up, unless I'm misreading something. But
I did not see that, but that would be surely a clerical error. It would make no sense. Surely the horse just stayed on a 100
One
plus.
off a 106 in March 2023, off for 9 months. Yeah, that must be an error. The 80-odd mark. That can't be right.
No, always got to be rated over 100, I think.
Yeah.
But even now, I'd be surprised if Medbus can run to 100. Look, if the horse repeats that Group 1 victory, that kind of performance, then of course he's going to win, because no horse in here is a Group 1 horse.
No.
It just feels unlikely.
6-4 from 7-4. Ruston Basher at the top of the international market, and still 2-1 about Medbus and 7s bar those. So down at the post, 1,200 ahead of them for the Jockey Club Cup, which is the 8th race of the day.
Quick word on a couple that are double-figure prices.
Okay.
Fighter, horse number 3 for Camilo Ospina. Camilo's still looking for a winner today. He was a runner-up in a handicap last time, so it seems unlikely that he's going to win a cup race. He also wants further, not this drop down in trip. Horse number 4, Hoot Al Karain. one place behind Basul last time, so 5 points difference in the market. Maybe you could suggest that Hoot Al Qurain is value. But in my opinion, he's unlikely to reverse that form and generally just punches above his weight. We've talked about Marut and Medbas, and we've talked about Rustam Basha. Mostahish, horse number 7, is a front runner. We did see the footage of that one. I imagine he'll be leading early and then passed. And the only other one worth a mention is the 12, Jcsa, who was very disappointing on turf last week, but now switches back to dirt. He's been beaten by several of these so far this year, hence why he's 16-1. But he is relatively capable, and maybe he could run a place. But he's quite clearly the third string for Prince Faisal in this race.
There we are. So we've been through pretty much all of them, bar the real long priced outsider. Selection wise, then you're with
Rustam Basha.
Yeah, 9, and I'm with 5, who is Mashrou, and we're going to find out Hannah's choice in this race.
My goodness, I'm torn between the two of you yet again. So these are the two that I have been and ahhing for the last 3 minutes, let's say, since they've left the paddock. Number 5, Marut. I noted that this horse looked very sweaty in its last run, and actually I've seen and I'd said that it had worked up a sweat in the parade ring going out to post, even more so. But this obviously isn't an issue because this happened before. This is just that horse. I am going to stick with this horse mainly because Ricardo has done so well on Absolute Fire today. Of course, like I said, I was umming and ahhing between your pick, Tom, number 9, Rustam Basha, second time out, course and distance. So, and of course, Adel Al Faradi rides as well. So there's so many positives with these two horses. The thing that stood out for me with this horse, it looked very, very well in the parade ring, very shiny, very lean and muscly. Very race ready. So that was what I was leaning towards, but I'm locking in with the first choice I made, number 5, Marut. Ricardo is on top form. Let's hope he will make it a winner for me and back in the winner's enclosure. Gary, it's time to head over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, runners down at the start. Interesting, these cup races, aren't they? Well, we've had some of those handicaps earlier on where you can sort of make a case for quite a few of them. Usually with these type of races, the class will out, and obviously Rustam Bashar and Medbas towards the top of the international market, and Basul, another one that has been very well found internationally. The runners loading in. 1,200 metres this time. Winspree and Rustam Bashar both were dismounted down at the start, had some saddle adjustments made. And there's first couple of them going, or have gone in. Winspree with one of the next ones to load. Medbas going in at the same time. Tatney to the widest stall. And also Tarabot. Mare about to go forward along with Mostahish, in yellow with Nema Al-Mokhtar also out of line. And this trio coming in together to complete the lineup. The Jockey Club Cup over 1,200 metres. Mostahish into stall 4 will be the last one to load. We're just about ready for a start. Or ledgy, but they're all in and away they go. 1,200 metres in front of them. From the starting stalls, Medbas in a maroon jacket out wide on the course, edging across to be prominent. Winspree prominent against the rail. Rustam Bashar, white cap, noseband widest of all, also showing good early pace to the turn. And Rustam Bashar and Medbas the front pair heading out of the back straight. 2 lengths clear from Winspree in third. Nema Al-Mokhtar is racing back in 4th. Then comes Marut down on the rail, racing on the inside of Hoot Al-Qurain. They're being followed by Mostahish out wide. The next in the field is Fighter as they make the turn for home. The back marker is Tatney, and they're well spaced out. And Rustam Bashar has got them on the stretch, turning for home. Medbas is dropping back as Winspree now goes in pursuit on the outside in second. They're being followed by Fighter right down the centre of the course, who's keeping on. Marut is next in the field. They make the run down towards the final 200 metres. Rustam Bashar had to do plenty of work to get near the lead. Winspree's back on terms and 3 wide. Here comes Fighter delivering a challenge. Winspree with Fighter over the top, coming home best of all, and the hands of Camilo Ospina. It is Fighter who will ultimately win going away. Winspree is second, with Rustam Bashar probably just holding third, ahead of Mostahish in fourth. Fighter it is, in the hands of Camilo Ospina. They've gone very, very quickly early on in that race. Full credit to Rustam Bashar really for still being there at the finish, because the other horse that went with him early on, Medbars, dropped tamely away down the centre of the course in a winning time of 1:14.35 seconds. Fighter has come home best of all to win by 2 1/4 lengths, beating number 11 Winspree, who's held every chance in second. Eventually got past Rustam Bashar, but had no response to the winner. Mostahish, horse number Heathrow, I should say, number 7 in fourth, and number 5 Marut in fifth. 3, 11 and 9 the numbers, 2 1/4 lengths the winning margin, in a winning time of 1:14.35 seconds. Fighter wins race 8, the Jockey Club Cup.
Camilo Ospina, who gets his first winner of the week, sort of midway through day 2. I think he had 5 last week, so a good week last week. But on the mark here, and Fighter over the 1200. This is a horse who sort of generally plied its trade over a little bit further, more sort of 1400 metre horse.
How did this horse lose in a 0 to 85 handicap last time?
Well, that doesn't make any sense, having just seen what we've just witnessed.
Incredible. Very, very difficult to find on that form figure. Generally wants further, as you say, 1400 metres minimum. Yeah, I don't know what's worked the Oracle today, but something's changed, and he was much better today. Very good effort from Fighter. Camilo Ospina getting a winner as well.
Yes, that's a good result for him. Big outsider Winspree plays second. Rustam Bashar was right there in the latter stages. We'll see again in a moment. But let's go back to Hannah and get some reaction, hopefully.
Finally, a winner on the board today for Camilo Ospina. Let's have a chat with him about that run. Congratulations, Camilo. Talk to me about this horse. It's not been running too bad recently, so it's about time it had a winner.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mita Bin Sharai, the honor, Talal Bin Sharai, my boss, and my friends, Misha, Bader, Abdullah. He's my friends here. I'm very happy to win for this color. And it's tough race, we know it's a tough race, but nothing impossible. My horse, he was very good. I just tried to come close to the pay, and waiting a little bit because my horse he has a sprinter, but for the last 300 meters I move in early. Maybe he stunned the last meter, but thanks God he come close, and when I move in, the horse he respond very good.
His ideal distance really is 1400, right? So will he race at this distance again?
Yes, I spoke with the trainer before. I told him I just scared with the distance because the horse is 7 furlong is better, but thanks God he put in very good position today, and he's coming 100%, and when the horses is coming and very good, you know, they can do.
Yeah, I noticed you've got some of the track on you. Is it quite dusty out there? It did look like it was flying up a little bit.
Yeah, no, you know, the another horses in front, they coming very, very strong, you know. I know the race is a little bit speed, but thanks God I just waiting and I waiting my opportunity, but when I ask him, the horse he respond very good.
Thank you so much and well done.
To you. Thank you to you.
Well, he's got himself a winner there. Let's look back at this again. It was the favourite, wasn't it, in front turning in, but you know, about to launch a charge and is going to come under pressure here.
Yeah, Rustam Basha ran an okay race. She showed I keep calling her she. He showed good early speed. Had to battle to get to the front because Medbus also showed early pace. That horse, disappointing, unsurprisingly, failed to make the top 6. But Rustam Basha just succumbed to the stronger finishers late. He ran very well. Look, he was beaten 2 3/4 lengths after showing blistering early, but it's clearly set up for the stronger stayer, and that was Fighter. Take it from the start, Medbus is really quickly away in the middle with the start on the body, just in the lead in the middle of the shot. Towards the inside was the eventual runner-up, I believe, Winspree, and soon Rustam Basha is now moving up on the shoulder. The top 2 go a little bit too hard from this point until the end of the turn. Adel Al-Frady is usually very good at just settling in behind, but he was quite aggressive on Rustam Basha today, which is fine because the horse does generally need to lead. But you can see they've opened up 2.5 lengths gap over Winspree, who's then a length and a half clear of the 4th. Rustam Basha's been put in the race a little bit too soon, and that's not helped him in the latter part. But you know, it was a solid effort from Rustam Basha. Winspree's run a great race. Fighter is the proven stayer and really powers through the event late, and yeah, manages to get the job done for Camilo, who I think we'll be hearing from again in around half an hour's time after the next race.
Yes, every chance of banging a double out perhaps here. And Winspree, you mentioned, has run well at a massive price, and therefore has belied those sort of big odds of 33-1 in finishing second, Winspree.
Yeah, ran a great race. Very hard to find again. Only rated 79 in against horses in the 90s, so it was ridiculously hard to pick up. But was second on the last couple of outings in weaker races and was always near the speed. Finds a lot for pressure, of course, and that's a big advantage in a race like this where they all got racing a touch early.
Yeah, here's the finish once again. Rustam Basha just picked off in the closing stages. A Fighter on the mark here from Winspree was a big price. You can see in the noseband in the between horses, not nosebands actually, but in the lighter colours. And Fighter will charge down the outside. 5th win from 34 starts. This horse, who, as we were saying, had tended to run over 1,600 metres, so you knew would have a chance if close enough in the latter part of the race. And there's the presentation, the Jockey Club Cup, which was our 8th race on the card this afternoon, which means we are left with 2 more open races to bring you, which are the Jockey of Education Cup and also the Ministry of Educating Cup. And then, of course, we've got the pony races to come at the end, so make sure you're sticking around for those, something a little bit different. There's a big moment there, look at that. It's like lifting the World Cup almost there, or as close as most of us will ever get to doing something like that, of course. So, race 9, are we massively confident this is the one? Oh, it's short, rebellious stage, no reason not to take an interest?
No reason not to. I wouldn't be betting in the race because it's a very short price, but he's one of the most exciting horses in Saudi Arabia. So if you are tuning in now, looking to see some top equine performances, this horse coming up, Rebellious Stage, is one of my favourites and generally one of the highest rated. So keep an eye out. Could be one for the White Stable and Camilo.
Okay, Gary's going to call them all though from top down to bottom.
Thank you, Daryl. 15 of them. And number 1 is Alatabi by Ricardo Ferreira. 2, Wanda Al Zam, Ali Al Mutib. 3, Aman, Abdullah Al Wafi. 4, Rebellious Stage, Camilo Ospina. 5, Uncle, Mohammed Al Dahan. 6, Alta Wahidi, Iyad Al Truisi. Number 7 is Al Mawassis, ridden by Abdullah Al Audib. 8 is Burnish, Abdullah Al Saidi. 9, Get Stuck In, Alexis Moreno. 10, Making Movies, Mohammed Al Hubail. 11, Rock Sound, Abdullah Al Farouz. 12, Shibal Latam, Rayan Al Turesh. 3 more. 13, Chasing the Flag, Khalid Al Mimoni. 14, Candy King, Adel Al Faradi. And 15, Spirit of Nguru, Ali Al Mimoni. Rebellious Stage, a very short price favourite on the international market. We can go back and rejoin Daryl and Tom.
Yeah, Gary, trading 4 to 7, I think, and probably not going to get an awful lot bigger, if at all, over the course of the next, what have we got, 15 minutes or so until race time. You mentioned one of the highest rated horses in Saudi Arabia at the moment, 108 the mark. What excites you so much about this Justify?
Well, he used to be trained in America. I think it was with Chad Brown. I will have to quickly have a look while I'm talking here. But he was definitely trained in America. Lovely pedigree by Justify out of Spark. He was unexposed over there. They purchased him for a relatively pricey amount. And he's come over here and he's 3 from 3. You know, he was very, very impressive in those outings. And yeah, I think he's got big targets lined up, the Saudi Cup being one of them.
Well, this is the last run, isn't it? This is 26th of January, and he's about to leave this group of rivals trailing in his wake.
Yeah, he's a super strong finisher. He travels into the race lovely, and I loved how he quick and clear. I was actually here this day, and I remember speaking to some of the White Stable representatives beforehand, and they had high hopes for him. It was just whether he was going to continue progressing, and he certainly did that last year. Here you go. He was purchased for $200,000 at the Facing Tipton July sales. Originally cost $450,000 as a yearling. He was 1 out of 2 for Chad Brown prior to his purchase.
So Chad Brown previously. Right, we're moving on to have a look at Al Marn here, who's I think probably the biggest danger according to the market and the red colours there, and it's actually going to make a lot of late headway here and only just go down in this race.
Yeah, he was a runner-up, as you say. He makes a lot of late headway. He's not got the nicest head carriages, which is why he wears a noseband and cheek pieces. But this was in a fair kind of race. He finished 3 places ahead of Alu Tabi. He was just on the rail in 5th there. He also reopposes today. And somehow Al Marn is 10 to 1 and Alu Tabi is 5 to 1.
One more to have a look at, who is Al Tahidi, running and indeed winning at the back end of November. You can see the yellow jacket there.
This was in a handicap last month. Generally really consistent at open level, but does tend to struggle to win. That is the problem with Al Tahidi. He's an 8-year-old. He's only won 5 of his 70 outings. Not the best of strike rates, but he is consistent and he runs his race. A true veteran and a good horse to own.
It is 4 to 7. It remains 4 to 7 rebellious stage for the up and coming 9th contest. Let's get some thoughts from Hannah.
Indeed, let's have a look, shall we? Let's start with number 1, Alu Tabi. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira takes the ride for Thalma Al Dahaney. Lovely shoulder on this horse, looking very muscled and marvellous. I think this is going to be a running trend because all of Thalma Al Dahaney's horses look fantastic, and it shows because they're coming into the winners' enclosure quite a lot. So yes, this is a very gorgeous horse. Dropping back to horse number 3, Al Marn for the Red Stable. Abdullah Al Orfi rides this 6-year-old chestnut. Got the noseband and the cheek pieces on as well. And I think underneath, yes, it does have a cross noseband on with a normal snaffle bit. Body-wise, looks like it's dropped a little bit underneath, so perhaps just needs a bit more muscle and a bit more work. But nevertheless, it's still a chunky type muscle-wise, and very good definition on the hind end, particularly in that fitness line. Dropping back now, just one horse. We're going to go to horse number 4, Rebellious Stage. This is the horse that Camillo Ospino will take the ride on. Different kind of chestnut. This is more of a liver chestnut, darker one. It looks like it's quite an easy horse. It's got a plain Cavesson noseband, very standard bridle, and its muscle on its hind end looks great. I can see it. good lighting out here now. Oh, I like this. Underneath, I can see its obliques, but it does look like it needs to be tucked up a bit more. I would like to see it a bit more race fit. I'd say it's more on the chunkier side. Bit of condition on this horse. Number 5, Uncle. Looking kind of like a Roman nose, this horse. It's not a dish like you would see in a purebred Arabian, but it's very flat, quite a big head on it, but it doesn't look out of proportion to its body whatsoever, because it is another chunkier sort. Hind end looks great, and its walk does look like it's a little bit tight behind, so need to get walking round this parade ring. Underneath has got quite it's a girthy sort as well, lots of room for the heart underneath. He's having a good look at the cameras there. In its mouth it does have a ring bit as well, so it might be a little bit keen going, but its shine on his coat looks fantastic, so a clean bill of health for this horse, looking great. Nice shoulder on it as well. That's your 5-horse Uncle. We're going to now look at number 9. Get Stuck In. Alex Moreno takes the ride on this grey horse, just having a chomp on the bit. Got a bigger loose ring snaffle in there just so it doesn't pull through its mouth. It's a big horse, but it's carrying its head a lot lower. But I think if it had its head higher, you'd see how truly big this horse is. You can see the withers actually over the handlers' heads. This is a big chap here. I'd say this horse needs a bit more fitness. Wouldn't quite call this race fit ready. It is dropped underneath. I would like to see that more tucked up and more definition definitely behind, but a big lad for sure. So that's some of the horses here in the parade ring. I'll hand it back to you guys in the studio.
It is the penultimate race, isn't it? The afternoon. It is race number 9, the Ministry of Education Cup meeting, and this is the race that will precede that. It's the Jockey of Education Cup, 1400, and yeah, as we've heard from Tom, of course, very exciting rebellious stage. Any concerns about the absence going back to January?
I suppose so.
It's a long time, isn't it?
I have that concern for every other horse, so why shouldn't I for rebellious stage? That makes perfect sense. Yeah, the thing is with him, he's got such a big gap on his remainder on official figures, and it's not an inflated figure this time.
No.
108 is a true figure. He has 12 pounds and 12 or 11 pounds in hand of even the next highest horse. So he doesn't need to be 100%. He doesn't need to be completely race fit and ready to go. You know, it's highly likely that he's going to be close to being 100%, I imagine, on the comeback. Look, it's only 2 months until the Saudi Cup. They're not going to leave way too much work to be done with him. He's probably just a little ring rusty, and he should be more than good enough to win. He's a short price. There's no originality in saying that I'm going to speak for you here, but that we both think he's going to win this race.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a horse who, obviously, he came here and won first time. He's won all 3 starts here, so he did that off of an absence.
See, that is misleading, because I thought that too until I'd just seen another website say that he finished 9th in the dirt sprint on Saudi Cup day, which is true. But the website is misleading. It does say 3 out of 3, and that is annoying. But he did get beaten on Saudi Cup day.
Okay.
But yes.
But nevertheless, yeah, that would have been against far better opposition than we're dealing with today. So of the rest, there's a little group that's sort of clustered together in behind the favourites. Who are you seeing as maybe the forecast link or?
So I put Uncle in second purely because this horse loves running second.
Uncle.
Yeah. He's a great horse to watch and own. He always runs his. I say that like I own him. I don't.
14 out of 28 placed efforts, 3 wins. I mean, great.
Yeah, he's always there or thereabouts, isn't he? He's the horse where you kind of judge form on. Supremely consistent, has all-round speed. He'll be up there early. He'll stick around and do his very best. I have him in at second. And then third, I put in the 3, Alman, who we saw the footage of, beating Adetabi, who I also have 4th. I think that form line is crucial for the place money. Alman will stay stronger than Adetabi. I'm very surprised at the market there, actually, between those 2. But rebellious stage on top for me. He's just way the horse to beat.
He is way the horse to beat. And look, you may be having a little interest in the international market. You may just be wanting to sit back and enjoy this horse for all he offers here. And what it does tell us, of course, is that the Saudi Cup is coming, isn't it? It's not too far away now, middle of February, so we're going to start to see you know, more of these exciting horses
Yes,
having
well-
their preps and getting themselves ready.
Case in point is a horse tomorrow, Scotland Yard.
Of course,
Returns to the
yeah,
track.
yeah,
He actually
yeah,
ran 13th in the Saudi Cup 2 years
He's got a
ago.
very similar mark, hasn't he? 108, 109, 110.
110, yeah. So these are the two of the standouts in Saudi Arabia. I think they're rated second highest and fourth highest, or joint fourth highest, respectively, with Rebellious Stage being the joint fourth highest and Scotland Yard second highest. So these are some of the big guns locally that will be aiming towards the Saudi Cup. We've still yet to see Carmel Road, who is the #1 gun, providing he's still in training. I haven't heard anything about him. But yeah, this is a crucial time for these horses, getting their preparation underway, and hopefully everything goes right towards the Saudi Cup.
Yeah, they're about to make their way out, as you can see, for the 9th race on the card. Not too much happening in the international markets at the moment. Certainly no change to the price of the favourite at 4 to 7 for this 1400 metre open. And as we were saying earlier, we've got some great racing to come, of course, tomorrow as well, including a domestic Group 3. Can't quite match last Saturday's Crown Prince races, which are absolutely amazing. But it's
still solid.
It's good, solid racing for a Saturday. The final meeting, of course, of the week. There is no let up, by the way, in the schedule. If you sat there thinking, well, are they racing? Is there any little break coming up? No, we're all the way through. So back on Thursday next week, the 26th, Friday and Saturday as well. I missed a little bit of what you were saying about this horse in America, the favourite beforehand.
Yes.
So with Chad Brown and...
Yeah, he was with Chad Brown. He made a winning start, and then he blew out on his second outing, which was at Laurel. The winning start came at Pimlico. Actually, he wasn't with Chad Brown. He was with Brittany Russell. I'm getting my white stable horses mixed up. With Brittany Russell. Made a winning start at Pimlico. He was well fancied that day, and I remember actually reading some works ages ago, before the race, back in the spring last year, and he was highly touted. Then he went to Laurel for an allowance optional claimer, and he was disappointing, and then subsequently sold. So he was a failure a little bit in the US, but since he's come here, he's been an absolute revelation.
Hannah, all yours.
Yes, let's talk to Thalmar Al-Dahaney about Uncle. Talk to me about this horse. I know we've got to do this super quick as they are heading to post.
Yeah, he's a good horse. Last race really for him before 1 month, I saw him a little tired. That's why I give him rest for 1 month. But today in the morning he's working too good. There is one horse for the King. He's a very good horse. I hope we got a good run with him. And I have my other horse is much better today. I think Al-Utaibi. I'm thinking about Al-Utaibi also more. Uncle is in a good form and Al-Utaibi in a good form.
Yeah, well, now that Ancestral Land is not in the race, I'm sure Uncle's got a very good chance, because he has been behind Ancestral Land the last 2 starts, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's good enough to win, you know. But he need a switch. All the time he didn't bust the horses. One day he bust the horse handy. I told Muhammad today, try to relax him and come to the horses handy. I hope he progress good, you know. The main problem for this horse, he do want to bust the horse. That's the main problem. If we get his switch, he will win more races, you know.
Well, another fantastic horse. It looks amazing in the parade ring, as per usual. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and say hi for all the people in the studio. Thank you.
Yeah, always good to hear from Thalmar Al-Dahaney. And look, he'd be, I guess, anticipating, as you say, Uncle taking a little bit of prize money here.
Yes, he'll be in the first 3 or 4. There's
Yeah.
no doubt about that. It's just how far up he finishes. Super consistent horse, and just a great stalwart. The same kind of can be said about Al-Utaibi, albeit he's not as consistent. But they are the form setters, aren't they? We'll finish this race and we'll review it, and we'll probably say, well, hopefully how good Rebellious Stage is, but we'll say Uncle and Al-Utaibi were 3rd and 4th, or 2nd and 3rd, and we'll say they're the kind of barometer as to the performance. They are the types of horses that they are. They always run to mid to high 90s.
Al-Mal and Rebellious Stage there. Shots as they made their way down to the start a little earlier on for this 47,500 to the winner contest, and about to make their way behind the gates. So I don't think we need to really ask ourselves as to who we're tipping here, because how can you not be with Rebellious Stage, Hannah?
Yes, I suppose that is the question. There are some very nice looking horses in the parade ring, and I said this the other day. It's, you know, you can really see the difference in class for some of these horses because the standard just goes up, and how they look especially. I do like the look of Uncle actually, so I'm just going to be a bit different, and I am going to go with number 5 horse Uncle. And I am, you know, my fan, no, not my fan base, mine fan base, but I have to agree with Tom. I absolutely love Talma Al-Dahani. So I think he's a trainer I'm going to go on to follow because he's, first of all, he's so lovely and polite. His horses do so well. He's on top form and his horse looks great, as I said in the parade ring, as I've said about all of his runners. So that's the horse I'm going with. We've got a bit of variety now, but yes, I'm going to go with horse number 5 Uncle, the 4-year-old, and hopefully maybe I can get a winner on the board now. We will have to see, but as I said, some really nice horses looking great in the parade ring. So yes, Gary, it's now over to you. What are your thoughts on our race number 9?
Thank you, Hannah. Interesting race, isn't it? It's great to see Rebellious Stage back. Obviously, our scene, as we've been discussing, finishing 8th on Saudi Cup night, and obviously all the international raiders which took part in that race. Before that, he created an extremely favourable impression, winning his first 3 starts here. Obviously, as the boys have been discussing, started his career out in America, but since coming over here, from strength to strength. Camilo Ospina on board, going for a double on the card. And again, for all that obviously we haven't seen him since that run, as Tom's pointed out, this is a stepping stone, I would imagine, back towards that same race that he ran in on Saudi Cup night, and maybe they could fit in another race perhaps in between. But yeah, returning from best part of 9 months off. It's just over 9 months, isn't it, since we last saw this horse. And for all that some of the others obviously have got race fitness on their side, even if he's sort of 80% maybe, it should probably be enough to win this. I mean, you go through the race looking at the ratings and trying to work it out, the weights and measures. Obviously, Alta Wahidi, Aratabi and Alman are the others, and Uncle, that are rated in the 90s and making movies coming into this race, but they don't really have the same sort of profile as this Rebellious Stage, and obviously that has been, as I say, very much reflected in the international market, but it would be a little bit disappointing, I think, if he wasn't up to winning this, as I say, even though he has had a little bit of time off since we last saw him. Loading up process beginning, chasing the flag coming into stall 1. The cup race coming up as our final thoroughbred race of the day, and don't forget those 2 pony races to conclude the card as well, sure to be very fiercely contested. Seeing some stars of the future in those. Ingo's get stuck into stall 6 here. Alexis Moreno taking the ride, coming forward Shibble Latam, and also Uncle taking the place in the stalls. Candy King coming in as well. Still waiting for Uncle actually out the back of the field, along with Wunder Alzam. That pair going in together. We're set to go. Race 9, 1,200 metres in front of them. Stage coming out of stall. A little bit of movement in the stalls, but they are sent on their way and racing. Rebellious Stage, plenty of white on his face, got away okay, showing his customary early dash. 4-5 from the left to be prominent in the early stages, with Get Stuck in the grey also prominent towards the rail. Uncle is racing it back in third, with Al Tabi towards that one's outside. They're being followed as they go down the back straight by Wonder Elzam. Rock Sound is wider out on the course. They're being followed by Almoasis as Get Stuck in, giving them something to catch here. It's gone 2.5 lengths to the good, making the run out of the back straight and approaching halfway. Rebellious Stage, Camilo Ospina not panicking at this stage, just 2 lengths behind the leader, and just getting a nice toe through the race. Tabi down on the inside in third, racing on the inside of Wanda Elzam, and then Rock Sound who's wider out on the course. They're being followed next in the field by Moaxis in the noseband, who's trying to improve as Get Stuck In comes back to Rebellious Stage, who comes there travelling strongly on the turn back for home. So Rebellious Stage strikes to the front inside the 400. Uncle with the white cap now going off in pursuit, one off the rail. Al-Tuabi down the centre with Alman and the noseband also running on. Just over 200 metres left to go. Rebellious Stage in front, clear by a couple of lengths from Uncle in second place, who's inching a little bit closer. Time is fast running out though. Rebellious Stage out in front. Rebellious Stage back with a win. Uncle in second, Alman finishing in third, and Al-Tuabi never near a fourth. Well, he broke Smalley. He got into a decent early position, just in behind the strong fractions set by Get Stuck In. He went past that rival on the turn for home. Surely will improve further on. First run for over 9 months, but he's won in a time of 1:27.14. 1 minute 27.14, the winner's time. Solid run from Uncle in second place. He's finished 2 3/4 lengths behind the winner, with horse number 3, Alman, faring best of the rest in third. He put in some nice late work, as too did Al-Wahidi down the centre, and making movies and rock sound of Smithering Guru. The next few never really looked like getting a blow, but Rebellious Stage is back with a win by 2 3/4 lengths, beating Uncle into second, Alman in third. A quick double on the card for Camillo Ospina, who does have a ride in our final race. He'll be riding Ali Al-Hamar, but he's just guided Rebellious Stage to his 4th victory here in Saudi Arabia, in the kingdom, and a double on the card for the winning rider. Rebellious Stage wins race 9.
Well, Talal joins me now, manager of the White Stable. Talk to me about this horse. A very long break, but look, didn't matter.
Yeah, thanks God, alhamdulillah, he ran today very well. Long time he didn't run. Today, alhamdulillah, he ran not fit 100 times, but we prepare him to, inshallah, in the big races in future, inshallah.
Well, talk me through the race. Was there any moments you were worried? I mean, look, you've got a great jockey on board, so obviously there's no question marks there.
Yes, alhamdulillah. We have got a great team, actually, and hopefully, inshallah, we'll continue the same level, inshallah. Yeah.
Well, tell me about with the team. So I suppose you regularly have the jockeys ride out these horses so that they know them.
Yes, and he's training this horse every day in morning. Alhamdulillah, Camillo is as a son of White Stable, and we are one team, actually, in that stable. Yeah.
That's fantastic. I'll let you go have your photo.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, that's great stuff, that is. It's always a fantastic atmosphere down here in the winners' enclosure, especially these moments where you've got everyone coming in for the photo. But what a ride that was. Of course, you can never put any question marks, can you, with Camillo Ospina? But there we are, a double on the card for today. And it'll be great to have a chat to him about his ride. We are just going to wait for him to weigh in, and then he'll hand his saddle over. So we'll just wait for him to do that. He's having pats on the back, so I don't blame them. He did very, very well in that ride. And well done to our guys in the studio. What a good choice that was. Perhaps it's not my day today, but listen, let's not take anything away from Rebellious Stage. We'll have a chat with Camillo while he grabs his hat and his stick. Excellent job, Camillo. Well done. We were just saying to the White Stable manager, I mean, a break for this horse, but it didn't matter at all.
No, thank you very much to the Prince Mita, Bin Abdullah always, for giving me support, for trusting me. Taral bin Sharain, our boss, is making great job. We asked, the trainer Abdulaziz Mochawa, many people behind this. And thanks God, this horse is for a long time, from the Saudi Cup day, no run. Thanks God, the trainer, he's coming very good, step by step, he's coming very good. Still no 100%, I think my horse, he needs this race. And thanks God, he has very good quality, I'm just waiting for the last 200 meters because I know my horse is still not 100%, but when I asked him, he responded and he won the race, thanks God.
Is he likely to go for the third sprint at the Saudi Cup meeting, the dirt sprint?
Yes, we hope, this horse is special for that race. And we start now, this is the first race this season. And then I think they qualify the race in six furlong for the Saudi sprinter, and then we'll see. It depends on the Prince. He take the decision.
Thank you very much. Well, that's a double for you on the card. Well done.
Yeah, thanks God, because I looking the winner, but it's a little bit difficult. But I say always, today no, but tomorrow you can.
Exactly. Well, you did it. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 2 winners, and he's got a chance, of course, of making that 3 in the last, which we'll get to shortly. And look, I guess it's the run that everybody wanted to see here. This was important to get a good performance out of Rebellious Stage.
And he's beaten the right one as well in Uncle, who is the consistent performer. So if Uncle ran to 96, then Rebellious Stage would probably run to 100. And Camillo said he wasn't 100%, which is very much the case with all the White Stable horses first up this year. If he runs to 100 first up, more than capable of getting back to that 108 and even improving on it potentially as we get to the latter part of the season. The dirt sprint will be the target, as Camillo says, providing everything else goes to plan in the meantime. He broke lovely, as he always does. That American pedigree, the previous experience in America really helps with breaking from the gates. He raced in second behind a long shot here.
Get stuck in, wasn't it?
Yeah, 33-1. I mean, it is Alex Moreno. He loves being on the front end, but they were going way too quick for that horse's ability, and unsurprisingly, he faded out of contention. Rebellious Stage took over coming in for home, which we'll see in a second, and powered clear. He kind of held Uncle at bay, actually, after initially powering clear. But both of those have run great races, and Uncle will win plenty throughout his career and place more times. A couple of others in behind ran well, the likes of Alman, who we talked about as being the horse that will plug on and potentially pick up some pieces. He finished third. He's not even in a shot right now in the Red Silks, just coming in right at the bottom. He plugs on for third place, and then there were a couple of long shots behind Al Tawidi, who was fourth. So, the form stacks up well. The performance from Rebellious Stage is even better, and he's one of the leading lights for the White Stable going into February time.
Yeah, and that, of course, is a very, very important time, as you know, here in Riyadh. You can just see Almar making lots of late headway there in the red stable colours, moving up into third place. But this is a really good run delivered from the favourite, who, connections would have been hoping and expecting this kind of performance, but you've got to go out there and do it when you've been off the racetrack for the best part of a year. Yeah,
and plenty of these horses haven't been doing it recently. So I think that's probably a relief. They would have expected him to win just purely because of his class, but it would be a relief that he did get the job done, because there have been some disappointments. As we've already said, this is one of the leading horses in Saudi. It's great to see them back, these top quality horses, and not only have we got to see him today, but we're going to see Scotland Yard tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him too. So a good moment for the White Stable, and it will hopefully be a good moment for Prince Saud tomorrow, and we'll be thinking towards Saudi Cup night.
Yeah, and we will be here, of course, to bring all that very good racing here tomorrow as we edge close towards those 2 big days towards the end of February. Let's just have one more look then at Rebellious Stage, charging home to victory and taking what is the penultimate race on the card this afternoon. And we've still got, of course, the Ministry of Education Cup to come, which will be race number 10, and that is on the way very shortly. We have a 2-year-old race, of course, over the 1400. So that'll be our last race. Well, last race on the card as such. We have got those 2 pony races to come a little bit later on, but Gary's going to tell us all about the runners in race number 10.
Thank you, Daryl. Race 10, the Ministry of Education Cup. 11 of them. Number 1 is Ali Al-Hamar, Camilo Ospina. 2, Caper, Naif Al-Anazi. 3, Gawak Allah, Khaled Al-Mimoni. 4, Ibn Al-Rib, Yusuf Al-Hussein. 5, Jadal, Ricardo Ferreira. 6, Khalido, Adal Al-Faredi. 7, Aisil Jordan, written by Mohammed Al-Daham. 8, Dubamin, Ayat Al-Turisi. 9, La'ion Ays, Nawaf Al-Mudani. 10 is Nidlip Abdullah Al-Afwi. And 11 is Shahiyar Salman Al-Rashid. 11 of them. All the boys in the studio to have a look at.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, just after, what are we, 7:15 local time, wherever you're watching across the world on the YouTube channel here, the English-speaking service of the Jcsa, the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, and we're delighted to have your company. If you have just joined us, you've chosen a good time, because this is a very, very good race.
Yeah, thank you.
And we will have a look at a couple of clues in a moment as well, because this may take a little bit of sorting out, this race. They were betting 9 to 4 the field earlier. The top horse, Ali Al-Hamar, was the favourite, remains the favourite as well. Tom, top of the pile at 9 to 4. Can it be an Ospina treble?
What's the 4 not the favourite?
You're right, actually. Yes, I've misread my notes.
Do you know why I said that? Because
Yes.
I like the 1 and I don't want to be pigeonholed as a favourite player.
I see, OK. You're right,
Al-Hamar.
4 is just favourite, isn't it? Ibn Al-Rib at 2 to 1.
Exactly. Ali Al-Hamar's 9 to 4. And second favourite, could go off favourite. Rated 67 after 3 outings. Camilo could get back-to-back winners here. Same for the trainer Abdullah Al-Mashawa and the White Stable, of course. I quite liked the performance last time in a sales race over 1,600 metres. I think he'll lead this contest and he stays 1,600, so can they catch him? That's the question. I'm going to err on the side of no. But if something does catch him, then they're probably pretty good.
Yeah, 1,400, of course, being the distance, and then we're getting a close look at the top horse, then Ali Al-Hamar, who is the 9 to 4 second favourite here, of course. And in fact, we can have an even closer look, because here's some film footage of the run back on the 23rd of November that was over, as you say, the 1,600.
Yeah, it was aggressive from the outset, set the pace and quicken off the home turn. You can see he's really still finding at this point. He's not just clinging on. The end of the race he's not as solid, I suppose, but he still keeps running all the way to the line, and 1,600 is no problem for him. That being said, he's got more than enough speed to contest a race over the 1,400 like tonight, and hopefully the cutbacking trip will see him in a little bit better light. Camilo's going to be aggressive from a middle stall, and yeah, look, he gets closed up on there, but over the shorter trip, I don't think that'll be the case.
Yeah, just holding on also is the horse we're going to look at now, Ibn Al-Rib. This was back on the 7th of December. Khalido also in the film, as you can see, they're back in 3rd.
Ibn Al-Rib literally clings on, as you say, in the latter part of this race. It was technically his second victory, because he did win first time up, but he got disqualified for interference after crossing the line in front. The latter part of this contest, he's not strong, but he is a player in this race, providing he can keep battling in a finish like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's an intriguing affair, isn't it? Because understandably, these are all pretty lightly raced, these principal 2-year-olds, and numbers-wise, there won't be a huge amount between them thus far, and those numbers are obviously open to plenty of change. Who's improving quickest?
Yeah.
Do you think it's the right 2 at the top of the market, though?
I do, yeah. I have the 1 to beat the 4 in my selections. This was without prices, so I do agree with the international market. The 3rd in, I had Dubamine, who is the 3rd favourite, the 8. Again, this horse was a winner on the first 2 starts, including a course of distance conditions event. Last time bumped into a really good one, but it's making a quick return.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just the other day. Let's rejoin Hannah.
Let's whiz through these. Then 1 horse is Ale Alhama. Camillo Ospino takes the ride for the White Stable. Very relaxed looking sort. Has the noseband and also the headgear just to keep his eyes on the prize. Looking forward, Camillo's just about to hop on now. Lovely muscle on the hind end and looking gorgeous in the top coat. Sorry, not the top coat. I meant to say looking great in the top line and a fantastic coat. Just said that both together. Okay, let's have a look at horse number 4, Ibn Al-Reeb. Alex Moreno takes the ride, who is, well, we're all boarding now actually. This one has got the plugs in his ears. He is chewing away, does look a little bit anxious. He did start to jig-jog once the jockey got on board. Could do with a bit more muscle on the hind end, but it's got a very gorgeous shine on its coat actually. Looking great, that coat. Let's have a look at horse number 6 before this one goes out. This is Kalido. Another one with a very, very shiny coat. Immaculate, in fact. The hind end, you can really see those muscles as well. Some really nice... the shine on the fitness line looks great, so a real bit of health, that horse. And then as it's going out, horse number 8, Dubamine, looking also well. These are quite relaxed, these horses. When the jockeys did get on, they all sort of seemed to in sync jump. But yes, there's some great ones in here. I think that's all the glimpse you're going to get as they go out to the track now, so it's back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, 2-year-olds going here, so it's a race to keep an eye on for the future. I suppose actually in a way, it's a clever bit of race playing. I don't know if this is deliberate or otherwise, but we've got the youngsters before we see the youngsters in the pony races.
Slowly getting younger and younger.
Yeah, I'm sure that's just the way it's worked out. Obviously this is a good race. It was always going to be the back end of the card, but pony races to come later. Looking forward to seeing the youngsters there, of course. 2 races for the... what have we got? The 8 to 13-year-olds contesting those 2. There they are.
Yeah.
They're getting ready. They're going to be watching. They'll be watching these guys now and thinking, "This is where we want to be."
Absolutely.
In a few years' time, and there could be we could show this film again in a few years, and there could be a champ there. You just don't know, do you?
Don't know.
You just don't know. So.
I remember watching some pony races. I've said this story before. I remember watching some pony races at Kempton Park in England.
Okay.
There was a young jockey called Oakley Brown. Now he hasn't progressed as many people thought he would, but he did ride for Joseph O'Brien. In Ireland, so pony races are the way forward. I could list plenty more that, and I'm sure you can, that went through pony racing.
No, I mean, I think our producer remembers watching Lester Piggott in the pony race. He's not that old.
That went down really well in our area.
It did, yeah. You want me to go now? Okay, all right, never come back. That's fine. 2 to 1, Ibn Al-Reeb, 9 to 4, Ali Al-Hamar, and no change elsewhere. Dubamine, we mentioned 100 to 30. Big gap then to the 5, isn't it? Jadal, who's 7 to 1, I think. Ricardo's ride, looking for the 4th winner of the day.
Yeah, both solid form, but that was in Taif. No excuses last time when way down the field. I thought he was one to leave alone now, but look, Ricardo's on board and anything can happen, we know that. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, this is a good race. I'm finding it quite difficult because there's lots of horses with similar profiles. As I said, it's a kind of working out who's going to improve the quickest here, and I guess it's just a case of sort of reshuffling their positions in the grand scheme of things here. But yeah, I'm still working my selection, but I feel I don't want to have the same one as you, Tom, because that would just be so dull in a race like this. Happy to jump on board when you've got a rebellious stage, etc.
Yes.
But, so I think to keep things interesting, we'll have an alternative.
Okay, yeah, that's absolutely fair.
So which one are you with?
I'm with the 1.
You're with the 1.
Ali Al-Hamar. Okay. Look, it's not a confident pick. I do think there's very little that separates these, but he's got proven stamina over further. I hope he leads early, and from there, I think he'll be strong and tough to beat. Okay, right, they're gathered down at the start then. So it is the 1 at 9 to 4. I'm going to go with the obvious alternative then, I think. Ibn Al-Reeb, off a mark of 75 under Alex Moreno. This is a bit tougher than the race last time out, but like many of these,
already with a good strike rate, 2 wins from 3. So I will take the 4. So all we need really now is just Hannah's choice.
Well, this is exciting because we're all going for different, and I feel like because it is the last of the bigger races, let's say, before we head to the ponies, I am going to go different, especially as this is a horse I was drawn to in the paddock from its coat. Number 6, Kalido, is the horse that I am going for. Look, I noted down that in its past performances that it wasn't anything spectacular from this horse that really stood out, and I wouldn't say I'm overly confident from the notes that I wrote yesterday with this horse. That's why I was going with what it looked like in the paddock. Obviously note that it was 3rd behind Iln Al Reeb last time. A very close finish at this distance. It was a positive run, it wasn't anything negative. I think he'll go close anyway, but yes, he'll be my selection for this race, number 6, Kalido. One to note as well, number 4, Iln Al Reeb, the one that I just mentioned, absolutely took off as soon as it got onto the track, flew. And you saw Alex Moreno really gathering up those reins to try and stop him from running off. But you know, it does happen with 2-year-olds. They're very keen. It's still very new despite them being out before. So it's always something to note. And like you guys said in the studio, it's difficult and anything could happen, especially when there is so much to like about so many of them. But you know, I do have the luxury of being in the paddock, so I get to see what their coat is like. I'm sure you guys can see it on the big screen now, but number 4 that I just mentioned, Iln Al Reeb, this is the moment that the horse took off, and I thought, my goodness, it shot off like a lightning bolt. So hopefully he'll be a little bit calmer now he's at post, but I'm sure they're having a good old walk around ready before they load, which won't be too long from now. And then we'll be looking at 2 races to go for the pony racing, which I can hopefully bring you a little bit more information on in the paddock. I have seen, and I'm sure you guys have seen as well at home, 12 of the young riders that were sat out in the stands. They're so excited and it's so lovely to see. It's the next generation. And I'll tell you, I was going to tell you later on, but they are all representing their own schools. So each rider is from a different, their own educational school, which I think is really special. And they've been picked out to ride today from the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. So they all had to ride in a test beforehand. So that's all very exciting, and we'll find out a bit more about that later on. But listen, we've still got 1 race to go, haven't we? We're on race 10, the 2-year-olds. So Gary, let's head to you now for the loading process.
Thank you, Hannah. I'm going to go elsewhere. So we've got 4 different selections here. So fingers crossed one of us will get the winner. I'm going to go for the filly, Dubamine, who's 2 from 3 in her career. Plum draw as well towards the inside in stall 1. But interesting race, isn't it? Obviously, lots of horses with fairly similar profiles. Lots of them, you know, open to improvement. I think Kalido's the only one who's had more. Sorry, Kalido and Leon A is also number 9. The only 2 that have had more than 3 runs, or 5 runs rather, I should say. A few maidens coming into this: Kalido, Aisel Jordan, Shayar and Niddle. And obviously at the top of the market, well, the international market found it difficult to separate those at the top of the market. Ibn Al Reeb, just about international market favourite, but a lot between that one. Ali Al Hamar, Jadal and Dubamine. So loading up is well underway here. Comes Ali Al Hamar into stall 6. Manor Spina looking to have the last 3 winners on the card. In goes Caper into stall number 4. 3 out the back. Shot ER coming in. Got Eon A's and Gawak Ally. Was a little bit edgy down at the start. Turns you into stall 9 with Khaled Al-Mimoni on board. You can just see just to the right there of shot that this horse, we're going to put the blindfold on, just very much on his toes. The sheepskin noseband on. He's just been a little bit edgy behind the starting stalls. He's 2 from 3 in his career coming into this. Seems to have calmed down a little bit now they've got the blindfold on, so hopefully he will go in okay. We'll be ready to go. Race 10, 1400 metres for the Ministry of Education Cup. 2-year-olds in action. And we're ready for a start. So we're just holding them again. Quite a few of the stalls team in. Action towards the outside. Still just being held. On 8, and that was just rearing up slightly, stall 8. They're off and racing now. Race 10 on the card is underway from the starting stalls. Kalido, one of the ones with most experience, is prominent, with Jadal in a noseband showing good early pace, and Jadal will lead at the end of the first 200 metres, with Gawak Allah also in a noseband wider out, and between that pairing is Ali Al Hamar as they race towards the bend. They're being followed by Niddle towards the inside, Running Grail, who's racing in company up wide on the course. Ibn Al Reeb going to be quite wide into this bend, 4 or 5 wide on the outside of Shayar, and also Ion A's. They're being followed then by Niddle towards the inside as they make the turn back towards home. Dubamine is the one that's towards the rear of the field, along with Caper. On the bend back for home, Jadal on the inside of Ali Al Hamar. They're being followed by a pushed along Gawak Allah racing back in third towards the wide outside. Ibn Al Reeb is making headway, but it's been forced very wide. Sha'iyar just on that one's inside as they make the turn for home, and then Kalido. Lots of chances here. They turn for home. Gawak Allah on the outside of Ali Al Hamar. Down on the rail, Jadal coming under pressure. Right down the centre of the course, Sha'iyar's running on in the green and yellow colours, but it's Gawak Allah in front. Coming down to the final 200 metres, Gawak Allah by 2 lengths ahead of Shayar in second. They're being followed in third, right from the back of the field. Ion A's is running gone. Gawak Allah wandering about a bit in the closing stages from Sha'iyar as they race towards the line. Gawak Allah has just held on to beat Shayar into second place. Khalida was rallying on the inside of Ion A's, and that pair, Sherapoto for third. Gawak Allah has won and has made it 3 from 4 in his career under Khaled Al Mimoni. In the end, drifting towards the centre of the course, and has just held on to beat horse number 11, Sha'iyar, who has finished in second. There was a neck between them at the line. Horse number 6, Kalido, has finished back in third ahead of number 9, Aeon A's. In the end, the front 4 separated by length and a quarter at most. 1 minute 30.76 the winning time. Gawak Allah takes race 10.
Yes, so there is Gawak Allah, who is winning for the third time in just 4 starts, Tom, but was just a little way down the list in the international prices, I think 8-1 in the end.
Yeah, was relatively difficult to find, despite the connections, despite being a lovely looking type and having 2 wins and a third to his name coming into this race. He was finished behind Ibn Al-Rib 2 starts back, when no excuses. Obviously he's improved since then. He's got a lovely shine to his coat as well. Sound like Hannah now. But he was always in a great spot today and picked up the pace. The front runners really collapsed in the latter part of the race and fended off the deep closers. To be fair, he was vulnerable late. He only held on by a neck from a 54 rated filly, but he's managed to get the job done still.
Yeah, big prices abound in terms of the places. She in second, and the horse that Hannah put up, which was a big price, Khalida, has at least made the top 3 back in third there.
Yeah, good performance from the third. Adel Al-Faredi on board, and he ran a nice race.
So let's head back to Hannah.
Indeed. Well, we've got the trainer here, Ahmed Al-Shire, who's going to give us a quick word on that race. Congratulations.
Thank you, alhamdulillah.
Now, talk to me about this horse. I mean, it looks absolutely incredible. Beautiful shine on its coat and great performance.
Alhamdulillah, I run my horses before 1 month. He come third, but alhamdulillah, today he come better and same destination. Before I send him 1,200, and this today 1,400. Alhamdulillah, he win.
So where is next for this horse?
I don't know. I talk with the owner, and I will see inshallah after. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good to get some instant reaction there as regards that. Well, let's watch the closing stage. You say that the pace has collapsed in the final part of the race.
Yeah, the pace collapsed on the inside. Jadal and Ali Al-Hamar were the early pace setters. They both fell into a hole somewhat. They ended up finishing 6th and 8th, I believe. And the horses that were in a stalking role came through, with Gawak Allah eventually holding them off. The form isn't really upheld because Dubamine disappointed, Ibn Al-Rib disappointed despite being wide on the track, Ali Al-Hamar disappointed. Basically all the marquee leaders were poor, and it ended up being Gawak Allah holding off a 33-1 shot in Shayir, who was 0 from 5 and only rated 54 in second.
Yeah, there it is from the gates, and
Gawak Allah actually broke the best of all in the silver silks, but settled in mid-div, just kind of allowed to find his stride with Khalid Amamoni on board. It's been a long time since Khalid has a winner, actually. He used to be, well, earlier in the year and also last season, he was very prolific, but he hasn't had a win in the last couple of weeks, so this will be a timely one for him. He sits in third in the early part of the race behind Jadal and Ali Al-Hamar, who are the early leaders. He's always in a good spot, but already at this point, Khalid is asking him for some more effort, and he's not exactly closing. So the step-up trip's definitely helped him, but this long sustained rally has taken its toll in the latter part of the race, where he does become vulnerable to the horse in green, who eventually finishes second. Back in third was Khalida, who's on the inside at this point of the race, again scrubbed along from an early point, long way out. And the fourth place finisher was the only horse that actually really closed, and that was Aeon A's, horse number 9, who was only rated 60 and 1 from 10, looked very vulnerable. Winner, I suppose, was gettable. The second, third, and fourth.
I think the winner was gettable, wasn't it? I mean, I scribbled down the draw worried me a little bit. That didn't come into it in the end, but actually rated 70 was, 75 were the top rated here, so wasn't a million miles away.
No, you would guess that Gawak Allah would have been close to Ibn Al-Rib, based on their previous piece of form, but that didn't matter. I suppose Ibn Al-Rib had a very terrible trip during the race. He's 6 wide for little reason.
Yeah, we couldn't work that out, could we, on first viewing, and no better advised here, really.
He is in stall 11, but surely Alex has either got to go forward or take him completely back and in behind horses. But yeah, there's an excuse for him next time. Maybe he'll run a lot better. But the winner, Gawak Allah, has always had a lovely trip, and trip has been the word of the day. I think horses that have had that lovely stalking role have come through and won the majority of races.
Yeah, that's been the case, hasn't it? So, what and if you managed to find the last race winner of the day, Gawak Allah, taking race number 10 with a further reminder, because we still have the 2 pony races to come. We'll get plenty on those, of course, with Hannah a little bit later on. But yes, the racing as such has finished for the day, and tomorrow, of course, there is so much good race to come, including a domestic Grade 3, and we've also got a cup and an award race on the programme as well. Now, those are the ponies. There are 6 of them. This race is for the smaller ponies.
I was going to say that is definitely a racehorse that just went through. If that was in the race.
Yes.
No,
perhaps.
these are for the smaller ponies, and
Yeah.
the riders 8 to 13 years old.
Yeah, and then we got the 120s, 130s. I think it's both the age ranges remain the same.
Yeah.
I was trying to work out actually whether there was a jockey that will be younger than the horse, because there's a few horses here that are 9 years of 9 years old.
It's possible,
and there could be an 8-year-old rider, so that would be interesting.
Absolutely.
We won't know which. So, well, look, Gary is still with us. I thought you might have gone by now, Gary, but he's got the runners and riders.
Yeah, thank you, Darryl. Got the runners for you here. Number 1 is Moffret. Number 2, B Isn't Allah. Number 3, Zelzal. Number 4, Modde. Number 5, Alatrak. And number 6, Dardo for the first of the pony races. They're going to be going 400 metres. Let's go to Hannah to get a close-up. I've got all the details for us.
Right, let's have a look at these then. So we have 6 race ponies in the paddock right now. The pony you are looking at is pony number 1, Moffret. This one is raring to go. It's nodding away, a lovely little walk there, and it's very fluffy as well. This kind of colour you'd call a liver chestnut, and it's got a gorgeous flaxen mane, and he's saying hello. Yeah, looking great. But this one, yeah, he's raring to go. I like the look of this one. We'll have a look now at number 2, B Listen Allah. This is a nice little bay. Bridle-wise, that bridle is called a fulmer snaffle, so that helps with control. So what this tells me is this little pony might veer off maybe to the left and the right. So that fulmer snaffle, it's still a snaffle. It'd look the same on the tongue, but they've got the 2 bars either side for extra control. Nice black mane and tail as well, and a nice jolly walk. Popping back now to pony number 3, Zelzal. Oh wow, look at the plait on the front of this one. This is a little patchy pony. If you notice, they've only got shoes on the front feet. Some of them actually don't think have shoes on at all, but they don't really need them with these little Shetland ponies. Anyway, this little cracker, he's walking lovely, very active walk, but he's not misbehaving. Very well behaved, this one, carrying its tail. I like this one, looks a very friendly fella, and I like the blue bridle too. Pony number 4 is the one we're going to look at behind, Modde. A little bit taller, this pony, higher head carriage and higher on the back end as well. Got a snaffle in its mouth, looks like a little loose ring, but it doesn't have a noseband. Tells me that this one's a bit more straightforward. Some of them are getting a bit upset in here, but this one is behaving rather well. But as I said about that head carriage, you can see it rising a bit more, but nevertheless, it doesn't look like it would be too tricky to ride, this pony. Next, pony number 5. Now this one is being a little bit naughty. It has got the headgear on just to keep it, well, it's looking straightforward, but it is actually looking around. Now this one, you can see it has got the Dexter ring bit in as well, which definitely tells me that this one is a bit tricky to control. Got the blinkers as well. It might actually have some ideas of its own, as you can see. It's having a really good jig jog, and its belly, well, it's looking a bit plump, this one, but that's nothing on its energy. Look at it. It's having to have 2 handlers. This one is definitely raring to go. Now, lastly, we're dropping back in size now. Pony number 6. This is Dahdo. Now, this little fella is very cute and very noisy. Black in coat, but really nice shine actually, and nicely turned out in terms of being brushed. Looks lovely. Little swish of the tail, which just tells me he's kind of getting a bit, he wants to crack on with the job and get his pilot on board. Has a loose ring snaffle, and has got a very active walk, and he's behaving quite well considering the 5 pony is being a bit naughty. So that's the ponies in the parade ring. They're actually very energetic and very active. Now, if you've never met a Shetland pony before, they are full of energy. So yes, there is plenty of energy in the parade ring. But let's see what we can have a look at, because in a moment the jockeys are going to board onto they're going to mount, and we're going to have a chat with Omar, who is actually he does lots with the pony racing, and he's going to tell us a bit more. So I've got Omar here. Omar, tell us a bit more about the pony racing. Obviously, we've got 6 ponies in here, all different shapes and sizes. You spoke to me earlier, actually, about the sizing. So 2 races, but this particular race is the smaller ponies, isn't it?
Exactly. So I'll just give you a small background on these racings. We started this journey like 4 years ago under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Bandar and our racing department, just to try and encourage the new talent who then, just would like to be on professionals, and we have already some guys who participated in the first version, and they're already doing well. So this is a good step for them they can see their future, and we can have, more jockeys maybe coming in the Saudi racing. So we have 2 races today. First race will be, we have classified from 90 centimeters until 119 centimeters. So that's within that height, all the ponies will be running. Second race will be from 120 until 130, 6 runners each, and they look very competitive, and we hope they will do well and they do it safely.
Yeah, well, we spoke about earlier, because we spoke before racing, because I wanted to find out more about it. And what I found interesting is that each of the riders are riding for their own individual schools.
Yes, so the kids, if you see them, they have small labels on them representing their schools. So it's good and encouraging even for their schools. The kids, they would like to come and participate in more. And we have a lot of kids who are already from the schools. They're here, come to watch racing. They will get inspiration from this as well.
Yeah, well, so tell me about how you chose them, because I did mention earlier to our viewers that the choosing process was actually by the jockey club, wasn't it? And that's also for safety reasons, right?
Exactly. So we announced on the social media platforms, anyone, the horse fraternity, they will know when the registrations open. We did this way ahead, more than a month ago. We opened registrations. Everybody who was meeting the criteria of age limit and the pony height limit, they could register there. Then we can just, check the status and data of each and every one, and we chose. We had their trials. They showed up like a couple of weeks ago. We had the trials. We see everybody is fit to run. The horses was fully equipped. The safety equipment is there. So everything looks settled, well in control, and we wish them good luck.
And I think everyone needs to be aware at home is actually the riders, they own the ponies, don't they?
Yes, they do. So most of these guys, they have their fathers, their family background in racing. Plus, there are new guys who are coming in. They want to come in racing. So all these ponies are owned by the parents. Yeah.
Yeah. So aside from this competition today, there are other competitions that they can compete in, right?
Yes. So our Ministry of Education, they do conduct such competitions regionally. So we had, I think, a couple of weeks ago in the northern region, Jove, there was a competition that we know of. So it happens in different regions in Saudi Arabia, and it's booming. It will increase, yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And tell me about the success story, because there was a rider, you've had riders, haven't you, that have gone on to, be jockeys?
Yes. So son of Mr. Samir Dajani, who participated twice here in the pony racing, and he's now already morning training the thoroughbred, the professional race horses. He's already doing this, so that's a good prospect, and we'll see more of these guys be a professional jockeys.
Yeah, and it's someone for them to look up to as well. Now, I showed the viewers at home the ponies. I mean, Shetlands, they can be a bit temperamental, can't they? How do they deal with these ponies?
They know how to deal. They keep them. The guys, especially the kids, they care for them a lot. They keep them in the stable, take care of them, and everything is. And you see if you can see the horses, they look in very good shape.
They do. And I noticed that they actually have racing gear on that the thoroughbreds would, i.e., they have, the headgear. That some of them have the ring bits as well. So they're actually learning from a young age of the equipment.
Exactly. So they know about the vest and even the horse shoeing and everything, the saddles, everything. So they are learning the basics at that early age, which for me, I didn't knew until I was in mid-20s. So it's good for them.
It is indeed. Well, thank you so much. We're looking forward to this race.
For sure. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Well, we'll head back to the studio. How's that then, guys? That was interesting.
Yeah, really good to get that insight. And here's some shots of the riders getting on board. Obviously, we don't know the age of these riders, but you can be as young as 8. And obviously up to 13.
Yes.
Anyway,
we're going to have a mixed range of skill level from horse and, well, pony and jockey,
I think so. So that was Zelzel, horse number 3, who is not going to be your pick, I'm guessing, Joe, if we were selecting.
No. I think the 3 and the 5 will be paddock negatives. I'm taking Hannah's role. I would actually give a paddock positive to the 1 and the 2.
Oh, okay.
I'd make it between those two. Look, this is not part of our competition, everyone watching. If you've been watching this for a tipping competition, this is not part. We have no form. We don't know how good these ponies are. But we require a pick. Everyone needs a pick in each race.
Oh, just for the for the interest.
Yeah, for the interest.
Well, as you say, obviously we put a line through 3 and 5.
Yeah, 3 and 5 are an absolute no-go. And the 6 is very, very small as well. I'm taking the 2.
Well, if you're having the 2, then Hannah's going to have come up with one I probably wouldn't have picked. So I'm going to have the 1 then, just for the sheer interest.
Good.
Right, okay.
Oh, the jockeys are getting information.
Oh,
about
look, that's game face on that. Is definitely.
Is that the jockey on the 1?
That's the jockey on the 1.
Maybe I need to change.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid you're locked in.
Some instructions there for the rider on the 3. And here we go.
Gosh, look, that's very detailed.
Is that the 1 again? It is the 1. Oh, you might be on the favourite here, Daryl. They're going to go down to the start. 400 metres. I bet they're spread out at least 150 metres from start to finish.
Sorry, 400 metres, and this one's beaten 150 metres?
I think one will be beating 150 metres, yeah. Not horse number 1, but one of the ponies.
That's Dardo.
The smallest pony in the lineup. Yes. Different silks to what we've got as well.
Yes, colour change for Gary if he's not got that. Anyway, it is something different. It's obviously being done, to further sort of promote the kids here representing their schools, and so look, it's a good thing. As we said earlier on, you just don't know, do you, in the future, whether one or more of these young riders might just end up riding a big winner out there on the giant stage. So that is the start.
I was here last year when this happened, and the start can be dramatic.
Okay.
2 of the ponies were facing the wrong way last year. It's all a bit tough. So keep an eye out. The start is key. Look, they're giving words to the handlers there. We're going to let them all go at the right time, and we're going to say go, and then we're going to run in a straight line.
It possibly won't go that way.
It didn't go that way last year, but we did have bigger fields last year of around 14 or 15. So yeah.
14?
Yes.
I think 6 is a good manageable number.
I would say so too.
Yeah.
Hopefully they all get a good start.
Gosh, and there's the trophies. So there's a big incentive to try and get your.
I tell you what's bad though, Daryl. There's 5 trophies and 6 horses. Yeah, it could be a problem. Could be an issue.
Okay, right. Officially on their way to the start for the first pony race. And,
big crowd.
Well, the crowd have stayed on. Probably parents, friends.
They've got their phones out though. These will do well on social media.
Yes.
I was actually at Cheltenham about 4 weeks ago, and there was pony racing, and I did film it. So
did you?
I understand what it's like to be a crowd member right now. Yeah.
So it's 400 metres, as you say, which is obviously 2 furlongs. Not sure how long it's going to quite take the ponies to.
No track records.
Cover the distance. I don't know what the track record is, but anyway, the prize money is 25,000 Saudi Riyal, which is split down to obviously 50% for the winner, and prize money for the first 5. So yeah,
again,
this is
tough.
difficult, isn't it? This is difficult because somebody's going to,
Yeah, it's tough if you finish 6th. No trophy, no prize money. Everyone else gets it. It's difficult.
It's the taking part, as we know.
Well, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, if this was thoroughbred race, we're talking probably 24 seconds.
Yeah, 24 seconds good standard, or less than that. So
24 or 23 seconds. So what we think for ponies, I reckon 40 seconds.
Okay, twice.
I'd say
twice the time.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I feel I need some form information here. I don't have it.
We are left in the dark.
I'm looking forward to it, and I think hopefully everyone's going to support them, which I'm sure they will. Lots of cheering and urge them on.
Oh, I've got the worst of the draw. I'm far side.
Got the worst of the draw. Is there a draw?
Yeah, stand side's always favoured.
You're drawn
in the
drawn
pony
in
races.
your.
Come on, how do you not know this?
You're drawn in your race card number.
Yeah, well,
So you knew that.
this is until they start playing up, and then it's all go.
Zelzal has arrived down at the start. Right, Gary is thankfully here. This is a moment very much, Gary, for the CV as we head across to you for the first of the pony races.
Thank you, Darryl. Yeah, definitely going on there. Now, as you've alluded to, there's either a number cloth issue or a colour issue, depending on the race card we've been sent. So, Dardo is now yellow with the red hoop, and Modheda is the maroon with the yellow hoop there in shot. Quite a few of these don't have the caps on as well, so they've got the helmets on, but the caps haven't gone on as well. So I think I did well to avoid the 14 that ran in this race, or one of these races last year. I think all the checks have hopefully been made. They take them very steadily to the start of these type of races. Often we have these races in the UK. If there's two of them, they both go down. They're not always over the same distance, and they usually both go down together. But both these races over the same distance, so that's not possible here. They're going to be going 400 metres. This is the 90 to 119 centimetre pony race, and it looks as though a start might be fairly imminent here. I'm not sure they're completely lining up in draw order, but the starter just issuing out some instructions, and I think we're almost ready. Yeah, they're sent on their way. The good start was made by B Izin Allah. Zelzal is not really racing on the wide outside. Mofra with the red cap is prominent. It's Mofra on the far side with the lead, coming past halfway. B Izin Allah is giving chase in second. Alatrack is back in the other pair. Moheda and Dardo have got a lot to do. It's Mofra in front. B Izin Allah finishing with a bit of a flourish though against the rail. Mofra in front, racing up towards the line, needs the line, continuing to drift to the near side, but Mofra is just going to last. Beats B Izin Allah, with Alatrack back in third, Moda and Dardo the next pair, and Zelza left the starting area or not. Hopefully he did, but one that did get a good start is the winner of our first pony race, horse number 1, Mofra. Very enthusiastic riding style, and I've informed the boys in the studio. I've given the forecast there, with B Izin Allah finishing in second. Other than to all the riders taking part, and who knows, we might be seeing some of these riders here back at the track, hopefully in the future. We were trying to guess the time. The official time I got on my screen given 36.53 seconds. 36.53 seconds. If Tom was here last year, he will know if that's a track record. Mofra beats B Izin Allah by half a length, and we can go back to the guys in the studio for some analysis.
Well, you can see pictures being taken, and Mo Frey has held off the challenge of B Izin Allah, so it was 1 and 2, and you kind of picked both of them, Tom, and invited me to take the other one here. So we've, as Gary says, we've managed to find the forecast, which I think is quite good considering some of the other tipping today.
I am switching my job to pony analyst, not horse analyst. Much better than my tipping on thoroughbred racing. Great day for jockey Salman Nayef Al Shamari. He does look older than the majority of the others, but it makes no difference. It's probably his first big ever win on the main track here in Riyadh, and he's going to be overjoyed picking up that gold trophy.
He absolutely is, and the young jockey on the second horse was trying to close the margin. Didn't look as though he was probably going to quite get there in the end, and those two have dominated. I mean, there were, shall we just say, mixed fortunes for some of the other riders.
Well, the 5 finished in third with the blinkers. First time blinkers and headgears, obviously improved that pony. Doesn't want to come back into the winner's circle as I'm looking over my shoulder. Well, obviously not winner's circle, the paddock. The 4 and the 5 finished. Unfortunately, the 3 is now on the big screen listed as a DNS. Did not start, which is unfortunate. That's a void selection for everyone on the 3, but yeah, didn't start, which is gutting for everyone involved.
Oh, it's a real shame, isn't it? Because, well, we're going to show you the race again, I think.
Watch out the start. The horse on the far side just doesn't start the pony.
No.
Oh, doesn't start. God, they are probably going for it, the young riders, especially near side. The Shillelagh's out. Oh, that's an Aussie style Shillelagh use.
Yes.
Far side, much, well, I mean, quite aggressive riding far side as well. This is, I mean, they're going for it, Daryl.
Well, they are, because it's probably, you know, it's a massive moment, isn't it? And
It is.
To get this opportunity on the big stage, so you want to do absolutely what you can.
I would say better riding far side despite losing. Out of the saddle in the jockey position there. But the faster pony is one. The 9-year-old, Mofrey.
The 9-year-old.
I wonder if he raced last year.
I don't know.
I'll have to go back and find the race card.
This is the third, isn't it? In the
winner in the winner's circle.
pink.
The jockey in third is celebrating with them.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
But I think there's nothing wrong with that. It's you know, being involved, it's being a part of it, and hopefully somebody is you know, commiserating with the young rider on the 3.
Unfortunately, they're still not back now.
Still not back
Yeah,
yet.
they've got 200 metres to walk still. They actually have. I'm genuinely looking over my shoulder.
Right, okay.
Still on track. Maybe we'll get a fun finishing time for that pony soon.
Now, what we can do is hear from the winning trainer with Hannah.
Oh, it's all happening down here. I am joined with the trainer, Naif Wanas. You're also the father, aren't you? Tell me, what a great race that was.
I'm just lucky. Thank God he gave me that, you know. Last year we ran with this horse, same my son. He's coming third. And this year we lucky, we win. Because maybe a few horses. And thank God we win the race.
And I'm right in saying that your father is here also, so it's quite the family occasion.
Yeah. My father, he's here. I'm happy just for my father. He take picture with my son, and this is very good thing for my heart and in my family, and we happy for that. I want my father happy in this night, and this what I wish in my heart.
Fantastic. Well, it's so important, isn't it? Because it's really bringing the next generation of jockeys up through the ranks. Tell me why it is so important that there are pony races like this.
Excuse me again?
Why are pony races important?
You know, because our children, we need him, you know, growing, study about the horses, about learn something, you know, for future, for the other horses. But we happy, we make him happy, we make all family happy, the all family is coming here, and this is very good thing for us.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Horses bring people together.
Yes. And a small pony, this I think I see today is more people coming. And I think it's a good race, and thank for Prince Bandar for this idea. He put it from 3 years ago. He put this idea, and thank for Prince Bandar. Thank for all the people working in the club. Thank for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jesus.
And the father of the winning rider, I think, Naif Wanas. So well done to Mo Frey. And if you enjoyed that, make sure you stay watching, because we've got another pony race to come for the slightly bigger ponies a little bit later on. But we're going to look back in the time we've got on some of the racing that's already happened here today. We've seen a couple of performances I think that we want to review in particular, Tom. Obviously, we're going to look back at Rebellious Stages return run. I think we're also going to look at one of the earlier fillies maidens, aren't we, with what was a very good run from Mum Terra. So let's have a look at that first of all. This was for the local bred fillies right at the start of the card. This was a really good first run for the winner.
Yeah, it was first day at school for her, but I loved how she finished off her race. She burst clear in the red silks with the white epaulets. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, this was his first of three winners today. Yeah. And I love how she sustained her effort all the way down to the straight. She's by no means the finished product, but she's won by a wide margin. I believe it was either 5.5 or 8 1/4 lengths. Can't remember which one. But she's won by a wide margin and crucially hit the line powerfully with ears pricked. Suggests there was a lot more to come from her, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her in an open race next. Mum Terra is her name. Remember it, because she could be quite talented.
Yeah, as you say, it's difficult to gauge where she may go next, but given the the manner of this victory in the maiden race, then they may well be prepared to sort of throw her in at the deep end quicker than perhaps might have been the initial thought. She was a debutant, of course. There was good solid support for her as well, but I don't think anybody quite anticipated a run like this.
No, and you know, she slowly grew into the race as well. It wasn't one of those debutant performances where a horse shows lots of early pace, powers through and then tires late. She got better and better and better as the yardage got on. And I loved how she pulled up as well. Ricardo had to take a fierce pull and really slow her down. So she's a horse to keep an eye on for next time.
She's a horse to keep an eye on, and we're definitely keeping an eye on, of course, Rebellious Stage, who came back the first run almost a year. And let's remind ourselves of that run towards the back end of the card here, of course. And yeah, this is a case of, look, welcome back and back with a big effort.
Yeah, he's the best horse we've seen today, no question. Rated 108, probably ran to a mark of around 100 today. He showed his class. He was a former Brittany Russell trainee in the US, was a one-time winner over there from 2 outings, sold over here, won his first 3 starts, and then lost in the dirt sprint on Saudi Cup Day. That's going to be the plan again. This was just the first stepping stone towards that day in February, and you can't fault him. Quite a few of these white stable horses have needed to run first up. I think Rebellious Stage probably did as well, but at the same time, he's managed to beat a really nice and consistent horse in Uncle, who finished back in second for Tharma Al-Dahani and Mohammed Al-Daham, and he's done it decisively. I'm looking forward to seeing him next time in the prep. I think that will be the day where Rebellious Stage will be nearly 95%, and when we get to see if he's improved from 3 to 4.
Yeah, as you say, he had, I think, something like £11 and more in hand over his rival, so he hasn't had to live up to his absolute ability here. And Uncle, there are a few better yardsticks, aren't there, out there?
Yeah, he's super solid, always runs to a mark in the mid to high 90s. I could read off his form figures, but it'd be boring for everyone. It'd be second, third winner constantly, repeated over. So yeah, he beat a good horse in Uncle, but he's better than Uncle. He's a very good horse, and hopefully this year he can perform better in the dirt sprint on Saudi Cup Day than 9th last year.
Yes, let's hope that is the case. Right, boxes all ticked with his first run back. Now, the prize giving for the pony race has just taken place, and I think the smile probably tells you all you need to know for the winning rider, because that's a great moment, isn't it, here for the young, prospective, up-and-coming young jockey. Describe him how you wish to, and Mo Frey wins here for Salman Nayef Al-Shamari, and that is a big moment for that young man there. He has got the 9-year-old pony home in a real good finish, actually, wasn't it? You know, it wasn't a case of one pony was that much better than the rest. The 2 of them were fighting out very different styles, you say contrasting styles, but they were fighting out a really good finish.
Yeah, it was a really good finish. Better than I was anticipating. I thought they'd be really strung out. They were in behind, but just not between the first 2. That trophy does look smaller than when we looked a minute ago and saw the other trophy, but congratulations. Here's the rider for the second place finisher, just giving a handshake to Collections and picking up his runner-up trophy. Yeah, that was Abdullah Al-Magani, who finished second, and obviously prizes further down for the remaining riders, the rider of the third there, and for the fourth, etc. So yeah, they get their recognition of taking part in this race, and that's a big part of the order of the day here today. There we go, all 6 riders there with their certificate and a trophy for their efforts. So we're going to go with one more pony race. These are 120, 130 centimetre ponies, and Gary can let us know more about the runners involved.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. Number 1 in this race is Misk. Number 2 is Arban. Number 3 is Zelzal. Number 4 is Kataf. Number 5 is Alatrak. And number 6 is Asaf. Slightly bigger ponies in this race. And we can go and join Hannah in the parade ring.
Okay, for our race 12, for our pony race, we've got number 1, which is Misk. But we're going to have a look at number 2, which is the one you're looking at, Arban. This one is really on its toes, isn't it? And it's look at that muscle on its neck. Wow, that is a serious big neck. Raring to go, this pony. And a lovely little brown and white colour, as you can see. One you will not miss. Number 3 is just behind, that Zelzal. Got their headgear on as well, that pony. Number 4 is coming up next. That's Kataf. got the snaffle in. Some of these have pellums in, you know, that's quite a strong bit. So it tells you everything about these ponies. Number 5, this one's been very naughty. Alak track. This one, let me tell you, reared up and it caught someone with its front legs. So that one is not in the good books of the people in the paddock. And last on the list is number 6, Asaf, a lovely little brown and white pony, and this one has got a pellum, but the rein is on the snaffle part, so that's a bit for strong ones, extra breakage. They're off to the track now, bobbing away. They're all ready to go, so it's back to you guys. But honestly, the atmosphere with these little ponies, they have a bigger presence than the horses, let me tell you that. And like I said at the beginning, Shetlands are one thing, and then you've got these ponies. So remember, in this race, these are the taller ponies. So they will, of course, be heading out to track. But as I said earlier, it's a fantastic opportunity for these young riders to get involved. And what I think is great is they get the chance to learn about equipment and tack, and actually about the experience of being on track, and of course the training process. So it's a really, really good thing to get the next generation involved. And we're seeing, you know, the jockeys of the future here. I'm looking on the big screen now, and these grey ones, honestly, a mind of their own, but it's all good fun to watch. And of course, for an important thing, as I said, the next generation of jockeys. Gary, it's over to you. No, we're going back to the studio. We're going back to you guys in the studio. You've had a good look at these ponies as well. Have you got your eye on any of them?
It's happening a little bit quickly, isn't it, Hannah, on the back of the first one? We're still enjoying the moment of the first pony race, but they are out on the track already for this 121.30. Slightly confusing. We've got 2 ponies with the same names as in the first race, but listen, that hopefully will not be anything to worry too much about here. Tom's now having a very close look at them to see if he can spot a winner from afar.
Well, I've heard rumours that Peter Brandt's had paid quite a lot for a number 2 armband.
Oh right, looks like Peter Brandt colours, doesn't it?
Yeah, first time nose band as well. That's got to make a difference. You can see there, lovely white sock, got the bandages on the front legs. I'm taking armband here, the 2.
Okay, Tom's having a hard bar. I suppose I need to have a selection, don't I?
Of course you do, come on.
Let me have a close look, see if I can spot one that catches the eye here.
Zelzal's got the blinkers on. Looks a very big pony compared to the rest. Who's on the outside? That's Alatrak. Oh, there's Asaf, who, to my eye, looks the smallest of the ponies.
I think I might pass that one by him, in all fairness.
Yeah, the one looks quite small as well, Misk. Where are you looking? The 2 is clearly the
2 is
standout.
Absolutely the eye catcher. If it doesn't win, I'll be very, very surprised. But let's...
The 2's a good thing, surely. Gotta be. Come on, you've got to go against me, though.
Well, I've got to have to go against you, Tom, obviously, otherwise...
You had the winner of the first race.
Let's have the horse in the red blinkers.
Oh, you're going blinkers?
Yeah, I'm going blinkers. I think that could make the difference.
Interesting.
So, yeah, okay.
Interesting, okay.
Not that our thoughts will necessarily have any... But I mean, mind you, as Gary said, we did manage to get the forecast of the previous race, so it's, you know...
We're better at these than the thoroughbreds and the Arabians.
No, I think I had a winner of the Arabian race earlier.
Okay,
yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And a second in the other one, I think. Yeah, I did quite well on the Arabian races today.
I didn't.
Right, they're making their way down. So that is the sort of Shadwell colours, is it? Or no, it's not.
Well,
it's kind of in the right direction.
Don't think we give them the Shadwell.
Anyway, making their way to the post. That's the colours, of course, of the trainer, who is Ahmed Kashan, and what have we got here in age range? So we've got a 4-year-old. Kataf is a 4-year-old, isn't it? The 4, and Misk is an 8-year-old. The top horse.
I'll tell you what. Sorry, I just noticed.
No.
On the 3, Zelzal, your selection, the trainer is Shala Aladiani, who is a thoroughbred racehorse trainer. I don't recognise any of the other trainers. Actually, the trainer of the 5. Is also a thoroughbred trainer, but I don't recognise the others. Maybe that's an advantage to the 3 and the 5.
Okay.
But they could just be pets for the thoroughbreds, like we see worldwide. You know.
Absolutely. Anyway, they're arriving down at the start, as you can see.
Let's hope for a clean break. Clean break. All 6 go in. That's what we want.
Yes. Let's hope all 6 do start without any hindrance here.
I love the noseband on the 2. Does that indicate a high head carriage, Darryl? That's what I'm asking.
I'm guessing that's what it's there for, isn't it? Yeah.
It's dangerous. High head carriage on a pony. I'm sure the jockey will be able to see.
So, they are down at the start. Imagine they'll be getting themselves organised fairly shortly here, Gary, for the second and final pony race of the day.
Yes, they're down at the start. They've just taken a turn, one or two of them, and the starter will issue out some instructions, I'm sure. There's horse number 6, Asaf. In theory, should start more towards the near side than most of the others. But I don't think we're too far away here, are we? 400 metres again. There's Darrell's selection, Zelzel. The red headgear on still be easy to spot. Tom said Alband's a good thing. You can see Asaf very edgy. These bigger ponies can often be the case when we see them run in the UK. These bigger ponies are a lot more edgier. They're taking another turn, one or two of them. Asaf is the one that's out of shot at the moment. I think started on them all back a little bit. Kataf there in the green and yellow colours. Hopefully we're going to be called forward here shortly now then. Started making sure nobody gets a bit of a flyer. Miss landing up right on the inside in the blue and white. Asaf now rearing. And these ponies are called Springs. They're ready to go. Asaf taking another turn. They're all taking another turn. Second and final pony race. The pony is 120 to 130 centimetres. Alatrap, the one that's almost right on the near side running rail. Again, sort of not happy. So, coming in, are they again starter keen to make sure nothing gets a flyer. Asaf nearly did. Alatrap, the rider's very keen on getting a good start on the near side. Arban just taking a turn. They all take another turn. Someone just wants them a little bit further back before they come in. Asaf is the one who's certainly been the most playful. I was saying he was the most playful, I'll describe it kindly, in the parade ring. Sort of wants them a bit further back. But they're getting right to the top of the straight. Trying to get them all to come in together is not easy. And now Katap is playing up and briefly gets rid of the rider, who quickly gets back on. Thankfully no harm done there. So again, the starter just wants them a little bit further back perhaps than they currently are. They're coming in now though. This might be a go. This looks a bit more promising. Ooh, they're racing. Well, Alatrap was very slowly away. Kataf reared and missed the start, but Asaf absolutely came out running and leads on the far side with Arban towards the near side giving chase. Zelzal back in third and then come missed. They're inside the final 100 metres. Asaf on the far side with Arban finishing to really good effect on the near side. Is coming home the stronger Arban, getting to Asaf close home, and it is Arban who will win the second pony race. Arban has beaten Asaf into second, with Zelda, I think, back in third, and the others coming home in their own time. But Arban, the good thing, according to Tom Collins, looked the good thing on paper, and didn't perhaps get the best of starts, but once getting into top stride, has finished very strongly, and the rider very accomplished in the saddle. And oh yes, seen this in quite a few professional jockeys over the years, and the time is about 7 seconds quicker than the first race. 29.81 the winning time. Arban has beaten Asaf, so yeah, just under 7 seconds quicker than the first race. Zelzel in third, 3 lengths, 12 1/4 lengths the winning margin, confirming horse number 4, Kataf in fourth. But Tom Collins gave it the good thing Arban wins the second pony race.
Yeah, that was so good to watch. And we said beforehand, I wonder if there's a young rider out there who might just be out there with the big boys in a few years' time. And I think this guy could be the one, couldn't he?
That was unbelievable.
Yeah,
I hope we get to see the replay. I don't know if we've got enough time, but I would love to see the replay.
I hope we have.
That was phenomenal. It was a very unsatisfactory start, we should say.
Yes.
I feel very bad for a couple of them, but at the same time, the six-quarter flyer and still got ran down.
And still got picked off.
Watch the start here. Unfortunately, one of the horses in the middle rears up just as the mythical taker.
Yeah, tap again, wasn't it? But the six absolutely pinged the gates.
The six is 5 lengths clear. But look at the two far side. This is the best performance all day. This is better than Rebellious Stage. Unbelievable jockeyship and great speed from the pony. Look at this.
And do you know what? He's got everything, hasn't he? The jockey of the second has looked across as if Pegasus has gone by, but he's got everything. Because not only has he got that style, but he's got all the post-race celebrations. He's got everything.
He gave it the
look at this.
And the can you hear me? He gave it everything. Oh, I loved it. That was a highlight for me.
Brilliant.
That was as much as I enjoyed race one. That right there was the best of the two pony races. 7 seconds quicker. I tell you what, next year, if I'm here next year, Arban, that's the winner of the pony race.
That's the one, if he's allowed to come out next year. Well, he's only a 5-year-old pony, so he's unexposed, Tom. He's got his best days ahead of him.
The noseband was the key. It was the angle.
Yeah, listen, it was something a little bit different, but we hope you enjoyed watching that with us today. So Arban beating Asaf in the second and last of the pony races this afternoon. So let us tell you about tomorrow, because we've got some really good racing tomorrow, haven't we? I've my card here, I've got marked, I think, 1, 2, 3, 6 races in excess of 100,000 Saudi Riyal. We've got the domestic Group 3, we've got a cup race, we've got an award, I think we've got another cup race as well. It really is really good racing for a Saturday tomorrow.
Yeah, it's top quality. I do need to go home and study those because I haven't actually properly looked at the middle part of that card, but it is a really nice card from what I've seen. Plus, we have Scotland Yard running, who's the highlight for everyone. He is the Rebellious Stage of tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that for sure. Yeah,
he's rated, isn't he, around the same sort of mark, so in the high 100, 109, 110, I think it is. But we'll get to see him tomorrow, of course. As regards today, look, we've seen some good racing, haven't we? We've enjoyed the turf racing. The turf has taken a week or two maybe to bed in. It looked really good out there today, didn't it?
It did. It looked really good out there. As we've already talked about in the show, Keith came in, the clerk of the course. He said it was good to firm prior to racing, and they actually raced like good to firm today. They kicked up far less than they did last week, and we got to see some really nice races. I'm a little bit disappointed still that Grosser Jack didn't perform because he's a horse that's got a soft.
So much was expected, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's just going off the boil a touch. It's been very difficult to campaign in his career in general, but he's been a little bit tough over here to get right, and he's too keen and misses the kick, and things go wrong for him. But it was good turf racing nevertheless, and I mean, last year I didn't get to see much turf racing. This year I've seen quite a lot in the 2 weeks we've been here, and it was one of the highlights for me.
Yeah, we're just watching because we can't resist a little bit more of Arban. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He knew he was going to win today. He planned all of those things.
He's, the whole package, that young rider. So we wish him the best. And all the young jockeys, hopefully in the future here, of course, all representing schools in the area. And it's something a little different, isn't it? So do make sure you join us tomorrow. We'll have 12 races to bring you tomorrow, back at the usual time. Love to hear from you tomorrow, of course. Do get involved via the YouTube channel with your comments and your thoughts, of course. And we could do with a few selections because I think we need a few more winners tomorrow.
Hey, you're leading
Tom,
the competition. The pressure's all on you. I need to turn up tomorrow. I really do.
All right. We'll be here tomorrow with Hannah Baycroft, of course, in the paddock as well. So we look forward to another Super Days racing here at Riyadh. We hope you can be back with us tomorrow. 12 races then underway just after local time, 3 o'clock.